I mean, Eisen, if you want me to. No, I'm sucking on chocolate. Hold on, you gotta wait. Always watching, Ozzy. Always watching. You know it, I see. You know it. God, is that you? Hi, Eisen. I might make this more of a habit to talk to you guys through my starting sin screen while I'm eating things or whatever. God is a Thylacine Vtuber girl. Shit, you found my true identity. Hi, cuties. Welcome in. I am still sucking on, turkeys. I love turkey. Chocolate good. Ozzy, good job on your palate attack. Ooh, you as well, incredible. Eisen. Thank you for my pal hat, to a sweetest space cat. Thank you for another palate attack, incredible Eisen. Thank you, love his face. Mwah, mwah. Mwah. Ah! Care package? Okay, I gotta wait until the chalky melts, because if I don't, then, Thank you. Thank you for another pal attack, Swedish Shadow Gun. Hi there, Swedish Shadow Princess. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. I hope you're doing incredibly well, darling.
TauTassieTiger. This is the AFP, Australian Federal Police. You are under arrest for theft. You seriously don't know what you stole. You stole my heart.
Ah, is that the problem? Thank you for letting me steal your heart, Alex. The entirety of the Australian Federal Police? Did I steal all of their hearts? Imagine. Oh my God, this is my new headcanon. The entirety of the Australian Federal Police. Watch me. I love it. Thank you for the pal attack, Nick. So slash jam slice, Swedish Shadow Gun as well. I got your YouTube art stream playing on my PC while I'm at home. Well, at home while I'm at work. Thank you so much, Lev. I super appreciate it, you guys. You guys, not me. You guys are helping us so much over on YouTube. If you're wondering what Lith is saying there about, I've got your YouTube art stream playlist playing on my PC at home while I'm at work. That is a super helpful and totally free way to help out the channel massively. I would love to employ Strat, and if we're able to make money off of YouTube and get monetized there, then I can do that. And then Strat can be here even more, and he can make even better, like, which is insane. Not even better, I'm gonna say even more, because he already does like 11 out of 10 stuff. But we want to support Sweetest Strat. If you guys would like to support the channel and you don't have any money to do so, please go to YouTube. I'll make it real easy for you. You just click on that link. Go over to the art playlists and just hit play all. Don't mute the tab, don't mute the player, just leave it really low and make sure that you're tabbed in. It can be in like a corner of your screen or something. If you just let those run, we can get the watch hours up so that we can get monetized. That's the reason that we're asking you to do it. But the other thing I wanted to tell you guys is it looks like if you guys would like to join us for our movie day / night, which I can tell you what we're probably gonna be watching, it's gonna be coming up this week. If you would like to vote on what time in your local time zone is best for you, make sure you go to the events and schedule channel And let me see. Couch, movie night. Where did I fucking put the, hold on, I've lost where I put the, ah, I found it, okay. There's only 9 hours left for you to vote on which movie you want to watch. I'll tell you what we've got on the docket, and it's really close for a lot of these. In fact, I'll just tell you what the closest ones are. We have 16 votes for The Princess Bride. We have 15 votes for How to Train Your Dragon, the animated version, and Pirates of the Caribbean, Curse of the Black Pearl. Okay, and then we've got 13 votes for Atlantis, the Lost Empire. And those are like our top ones. So if you would like to go and make your opinion known so that we can watch whatever you want to watch, please go ahead and vote. You can vote for as many as you want, by the way. Not as many times as you want, but you can vote for as many options as you want. And then make sure that you scroll down on that channel as well. Again, this is the events and schedules channel. Make sure you scroll down and vote for what time you would like our movie night / day to be, okay? It is, like I said, listed in your local time zone, so no need to convert it, okay? All right, let me see here. Do you know when the storytelling stream will be? I wanna make sure I'm there. Ah, great question, Swedish Shadow Princess. I think that we will probably be doing our storytelling stream. I think it'll probably be on the, don't hold me to this just yet. I need to talk to Nath and see if we got anything going on, but I think it's gonna be on the 5th. The 5th of September, my time, Saturday, my time. Probably around the usual times that we stream, I reckon. Maybe closer to like the time that it'd basically be yesterday, but in 2 weeks. And starting at this time. But yesterday, in 2 weeks. Does that make sense? That's what I think I'm gonna do. But I don't know for sure. I would say I'm about 75% positive that's when we're gonna do it. So you guys do have about a fortnight to get your stuff together so that we can read it, okay? Great question, lovely Shadow Princess. Hi there, Joyous Julius, how are you? Movie main, you're right, Ozzy, movie main. Yes, that is correct, I should have said that. Mogrim, Apis, good Mogrim. Alex, yeah, so you may not live in the US now, so you may not be on the FBI watch list, but you are on the AFP watch list. As long as the watch list is not, they're watching out for me doing like shonky shit in there. I'm just on their, follow list, right? Hi, lovely Lissy, how are you? And Cedar Solar, welcome on in. Thank you for my little pal hat. Woo! It's my DM. You stole my heart, Tal. Please, for the love of God, please, I need it back. I don't know what you need a human heart for. Cease your eternal witchcraft. Listen, geeks, I would normally apologize and give it back, but after what you did to Volain last night, I might keep it. You guys, we had our first Precious Politely, Beautiful Blue, Cutie Cacto, and Gorgeous Geeks and myself. We had our very first D&D session back after like a month off. It was a blast, and Geeks traumatized me. Geeks traumatized me. Good job, Geeks. I want to be your first channel member. Aussie! You're so sweet. I would love it if you wouldn't mind that. That'd be incredible. But yes, we do need like 1.5 thousand watch hours. Oh, the other thing I want to tell you guys, we're closer than we have ever been to reaching our first month out of 3 for the Partner Plus, which would give me a higher percentage of like subs and bits and stuff. We are at 89 out of 100 points. How do we build that up? People have to subscribe of their own volition. It can't be gifted subs. But if you subscribe, I think it's 1 sub point if you sub at tier 1. I think it might be 3. Is it 3 sub points if it's tier 2? And then I think it's like 5 if it's tier 3 or something like that. But we're so close to our very first month, which is amazing. And I've already promised you guys that if you are okay with it, if you're comfortable with it, for anyone who contributes to this, assuming that we get all 3 months, I am going to send a postcard to every single person if you are comfortable with giving me your address to do so. If you are not, I will send you a custom written a photo of the postcard that I would send you if you were comfortable with me having your address, okay? So that is what I want to do. I think I am going to do that, and I don't mind if I have to send, like, if I have to write 300 postcards. That would be so worth it as a thank you. I'll try and do, and I think if that happens and you happen to have a custom pal, I'll do a little doodle of your custom pal, your palsona. I'll do a little doodle of it on the just a little sketch on the postcard. So I think that would be fair, and just like, I mean, nothing would ever come close to how grateful I am if we are able to get, you know, more percentage back to me as a streamer rather than to Twitch as the big company. But yeah, that would be fucking sick. And I would love to do like some traditional, I really want to get back into doing traditional stuff, actually. I've been doing a lot of little like watercolor things and doodles and stuff like that, and I'm really enjoying it. Incredible Eisen, uppies! Good, Eisen! How are you doing, sweetie pie? Nick, /Jam Spice, welcome back, darling. How are you doing, sweetie pie? And also, Lassie! I hope you're doing great. Have you had a pub feed recently? I had a really nice pub feed yesterday. I got up Parmy and I thought of you. Lith, I got your YouTube art stream playlist. Thank you so much for doing that, Lith. Do we have a time check on the YouTube? That's a great question. Let me see if I can get you, that info. 1 second, please, my darling. Good question, good question. The other thing, you guys, about today that's pretty cool is I do believe that we are encroaching on the like final 10 hours or so of the base game of Persona 5. We still have like, I think 30 hours-ish of content once we hit royal content, but that is incredible. I think we're gonna probably finish this game up at around between 200 and 220 hours. Hold on, I gotta figure out how this works. Okay, I think it's in YouTube Studio. Let me check this real quick. There's a monetize button here. There it is. Okay, okay, it hasn't updated for a little while. So I think let's see, what does this say? This process may take several days to complete. You may vary from what you see in YouTube analytics. The last time it was checked was, not the last time it was checked. The last time it updated was August 17th. So that's almost a week. So, and at that time, we had, man, you guys are doing great. I'm so impressed. Let me see. For the partial eligibility, money eligibility, you guys, as of like a week ago, had only about 300 hours left for the partial. But we still, in order to actually get like ad rev and stuff like that, we still need, what's that, 1.3k hours. So of watch hours. So if you are able to, that'd be absolutely amazing. We do have a deadline for it, basically like December, because it's gonna take some time for YouTube staff to like look over it and stuff. And then if we don't get it by the new year, unfortunately, you probably heard, but YouTube is actually doubling their watch requirement. And it resets as well. It resets in the new year. So we're kind of fucked if they go from 4,000 up to 8 grand, and we also have to 8K. And we also have to build all that back up. So if we can, it would be amazing to get monetized before the new year. And Radical, how are you? It's so good to see you. Thank you so much for taking good care of your pens, by the way. I saw your beautiful new pen case. Now I want one. I have too many favorite pens though. I think my favorite one is probably this Opus 88 Coloro that I have. It's also got like a custom nib on it. That's like a fude and writing nib combo. I do really like that one. I'd probably put that in a case. What is your pen again, Red? I think you got a, oh fuck, what was it? Did you get a Kakuno? No, you had a, did you have a pilot? Let me see here. Thank you for the 6, and it's either gonna be an upside down 6 or a 7. Aha, it's an upside down 6. Thank you for the 6 and upside down 6 biddies, lovely. And you just finished a sketch of me, Space. I would love to see it. Would you like to sour it with me, darling? Well, let me see here. Gecko! Hi, gorgeous Gecko. Welcome on in. Congrats on having your favorite character, Mihawk. Am I saying that right? Mihawk? As number 9 on the worldwide popularity poll. Very impressive stuff. Joseph! Hi, Jesse Joseph. How are you? It's so good to see you. And lovely, sweetest Saint Saturnus. Thank you so much for the lurk and the support. I really appreciate it. You are a sweetie pie. Let me see. Sweetest Tara. See, this is the guy I want to pay because he's a fucking... In case you guys, I try to say it every so often, and I feel like I haven't said it recently, so it's occurring to me right now. You guys, please, 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 let's all say a very, very sincere thank you to all of my amazing mods. That's SaveFile17, Radical Red Tempestus, Sweetest Seroshida, and the leader of them all, the amazing, the eponymous Stratos Edge. He is, this channel would not really exist without him. He came in here in like the first month of my streaming, and he has been so much more than a mod. So much more than a mod. He's been a very dear personal close friend of mine. He's been like this I've needed it, you know, this rock, this logical kind of like reflector that whenever I'm like venting about something or anytime I'm like, what the fuck do I do? He goes, okay, here's what you should probably consider. This is what we should do. It's up to you, but this is the rationale here. And I'm like, okay, yeah, you're right. Okay. And there's only like 2 people who can talk to me and like chill me out like that. And I think it's Strat and it's Nafe. Those 2 are the only 2 that when I am like raging the fuck out, they'll be like, all right, reel it in, Tau. It's okay. It's okay. And I don't get like, what are you telling me to do? You know? So massive thank you to Strat because he's also done all of the amazing, amazing shorts that you guys have seen. That's all his editing. He is incredible. He's also so on top of shit. You know, there have been plenty of streams where you guys have been like, oh, you know, it'd be really fun if we get this command. You should get this command. Literally by the break, Strat is like, I've clipped that, cut it. Here's the MP3, put it on there before you finish your 3-minute break. It's amazing. Do you know how long it takes for me to do that? Weeks. I'm like, I guess I'll wait 2 weeks and see if people still like that thing and then I'll do it. But Strat's like, no. They want it now?
Dude, it was huge.
There you go. Dude, it was huge. Exactly. That's a Strat one. That's because of Sweetest Strat. There's a lot of them that are because of Sweetest Strat.
Pretty lady.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
And then there's a Sweetest Save File, of course. But yes, yeah, please say a massive thank you to all of our mods, but
Yugi, I don't
genuinely,
understand how to play this game.
I love the overlapping commands, but genuinely this would not be the same space without Strat. So very, very sincere, very, very warm. Lots of love to Strat. He is an outstanding modager. He is also my manager, hence the modager title, and obviously the head of the mods of this channel, and truly my right-hand man.
Darling.
Yeah,
Keep it up, good job.
this is, so much of this is thanks to him. I wouldn't even know where to go to find out how to become monetized on YouTube or strategize for it or what the fuck a plus is. He keeps me abreast of all this stuff. It's amazing. Lovely Light, welcome on in, and Gorgeous Ghost, welcome in as well. Thank you for the head pat, Lovely Light. Thank you. Hugs for you, Jazzy Joseph. How are you? Precious Perry. Hi, Precious Perry. It's so good to see you. My very first chatter ever in this channel was Precious Perry. Thank you for contributing to the Community Games Challenge as well. And now I'm gonna scroll down and catch up. I was talking a lot during this one. I'm so sorry. I'm probably 10 minutes behind. Hopefully you would want me no other way. Got it. Okay, I am really far behind. Sorry. Cutie Kuranda! Thank you so much for the lurk, darling. It's so good to see you as well. I hope your lurk goes great. Fortnite? Nah, PUBG all the way. Did you know I actually used to play PUBG like many years ago, like 8 years ago. And I actually got something that I sold on the Steam Marketplace for like 60 bucks. That was sick. I was like, oh damn, maybe this is something I could do. And then I realized, oh, I actually don't like this game. So maybe I won't do that. Hi there, lovely Lucy. You're good? I'm so glad to hear it. I'm doing well. And how are you, Mogrim, Lucy, both of you? You know what? Considering the trauma, yeah, that's actually a fair trade. Yeah, I think so too. I was, as I sometimes do, Geeks, I hope Geese is still here, but Briggy, when I was talking to my parents this morning, as I do, my dad was like, oh, so did you play D&D last night? I'm like, yeah. And he's like, can I see, because they're proud of me for working on my handwriting, okay? my cursive is getting a little bit better. And I like flashed the folded up like tri-folded paper that I was after I did the notes on. And you know how I told you that I titled it Session 8 Trauma Part 1? He got the trauma part 1. He's like, what's that? And I'm like, oh, that's just because my DM wrote this really, really incredible but very dark and tragic like PTSD flashback for my character. And he said it's just the tip of the iceberg. And my dad goes, oh, that seems mean. I'm like, that's a DM's job, Dad. Let me see. Hi there, Magnificent Mess. How are you? Radical Renata. How are you, beautiful? It's so good to see you. Thank you for my catnip tea. Yummy. Here's some jungle tea for you. And a 9-stack spoiler on top of your head. Let's fucking go. Thank you. I appreciate my new spoiler. It's invisible right now. What if I did a tier 3 for the hell of it? I would be so grateful. That'd be amazing. You would be really contributing to the goal. The first month goal. That would be so cool. Just gonna pop in for a second and say thank you to all the pals who are helping with the watch hours. We're 300 away from partial monetization, 1.3 away from full monetization. I think Strat wrote this while I was still looking, so my bad. This is a thing. Strat is way faster than me. Also, we are super close to reaching the plus goal with 89 points. Only 11 to go. Please consider subbing or upgrading your sub tier. That would be super helpful. 2 points at tier 2, 6 points at tier 3. Okay, thank you, Strat. That's right. That's what it is. Back to lurking. Have a great stream. Thank you so much, sweetest Strat. Enjoy your lurk as much as you possibly can. We love you, and thank you so much for keeping everything on track and working so hard on the channel and for this community. I wish I could. That'd be so cool. I need to make money so I can spend half of it on town. No, please, you don't need to do that. You don't. I promise you don't. I will tell you guys that it's still a couple of months away, but we have a couple of merch things that are going to be dropping right around Black Friday in like November. I'm so excited. I talked to you about the Booba mouse pad, except because this isn't that kind of channel. It's gonna be a bunch of pals. And so the soft parts will be little pal faces, like nuzzling each other. And then my face is like in the middle of a bunch of pals. It's really cute. And you are finally, hopefully, going to get your towel, except it might not be a towel, it might be a towel blanket. But it's gonna be my cloak pattern. And I will let you know more about that as the time comes, but I'm really excited for that. I think that they're gonna be really, really cool, very fun. I wanna deck all of your places out in towel merch. Lovely look out here with the Valley Girl unlock. One second, I gotta go navigate to it. Beep boop beep bop beep boop beep bop. Done. Okay, you can now officially utilize that to your heart's content for the whole week, darling. Let me see. Oh, May, now that you mention it, I could go for a pub feed. I got your Sunday meal ready for you. Left YouTube when I saw you were on. Oh, Sun! Hello there, sweetest Sun. Welcome, Lenine. It's so good to see you again. Were you on the YouTube playing the playlist as well? Sun is a new precious pal that we met just on Friday during our art stream and has been such a sweetheart already. How are you doing, sweetest Sun Kiki? OMG. Okay, hold on. We got 5 minutes of the Valley Girl voice just for live. Bestie, bitch, babe, how's it going? So good to be back. But it's been like 2 weeks. What is that? What's a fortnight? I don't even know. Like 2 weeks. Yeah, 2 weeks is what the normal people say, right? Yeah, totally. Thank you so much for the bleep, Shadow Princess. Completely unrelated, but I've been checking my mailbox every day. I'm super excited to get the thing you sent. I'm gonna get it framed and then share it on the Discord ASAP. I can't wait to share it with the pals. Oh my God. OMG. I can't wait for you to get it. I hope you love it. I think that you will. I want you to know how special that one is, just because along with being like a completely original piece and just for you, one of a kind that my actual physical hands have touched. Thank you for my googly woogly eyes, Shadow Princess. It is also the very first thing I made besides the Tau and Pal like watercolor that we did on with the hand cam. And it's my first like not for me watercolor in like the better part of a decade. So I hope you love it because it is very special to me as well. And babe, you deserve it. Seriously, bestie. I cannot tell you how much better my life has been without that insane debt hanging on my face and shoulders and chest and everything. Let me see here. Redis, welcome on in. Hey, Tau, what if I did a tier 3 for the hell of it? Lizzie, I would be fucking, oh my God, there's like a Valley Girl term for this. I'd be fucking, rabid isn't it, but I'm gonna say rabbit anyway. Doing good. I'm excited to have a way to keep the pen safe in my pocket. Sadly, acrylic scratches easily. That is true. That is tragically true. How are you doing, lovely light? Exceptional engaged. Hey, babe. Some uppies for you. Good and good. Sweetheart, how are you doing? It's so good to see you. Ronnie. Hi, Radical Ronnie. Welcome. That's right. Yours is the Aspine V20, that vacuum one. A decent budget pen. Not the best in the world as it skips sometimes on certain kinds of paper. And I hear that if you get the ones with the buck nibs instead of in-house Aspine nibs, it has problems. Interesting. Wait, so did you get a buck nib instead of the Aspine nib? I've always thought the Aspine is such a cool pen, but it's such a weird name, you know? I actually I'm waiting for a used Aspine to come in the mail for me. I haven't tried an Aspine yet, so I'm really excited, Red. Do you recommend it? What do you have like a medium or fine or like extra fine nib? What have you got on it? Because sometimes the finer the nib, the less like wet. We call those wet, but the less wet it is, I love a wet nib. Bit of lubrication is so good. I don't like scratchy, scritchy nibs. I tried some lammies and they were too scratchy for me. I need to ask, who laughed or celebrated when the news got out there about Twitch being sued for the whole Gen AI thing? I did smile when I saw your message about that. 6 and upside down 6. It's true. It's true. Let me see here. Hello, Ghost. The energy with which you talk has made me admire the power of your lungs. Thank you. I can appreciate that, sweetest son, Kiki. Thank you. As a voice actor, you have to be able to kind of manage your breath control pretty easily. Not easily, but like you have to learn how to do it properly, and that way you know exactly where to take a break and you know how to breathe without having to be like by the end of it, right? For some reason, I read the title as May I Steal Your Salad? I do love a salad. What's in the salad? I will take that salad, yes. Let me see. I don't know if you saw me say hi and ask for uppies. I did, Mogram. I did. I'm just very behind. I'm just very behind. Let's see. We love our mods here. We do. He helps me strategize. It's true. He does. Strat is a strategist. Let me see here. Ronnie and Lucy, thank you so much for contributing to the Community Games Challenge. Piranha, welcome on in. I just had a redeem idea for if Tau would be comfortable with it, a voice acting redeem. Well, I feel like most of the accents and like voice redeems that we already have kind of help with that, no? But like, I would love to know, what do you mean by that, Piranha? Do you mean like do you mean like a voice acting redeem where like, you guys get to enter some text and like specify how you want me to voice it, kind of? Is that kind of what you mean? Welcome on in, Piranha. How are you? Good job making money on PUBG. Holy heck, you're super behind on chat. I know I talked so much today. I'm so sorry. But am I? Aren't you glad I talked so much? Oh my God. Let's see. That's amazing. You see, I layer trauma upon my party so that when you overcome it, the final act will be sick. That's what I tell myself. If someone didn't get much spotlight this week, well, they better prepare themselves for next session. I'm so excited. Oh my God, OMG. Timer's up, but I felt so bad for poor Precious Politely and Valor when I was like, oh, I gotta be in character. And in character, I would be like, yeah, she would be like, ugh. You know, like, don't touch me, get away from me. But I was I was like, oh, I want to say I'm so sorry, Politely. For the record, I also love Tamsin. I wanted to tell you how cute she was, but how Valan at her current moment in time would not be thrilled with her. But I love the character, and I thought it was so cute how much she was like obsessed with Trevor. So cute. Cutie Crafty, welcome on in. How are you doing, hun? It's getting late. I need to make that grilled cheese. Get the grilled cheese and also some tomato soup with it. Hey. Let me see. Oh, so sorry, Lith. I'm so far behind. Thank you for the care package. I'll quote this even though the timer is up because I know you said this literally right when I started it and I'm 5 or 10 minutes behind now. Hey, bestie. Like, OMG, girl, it's like so good to see you again. Bye, cha. Honestly, I feel that, Tao. If I made a booba pad, I would make it either my yokai daughter, my lovely Sela, laying in a bunch of plushies, or a different OC sleeping in a big beanbag pile. Yeah, I think that would be super cute too. Son, I'm just vibing here and reading Blue Period while having the entire perception of art changed by manga. It's pretty amazing, isn't it? I love when, I think that's also kind of what happened with like Haikyuu. I haven't seen it, sorry, but like Haikyuu and like volleyball and how much that exploded because of how enthralling that manga and anime were. I love when something comes along like that and makes people view things a little bit differently, you know? I'm so glad you're enjoying Blue Period though, son. You should definitely watch the anime as well if you like the manga. You're obviously gonna be way ahead. But it's a really beautiful anime as well. I feel bad that I waited till you got another job till I helped you out. Oh no, oh my God, Lith, please God, don't rid yourself of that feeling bad, okay? Do not even worry. I think that this job, I think I've only got like 4 or 5 weeks left maybe now of it. But yeah, no, you girl. You and the other pals who helped with that, those chargebacks, just like truly changed my life. You made 2026 what for the first like 4 months of 26, from losing my job to AI to getting charged back over 2K, to then having it hang over my head. Like, you shifted what was some of the worst. Oh, and then of course Nath getting in the hospital, right? Nath getting in the fucking hospital for days and being isolated. Oh my God, what a nightmare the first like four months of 2026 were. But this community, everyone here helped me so much, just like keep my fucking sanity. I know that there were times where I was kind of, you know, I was very sensitive, you know, very emotional. But no matter what, I always knew that I could come on here and stream. There's a reason that I never missed a stream, right? Like, I never missed a stream except for that 1 week where I just had to take time off to prep for the debut, because you guys are like my family. You guys are like you're my precious pals. I'm the last of my kind, right? But you guys are there, and you guys make me feel like I'm not. And I am so eternally grateful for every single one of you and the amazing support and time and patience and love. And it takes a special kind of person, I think. I am speaking about you guys, to tolerate how scatterbrained I can be, and to be patient and not just be like, this bitch is so fucking stupid. Like, I wouldn't blame you, right? I would probably ban you if you said something that mean, but I would also be like, you know what I would do if someone said that? I'd be like, yeah, I mean, that's true, and I'm really sorry about that. I am banning you because that hurt my feelings, but but like, you're not wrong, boop. But like, you guys are so incredibly delightful, so sweet. I am so grateful. You guys are just the cream of the crop as far as human beings on this planet go, if you ask me. You got an S-Fine M-Nim. Oh, okay. Ooh, interesting. I wonder why it's so scratchy, and it's railroading, huh? That's interesting. Is it possible that you're not using a wet enough ink? What kind of ink are you using, Red? Hi, Cutie Crafty. I am doing so well. How are you? It's fairly smooth, not that scratchy, no leaks. Only issue I have with mine is it's kind of picky with the paper. Some paper it's super skippy on and won't lay down ink reliably. Is it like toothy paper or is it like printer paper? Do you have MD paper on you? Let me see. Getting sued for the use of AI. Twitch better fucking lose that. Yeah, they got, dude, I cannot believe they thought they'd get away with that, to be honest. I'm going to test it with some new ink later to see if it's just the, Hongdun black ink. Interesting, I've never even heard of that one. If I may suggest one, I am a bit partial to Australian made stuff, but my main inks that run wonderfully wet are the Pilot inks. Those are Japanese. And then there's also, I don't know if you can really get it in the States without spending an arm and a leg.
Never doubt the pals, Tau. We will always support you, Tau. No matter what happens, we'll be there to support and be here for your happiest times or even your saddest times. We always welcome you back. Tatas Heart Hiyuki R. Tumbrick 1 Foxheart.
Oh, thank you so much, Nix. That's so sweet. I really appreciate it. You guys are so wonderful. I am so very, very, very grateful for, every one of you and the laughs we share and the moments we remember. And I cannot wait to keep on doing this for so many years and spend more time with you guys. What I was gonna say, Red, is Van Diemen's ink. It's made here in Tassie, and I find it to be really, really pigmented and quite wet. So I recommend that one. Let me see. I see a goober. Hi there, Miss Lady. Welcome on in. How are you, guys? Like a small script and then get a small person voice clip from Tao would be fire. Oh, that'd be fun. But that'd have to be a pretty big cost, like 150K or something to avoid people spamming it. That's actually not a bad idea. Actually, that's kind of fun. Is that sort of what you meant when you were mentioning the VA routine? Would also have to get mod approval first, probably. That is probably true as well. Yeah. I'm glad you're vibing, Cutie Crafty. I'll clean up the scene for the storytelling stream so the pals can share in your trauma. Please do. What a joy it would be to relive that. I had a can of something weird last week. Campbell's has a limited time can of grilled cheese flavor tomato soup. I am trying to imagine what that would be like. And it was good? How quickly catching up, only 5 minutes behind now. Look at me go. It just happens if it just depends on whether I'm gonna get distracted by something and talk for like 10 minutes and then I'm like, oh fuck, now I'm like 15 minutes behind again. I suggest checking Fanart when you get the chance. Oh, let me have a look. Let's go have a looky-loo. Oh my god! Oh, the animation! Oh, cutie cut! Oh, I love the little... So cute! With the closing eyes and little... So precious. Amazing work, hon. This is adorable. Oh my gosh, I cannot wait to see it if you decide to color it. Thank you so much. I love your style. Oh, I'm so cute in your style. So cute. Thank you so much, honey. Let me see. I wish I had grilled cheese, a grilled cheese with it, but I could have had grilled cheese with my grilled cheese. That's true. That's true. What more does this year have? Only to hear the roar of Godzilla in the back. It's possible, dearest Doppel. At this point, it's possible. How are you, dearest Doppel? It's good to see you in Fabulous Frostbite. Welcome on in, honey. How are you? That sounds like a lot. Here's hoping things the rest of the year continues positively. I definitely reckon so. With you guys by my side, nothing is impossible. That's what I think. No, stupid. Oh, thank you, Red. You're so sweet. I try not to be stupid, but I can't help it sometimes. I tragically can't help it sometimes. Sadly, I think it says something that I'd rather be here than with my family. Listen, while I am really sad to hear that, I think there's a lot of pals who can probably empathize with you on that, sweetheart. Like, family can be tough, and there are some parents who shouldn't have had kids in the first place. I won't go into it, but I saw like a video from Moist Critical on this young man who got like a 10,000 person raid when he had one person in his chat, and then his mom was like horrendous to him on stream. And I was like, that is a person who should never have had a child. And the fact that this can be a place that is comforting and positive and warm and a place where you can make a genuine mistake and recover from it and just, you know, I think that's a really beautiful thing. I know there's a lot of like communities where, and I get it. It's been going around on Twitter a lot where people are like, if someone gives you bad vibes in your chat, they don't even have to like have disobeyed a rule or something. But if you don't like their vibes, just fucking ban them. And I totally get that. But this is not, that's not how I want to run this community. And I feel like for people who have been through a lot of trauma or who have very negative experiences with other people or family members or things like that, or just know the internet as a place to like troll and be anonymous while you do it, I don't want those people to come in here and ruin our vibes, but there are some cases where people just don't know what is appropriate, right? So I want this place to be a place where you can learn those things in a genuine way. If someone is ever coming in here, I'm getting fairly good at recognizing, I think, where when people come in and they are just here to be a dickhead, and that's kind of the goal, then I do try and get them out the door as soon as possible. But for people who have been through a lot of trauma, a lot of negative social interactions and stuff like that, they kind of need a place to be like, oh, this is how you behave with other people, you know? And if you have had like if you've had a rough upbringing or anything like that, I'm happy that this place can be a spot for you to learn, grow, change, become happier, realize that there's better people out there than whatever you were taught as you grew up. You know what I mean? I feel like that sounds like I'm really on a high horse about it, but it's kind of the only way that I can specify what I'm trying to get at. I hope I'm making sense without sounding like, I don't know, this is the perfect spot. It's not, but it might be the perfect spot for some people. And I do my best to make this the perfect spot for as many people as I can, you know? Hi there, lovely Joseph. Hello, lovely. Thank you for the 25 star streak. Thank you so much, Tassie Joseph. Some uppies for you. Good, Joseph. How are you doing? Let's see. Oh, I did the talking thing, didn't I? Blue. Hi, beautiful Blue. Welcome on in. It's fine. We can pool all of our collective remaining brain cells together. We can! It's possible. The worst has been this legal pad I have. No idea what it is, but it hates that paper. I have some heavier GSM paper in my bound notebook that it loves, but not sure what it is. Not tried printer paper though. Also had some rough handmade paper, which it really didn't like. Handmade paper is best for like super, like a stub nib on a really wet pen. But I recommend, Red, if you get something from either Tomoe River or just MD paper from Japan, those are really good for fountain pens. If you use copy or printer paper, it's gonna probably bleed a bit with a medium nib. But yeah, definitely try MD paper. If there's any kind of teeth to it and it's not a super wet nib, it probably is gonna skip. But you don't usually want to be writing on that stuff anyway. That's mostly for like wet media, like actual illustrations, watercolor, stuff like that. Read a Reddit story recently where someone made a children's book, but it turned out to have been drawn and possibly written by AI. Fuck, I hate that so much. I hate that so much, huh? The writer couldn't even say what the story was about and got super defensive when asked who illustrated the book. Bruh, that's fucked. It was the quality of canned tomato soup, but slightly better. If you like canned soup, you'll like it. Interesting. It's been a while since I've had canned soup, but I do remember liking it from time to time when I was in the States. Grilled cheese flavored tomato soup sounds like something Willy Wonka would make. It does, it's true. Hi, cutie Kala. How are you? It's good to see you. Thank you for existing temporarily. Sounds like it'd be either super good or a little disappointing. I'm doing good. I just got home and eating a snack. Delightful. Earlier today, I was hanging out at an older sibling's house because my parents were looking at new houses to move into. That's exciting. I hope they find the right one. As you can see, I changed my name. I do see that, honey. I do see that. Welcome to the new name. Are you happy with it? Let me see. I'm loving it a lot. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Lurk mode, here I go. All good, beautiful Blue. Thank you so much for the lurk. I really appreciate the support. Since then, lots of people have given him money to move out, and after the viral thing went down, yeah, his mother literally said that he ruined her life. Bitch, you were the one hitting your kid. Yeah, man, we won't talk about what happened too much because that could be triggering, and I really don't want that to happen here. I don't want anyone to be triggered by being in here. But yeah, it was fucking monstrous. And all I want is for that woman to go to jail, never see her kid again, and for her son to like have his streaming career well and truly explode into everything he could dream of. That's what I want for him. It's so wild how easy it is to feel your sincerity. Oh, thank you so much, Sunkiki. I do mean every word I say. I don't, I really, I feel like people can tell, you know, when someone's disingenuous, even if it's like something in like the lizard brain part of your head. And yeah, I don't say things that I don't mean. That's the crux of it, I suppose. I've always been like that, for better or for worse. And I'm really happy that you can kind of feel that genuine sincerity whenever I'm talking about this stuff. And Cutie Cluck. Wait, can you remind me who Timber is? Hello to Timber, though. Remember, the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. That's true. That's true. The family you make for yourself will last longer than anything else. That is true. That is very true. And there are people who are lucky. I'm lucky to have parents that love me and I love them. They kind of frustrate the fuck out of me sometimes, but I love them. And I know they love me. Like, I think I've mentioned before that my sister and I have had a very severe falling out. Yeah, I feel it. I feel the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb big time with her. Like, I barely consider her my sibling anymore, to be honest. And I am so grateful to have so many of you that I would say are just as invaluable and just as treasured as people that I have known for, you know, decades. You are all amazing and sweet and thoughtful, and I get so many fantastic alternate viewpoints from every single one of you, and that is the most incredible thing. And I think more people probably need to do that, to take into account other people's experiences and try and put themselves in their shoes, experience that empathy. And even if it's something that you don't initially get, maybe you can just think about it a little bit more and be like, oh, actually, okay, I initially completely disagreed with this, but after you explained it, I can see where you're coming from. You know, that's the kind of thing I would like to hear more people say. Let me see, except for the Lith chick, she's bad fucking news. I stay away from her. That is false. I always want the lovely Lith around. I noticed when you're not here, I was like, where's my Lith? Sweetest star, welcome on in. You're coming in half awake. Did you get enough sleep, sweetie? It makes sense. This community is supportive. Every time I post, I get support. I am glad I'm a part of this community. I'm so grateful to have you as a part of this community, lovely Nix. MD paper? I'll see what happens then. Yeah, please do. You'll probably, as Australians and well, British people, I think, also say, you won't know yourself. You won't know yourself. Still blown away by these. I'm so glad you like them. I did get to, I had the privilege of working with Awesome Aussie to make these cute little emotes that he's got for his channel. I'll never forget the AIanese. The AIanese? Am I saying that right? Joseph! Oh my gosh, Pentatonics! Hey, thank you for the corn. And Joyous Joseph, thank you so very much for gifting that sub to the fabulous Netsoso. I so appreciate it. Thank you, Joseph. Thank you so much for the support, your thoughtfulness, your kindness. Thank you. And Netsoso, I really hope that you enjoy the ad-free viewing and the handmade emotes. Oh, Aussie, holy shit, and you, thank you so much for gifting that sub to Cutie Color. Thank you, darling. Thank you for being so very generous to a fellow pal. Thank you so much. And you guys have a hype train incoming because of this immense generosity. Thank you so much. Let me see. I don't know much about fountain pens, but I use a dip pen and can confirm you don't want to use a wet, sharp nib on printer paper. True. Facts there, son. Facts there. What kind of a dip pen do you have? Is it glass? And what kind of ink do you like to use? Do you like to do calligraphy, or is it kind of like a Zen experience to just write regular notes with the dip pen? You're making sense. My dad can be a bit homophobic, but also supports most AI things. Ugh. And my mom is a narcissist. Oh, I'm so sorry, Space Cat. I do live with my dad. It's safe. I'm an ally. Oh, Space Cat. See, despite everything that you've been through, you still endeavor to be a better person and pull yourself away from some of the negativity that has been demonstrated to you throughout your life. And I'm really proud of you for doing that. That's a genuinely very strong thing and proof of your strength to do and to continue trying to do, you know? Thank you guys so much for starting that hype train. You can still call me Lady Ace or Lady, but now you can call me Rose Ace or Miss Lady. Perfect. Thank you so much, lovely lady. I straight up use the bottle. To be honest, I never thought to try anything else. I worry about knocking it over, but I just try to be careful. That's fair, son. That's fair. I started my journey with into fountain pens with a dip pen, actually. The wonderful and valiant Vashti Wolf gifted to us over on Throne. So sweet of him. Although I do now blame him for the initial start into the initial foray into something that could be a very expensive hobby. Oh, Timber is your cat. Oh, okay. Timber says hi. Let me know what Timber says to that. Cutie Kala, thank you for contributing to the Community Games Challenge. We love the generous genuineness you display, Tausita. Oh, thank you, Chelsea Joseph. I appreciate it, honey. I really do. And Pentatonics, hi, darling. It's so good to see you. Cutie Crafty, thank you for contributing to the Community Games Challenge. I bring the small flower garden of friendship. Netsoso, thank you ever so much, honey bun. I so appreciate it. Thank you so much for the beautiful flower garden. That's so cute. I know it must have taken you a while to go through all of your flower emotes to post those. Thank you. They're beautiful. And you're beautiful. How are you doing? Also, Magnificent Miss, thank you so much for the incredible 95 story streak. Thank you, lovely. Absolutely awesome. Thank you so much. Stride. Tau, to the point about being here rather than with my family. I do love my family, and Tau knows how much I do. It's true. Sometimes I find the most comfort in the pouch. It's where I can just relax and forget my worries. And it's the pals and Tau that make the place special. Also, sorry I'm not being too chatty and haven't been able to say hello to everyone, but my eyes need some rest, and I am relying on Red. Thank you for the love and support, pals. Sweetest Strat, of course. You work way too hard, and you don't get nearly enough sleep. So please get some good rest. I'm sure that Red will fill in for you. Yeah, Strat, I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. And also, once more, thank you so much for being the absolute best modager that I could even dream up. Let me see. More like I haven't slept yet, but I want to come and hang out. 24 hours of no sleep because I got stuck in a long cleaning spree. Well, that means you definitely need to get some sleep, sweetest star. And when you wake up, you will have a clean house and be well rested. Ha! Good job! Good job, keep it up. Actually, don't keep it up. You need regular sleep. Don't do the 24-hour thing anymore. Sleep is for the weak. Those who haven't had their first shot of espresso in several months. Ah! You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I had my nice little caffeinated chocolate. I'm feeling pretty fucking good. Also, thank you guys again for the hype train. We're over 60% through level 1. Thank you so much. That's also, I'm highly apathetic, so I have difficulties emotionally connecting with people. So I always try connecting with people, if not emotionally, in comprehension. That's also, I have had a very, I took a long time to become empathetic. And I had very, very stunted emotional development until my mid-20s. So I know that feeling. The best thing you can do, and I've told this to Nerd as well, who says that he's a sociopath, but like, you can be a sociopath here. You can be, you can feel numb here. Those are fine. The thing is, your behavior, your intention. If you are here to take advantage of me, or this community, or the pouch, or kindness, or anything like that, I don't want you here. If you are here to learn more about yourself, about each other, if you are here to enjoy the content, if you are here and you are making explicit decisions that you know, even if you don't feel it, you objectively realize this is a good thing to do, this is a bad thing to do. As long as you're constantly making the effort to choose the correct decision, I don't care if you are doing, if you're doing it because you're like, I rationally know this is right, but I don't feel anything, that's fine. Because you know what you're doing? You are still being a good person. To be a good person, you don't have to feel this internal pull. You don't have to feel soft and gooey inside. You don't actually have to do that. To be a good person, you have to make the right choices. You have to do the right thing by other people. And as long as you're doing that, then you're so welcome here, you know? Like, it's, again, trauma and stuff will fuck you up. And there are a lot of people who feel broken or fucked up because of things they've experienced. But if you are going out of your way to try and make the world better, and that's a big thing. So maybe I'll rewind there. If you're going out of your way to make the person next to you or the person you're seeing in chat feel less alone, and you're not just coming in here to be a dickhead, and if you are here to know that what you are doing is making someone feel better than it is making them feel worse, welcome aboard, you know? Like, I care a lot more about actions than I do about diagnoses, okay? VX, thank you so much for the googly woogly eyes. Let me see here. We love having you here as well, Strat. You're an amazing person, and one of the reasons that this place is such a warm and welcoming place, it's true. The amount of effort you put into welcoming people, saying hi, making people feel seen and acknowledged is unreal. This place wouldn't be the same without you. It's true. It's 100% true. You're so right, Lith. Well said. I couldn't have said it better myself. You said the joke right. It's a JoJo bit of, I'll never forgive the Japanese. His daughter married a Japanese man, so he doesn't see her much. So the AI is the replacement for the conjugation. Oh, I gotcha. Okay. Gotta thank Joseph for reminding me what I wanted to do Friday after the help Cloak gave me with FF14 online game gift. Yay! Yeah, that's very sweet. I currently use a G Pen nib, but I recently got a variety of other nibs to try soon. The main holder I use is wood and has rubber around the base to hold. I use the G Pen because it's what old school mangaka I admire uses one. Oh, that's super cool. I actually just recently got a, what is this? This is a Tachikawa. I got a Tachikawa nib holder. And a few different nibs, not enough, I need more nibs for it, but I do really like it, it's very cool. Let me see. Now have been surrounded by cats myself, but by Storm and his father Athena. From that, I forgot they were in the room. Meow, meow, meow. Hi, Sweetest Saba. Welcome on in, how are you? They are all amongst my most used emotes. Right at the top, I'm good. Aw, and that's also just going around and spreading the love with cute little flower emotes. To be honest, I'm not liking the dip pen I got. Also, ironic, like I like cleaning it. I really want one that syringes refills via the nib, but I don't know what those are called. Space Cat, did you get a Kakuno? Because that is not a dip pen. What kind of dip pen did you get? Dip pens can be frustrating if you don't want to take the time with them, because that's the idea of dip pens. They force you to slow down because you gotta re-dip, you know, dab off the excess, begin writing, re-dip, and so on and so forth. But Kakuno are fountain pens. Thank you for the care package, Asamazi. I am da good and da you. I'm great. I'm so excited to get into Persona in just a minute too. Yes, I am watching. Thank you, Red. You're the best. Strat needs his own Morgana to tell him to go to sleep. That's true. Facts. I just had 2 espressos and matcha delivered. Yummy! Tasty. I don't really like espresso, but I love matcha. Yummy. More like my room. I haven't touched the house yet. I'm scared to, honestly. Mainly the living room where my younger brother is all the time. Aw, that's nice of you to clean up for your younger brother, though. Cutie cat. Thank you so much for the lurk, hon. I appreciate it. How do I find the Discord? There you go. Looks like Joseph and Space Cat sent it through. Just a quick reminder, son. We do have a shit ton of rules that we need you to read through just to make sure that hopefully it's been pretty clear from how I've been talking for the last, hour, but very important that we maintain the very secure, safe, cozy space. So we have a lot of rules. You only have to read through them once. There's also a 12-minute audible version that I recorded, and you just have to follow along and find the key word and then put it into the verification channel. It's also not automatic approval, it's manual. So even if you get the right word, don't just delete it because you haven't been immediately let in. Myself or a mod will match up your handle. But yeah. I was on medication for the longest time that was numbing my emotions to the point of not knowing what emotions felt like. I'm still on that med, but halved the dose since then. That's good. Yeah, no, I mean, listen, humankind is about emotions. Like, that's a fact. I mean, so many people are like, oh yeah, you know, it's so illogical, it's irrational to be emotional. It's like, actually, it's the most rational thing in the world. It's just a matter of learning to regulate those emotions. You still want to feel them, you know? That's what makes life kind of worth living. If you felt literally nothing the entire time, you'd just be like, what is the point? I speak from experience, like, truly. So, I'm so glad that you have the dose, Cloak, and that you're hopefully feeling things just a little bit more than you were before, at least. Let's see. I tried to get off of it, but my half of a dose, made me volatile. Oh, half of my current dose made me volatile. That is fair, Cutie Cloak. That is fair. So not risking it. Understandable, darling. Valiant Via, how are you? There is an audio version too, though. That's true. And if you guys ever want to use it for your sleeping, you can. It doesn't have the secret word though. That is true. It does not. You do have to follow along while I'm reading. My relationship with my family has soured a bit in recent months. Oh, I'm sorry, Alex. I hope it gets better. Or alternatively, if it can't get better, I hope that you get out of there. Funny story, someone modded their Steam Deck to play the entire Shrek movie from start to end, meaning they have to watch the entire Shrek movie just to use their Steam Deck. That's hilarious, and why would they do that? Don't worry, I always act like myself. I feel like being genuine is the best method. The difference between wrong and right are kind of just opinions people have. In my personal opinion, being mean or kind take the same effort, so I prefer kindness. There's no benefits in being rude if I don't get any emotional pleasure from cruelty. Best to be nice. Everyone feels better that way. Well said, Netsoso. Well said. So well said. I love it. Absolutely. The Tachikawa. Oh, it's the wooden one you use as well. Awesome. Hey, we're twinning. That's so cool. If you ever want to share your writing, by the way, son, we do have a, if you go to the writing channel, once you get into the pouch in the Discord, if you go to the writing channel and then go to threads, there was a stationery and fountain pens, I think. Yeah, stationery and related stuff thread. And if you ever want to show us your setup, or if you ever want to show me your beautiful handwriting or something like that, feel free to do so. Very rarely feel bad after hanging out here or with the pals, but if I'm not feeling good and the topic won't seem to change, I will take my leave or come back later. That's fair, lovely space. That's fair. All I'm gonna say is that you have no idea how much better it's been since I left my birth dad. It's been a year since I've been heart and almost called the police. I ran, my stepdad, uncle, and mom came to help me when I needed it most. Gave him too many chances, he messed me up, he hurt me, he hurt my mom even before I was born, and even to this day, my mom still says, we should have never went to see him while he's in prison. Oof, I'm so sorry, Lucy. I'm really glad that you're out of there, though, 100%. You must answer the cards, they're riddles 3. Exactly, Doppel, exactly. Let me see here. Jet, welcome on in, how are you? I'm a lurk and watch. I'm too tired to chat. That's okay, lovely Straw. Don't worry at all. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. It's just a wooden body with interchangeable nibs for it. It's Hobby Lobby brand. Oh, okay. I gotcha. I think you'll like the Kakuno a lot more when you get that Space Cat. I haven't gotten a Hobby Lobby dip pen, but I can't imagine it's great. I don't blame you, hon. My dad was a cartoonist, so I learned a lot of inking things from him. I was probably one of the few 8-year-olds that was doing 2- and 3-point perspective to draw cars and stuff. That's sick, Engage. That's awesome. Oh my gosh, I would love to see like the progress of your art if you ever wanted to show it to us. Yo, hi there, Magnificent Muck. How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome on in. Struggling to find a place before December, and almost none of the family has offered me a room while I sort out housing. Oh, I'm sorry, Alex. Maybe it's time to like visit like flatmates.com.au or something like that. Maybe you can find someone to live with that's not family. Hi there, precious pictures. You're welcome on in. Oh, I use my dip pen for art. My writing is quite terrible, but one day I'll know cursive. Sick. Oh, son. Well, I am debatably even more interested in art than I am in handwriting, but I do really like handwriting too. So if you would like to share some art, you're welcome to, as long as it's safe for work. There's a place near me that does a really good lavender matcha, but there's also a matcha that has a blueberry marshmallow foam. Oh my God, that sounds really good because it's called the Valley Girl. It sounds really good though. Had a good day, going bowling, seeing some friends. That's great, Jet. I'm so glad you had a good one. Hobby Lobby is also just like not very good as a business from what I heard, selling AI images and donating money to anti-queer organizations. One of my friends from way back when I lived in the States actually had her art stolen by Hobby Lobby and printed there, and I was like, whoa, yikes. For feeling emotions, not so much. I just thought for myself and my parents to be great, not the best, but be someone in life. I never lie. And although I don't get pleasure as I can see others doing so, I simply promise my family and myself to live and be the greatest I can. It's a simple reason to continue living, but I believe it's all I need. And that is a wonderful thing, sweetheart. Everyone operates a little bit differently, right? And that's kind of what makes people beautiful. It's a good thing we're not all the same. But it does mean that we need to be understanding and open-minded to other people's perspectives as well. Tao's art and Tao's handwriting are both beautiful too. Thank you, precious Patricia. You're so sweet.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Magnificent Michael. 1 second. My interface is fucking up. 1 second. Okay, it's back. Just so you guys know, there may be some audio, I'm not gonna say issues, but audio differences in the coming like week or two. I need to bring my interface in for repair because it's at the point where I literally can't do my voice acting stuff. I'm glad that it doesn't come through as much on Discord. I mean, not on Discord, on stream, but it comes through on Discord and it comes through in my recording studio. Big no. Can't just submit things where it's going all the time. And so I'm gonna be borrowing Nath's interface for probably a week or so. But yeah, if you guys happen to notice any differences in the audio quality in the next week or two, that is probably why. Tao is almost caught up. I'm getting there. Can't relate on the handwriting front. Pretty sure it's a cosmic law that once you become a developer, you lose the ability to write legibly like doctors. That's okay. You're busy doing the other stuff. You type in all the time, right? Yeah. Thank you for the pal hat, Radical Ryoko. And welcome on in, hon. How are you? Yeah, we're overdue for a break. I'm just trying to catch up and then then we can go on the break. Let me see. Thank you for the care package, Awesome Aussie. The owners of Hobby Lobby are nuts. Aside from the art theft and new AI art stuff, they were smuggling religious artifacts to make a creationist museum. Zoink, Scoob, that's pretty bad. Didn't Hobby Lobby get into trouble for stealing actual archaeological artifacts within the last decade? Indeed. It tracks that they steal IP. That is true. I didn't know if I wanted cheese sticks or pizzas, so I just put this in, I put it in the Discord and foods. Okay, I'll have a look. Yummy food. Oh my god, that looks pretty fucking good. Oh, that's so fun. I love mixing foods together, dude. Before I fully look, I wanted to let you know that the dragon is almost finished. I just gotta recolor it again because I had it fully colored, but my tablet corrupted and I had to factory reset my stuff. I will show you it later when I finish it. All good, huh? No worries. I'm so excited to see it. Thank you so much. Been on Flatmates a few times, had inspections declined. Oh man. I was gonna take up a room that met all my needs once I was able to get everything about the room sorted, but someone else took it before I could. Oh, that sucks. I'm so sorry, Alex. Hi there, Sweetest Seven. I don't think I have much of my old art. I wasn't very precious about it. There might be some of the plein air oil paintings kicking around somewhere. I would love to see that. I want to start doing plein air watercolor. Oh, heck that, unless you were requested to make popping noise. Yeah, exactly, right? But I wasn't. In fact, I had a really serious scene that I got hired to do. And so my character is like sobbing and like screaming. And you just hear this like, well, I'm like, let's see. I'm just loitering in the city looking for somewhere to eat. Don't really feel like getting any particular thing, but I just want to get something while I'm here. That's a good idea, Patricia. It's a little after lunchtime anyway. All right, and you, how have you been? I've been great, sweetie. Thank you for asking. Let me see here. Oh, I'm so glad that you have her, Lucy. I'm so glad that you're getting out of that. I'm so sorry that you're still kind of pulling out of it.
That's like crying and sobbing in fish language.
It really is. Matron says, let me have a look. Oh, so cute, Sato. Outstanding work. Well done, well done. Very cute. I love it. I had hot wings today and it literally pained me to touch my bottom lip. Did you have like Reaper sauce or something? I think they bought the artifacts at a legit auction and a bunch of it turned out to have been stolen. Oh. I actually haven't kept up with it much, but that's possible. Still weird they were collecting religious artifacts for the private museum. Yeah. Cutie Cloak falling into bed. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. All All right, you guys, we gotta go on a quick break, about 3 minutes. When we get back, we will get into Persona 5 Royal. Please, 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 make sure that you acknowledge the pinned message that Strat very kindly has put up there. We are in probably the final 10 hours of the base game of Persona 5. And then we have about, I think, probably 30 or 40 hours left for Royal content. So we have just, if you guys are trying to avoid spoilers for Persona 5, please depart now. Or just after our break, or even better, if you don't mind just lurking and like muting the tab but leaving the player up, we could use the assistance. But yes, darlings, we're gonna only be gone for 3 minutes in case you need the refresher or don't know, or someone new is here perhaps. Every hour we go on a 3-minute break. That is just so that if you cannot afford to subscribe, you do not wish to subscribe, you don't actually have to worry about it, because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer, I run the ads, and then we come on back and we say, thank you so much, Radical Ryoko! Thank you, holy shit, for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6! Thank you so very much, sweetie! I really appreciate it! Thank you ever so much, Radical Ryoko! You are so generous and kind, holy crap! Thank you! Thank you so much, honey bun! I really appreciate the immense and a major support. Thank you. But yes, so that you guys don't miss content, I am gonna walk away for 3 minutes, but then we'll come on back and then we will start up Persona 5, okay? I love you lots, I'll miss you terribly. I'll see you soon. Make sure you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darling, just a reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Can we say thank you so much to Ryoko for the support? Thank you so much for the 5 gifted and then the 1 bonus. We do have some bonus subs just for this week because we also stream in vertical. So thank you to Twitch for the little bonus, but it doesn't count unless you guys gift it. So I'm thanking you for the full 6. Mwah. Read it. If you get stuck, press tab and check for trees. Oh. Oh!
Remember, Tal, you call the shots here. If you feel like it's impossible, you can move on.
Let me see. I actually haven't noticed a helicopter in quite some time as well, but I thought it was a funny joke. It is a funny joke. I can't believe, do I need to? No, okay. Ah! Ah! Nope. Ah! Okay, I give up.
Remember, Tal, you call the shots here. If you feel like it's impossible, you can move on.
But we are not done with it, if that makes sense. Damn, it's late. Should be getting home. Cowder's been eating a ton lately after cram school. He'll probably have to have another growth spurt soon. Anyway, I'm closing up for today, and you should head home too. I feel like helping UI with his work has honed my nothing, because I'm perfect in every way, and I'm maxed out on everything. Take it easy, kid. Doing well? Hope you're also doing good. I'm doing great. Hi. I'm so glad you like the emojis. Engage. I'm speaking to... Whoa. Wow. Someone throw fish? Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Everyone, back to your positions. Hi, Oh God, gigantify the Tau, I see. Hi, sweetest save, how are you? Oh my, it says left joystick, doesn't it? Isn't that what it says? Oh. There you go, now you got Roblox channel, woohoo! Lav definitely doesn't play Roblox, no? It's all in Chinese. Apologies, Japan. Just caused a fucking international incident. Distinct from, it's very distinct from mainland China. All right. Suddenly Suddenly China, surprise. Okay. Sorry, Yuki.
Surprise communism. So if you want to vote for that, you can.
Ew! Why? I'm just being wholesome and loving my horses. Why would you do that to me, all that? It's okay, I'm over it. Oh my god. I'm crying. Love it. Fuck. That was really funny. But we are not done with it, if that makes sense.
Damn.
Hi,
late.
cuties. Welcome back.
getting
I'll let you finish your
Powder's
work.
been eating a
We
ton
will get
lately after
back
grad
into
school.
it. You'll probably have to have another throat split soon. Anyway, I'm close enough for
going
dinner.
as well.
You should head home too. I feel like helping you with his work has honed my nothing because I'm perfect in every way and I'm next.
Lovely
on
Lou.
everything.
Thank you for cheering the 5 biddies as well. Alrighty.
Take it easy, kid.
Oh, check
Doing well.
IRL.
Hope
Okay,
you're also
one
doing good.
second.
I'm doing
I'll check
great.
IRL, and this will be the last thing I can look at probably because I'm gonna tune in to this. Oh my God! Look at all of me. There's so many of me. I'm taking over your computer. Thank you so much, honey. Oh my goodness, thank you so much for the amazing support. YouTube Tau on the laptop, Twitch Tau on the other screen. Thank you so much. Thank you, darling.
Oh.
All right. Let's head back over here.
Never mind. Fucking where are you going?
Haha! Hello, darlings. Welcome on in. Let me get you guys your sound real quick. Nope, that's Discord. Boom. All right. Welcome back, lovely uppies. Wait, I gotta move this way. Well, yeah. Uppies. Yee, good lift. And exceptional engage. Uppies. Yee, good engage. Awesome Aussie. Uppies. Welcome back, you beautiful being.
To Alex, I'm really sorry to hear your living situation is really fucked and very complicated to explain or comprehend. I'm sending all my love and good energy your way. If you need anything at all or just want someone to talk to, my DMs are always gonna be open. I can't really do much, but all my prayers are focused on you. I hope things get better. I hope everything you're looking and wishing for comes to light.
Oh, it's very sweet, Lucy. Yes, I wish you the best, Alex, for sure. Awesome Aussie uppies. Good Aussie. Precious Patricia uppies. Good Patricia. I'm gonna chill out and listen to music. I'll see ya. Have a good one, Jet. Thanks for dropping in. Back to peak Sona. It's true. Ryoko. Thank you so much. Welcome back. Welcome back to you, honey bun. I settled on where to eat. Korean chicken place. Yummy. Good call. Hi there, cutie caution. Welcome back. Some uppies for you, Nix. Good, Nix. Enjoy your drawing. And Lucy, uppies. Good, Lucy. All right. Let's see here. What do we need to do here? We got 16 days until the change of heart occurs. So I wanted to prioritize. I've already got everyone. So counselor is maxed. Justice is maxed. Kasumi, whatever hers is maxed. So we're ready for royal content, as far as I know. Excited for Persona Day, as usual. I am too! I'm so excited. I love this game. It's such a great game. I guess I could go to... Welcome back, lovely. I always thought you would say my toast slice, jam slice. Toast slice, jam slice. Oya wants to hang? I know, but I don't really, I don't know. I don't really like Oya. Hoping the message got to him. Yeah, I'm sure it did, lovely Lucy. Alex kind of appears and disappears from stream fairly frequently. Thank you for the bleep cutie caution. Let me see.
do you know what we could do? We could go see I would say that the majority vote is you guys like Takemi. Okay, she doesn't want to hang out though. Damn, I think she's given up on me. Don't want to have to look again immediately. Sounds good, Ozzy. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Takemi, no! Said it was like, yay, no! Alrighty, fine. You know what? Maybe we'll go and do some quick. Let's do some laundry. You guys come here to watch me do laundry, right?
Okay.
Okay, this is all paint stuff, gold smudges, corruption. Corruption is one of the things that's a recent one, right? Space dust, corruption. I think yeah. Let's add all of our corruption ones. Most recent ones. Yeah, let's rush the word. Wow, I'm rich! 941K, let's fucking go! Oya is consistently the least pursued and least romanced of almost every confidant that makes an appearance in the main story and isn't optional. Bummer. I'm here just to watch you do anything. Aw, lovely Sally! Did you have fun watching the amazing Pocky do some crossover stuff with Persona? I was like tuning in a little bit and I was like, oh my god, this is crazy. Some of these girls are in like the most incredible outfits, and then there's like Persona characters. We're here to see you have fun and for the awesome vibes here. Oh, Ryoko! Well, you certainly contribute to the awesome vibes, my darling. Thank you for being here. Oh, we got snow! Tau only laundry stream coming up. Exactly. I am now on Jackass 4.5, so after that I'm caught up on the franchise. Congrats, Caution. I hope you've been enjoying it. Gotta lurk for a tiny bit. All good, Ozzy.
This one's a pretty dark rumor about a big shot producer in the entertainment industry. Apparently, he's been forcing young idols and other girls to have sex with him to move up in the ranks. It feels like he's just feeding off their dreams.
I can't overlook that.
Right? Anyway, have you heard of Shiro Asakura? It seems like he's behind these crimes. I'll be counting on you for the rest.
Okay, we have another thing to do. The head honcho in showbiz. There's one that confused me because her ass is in front of me. Wait.
Oh, scary.
I think I know the one you're talking about. I did see that character actually. Yeah. Oh yeah, okay. I really want to get to know King more. I do want to do that. For me, the reason I don't like Oya that much is just the strong lipstick and the bob. Oh, really? You would have liked her decently more? It's not even her looks for me. I just don't find her enthralling. Everyone else that like, even King, this kid, I found him more interesting than Oya. You know. Mishima always finding the crazy intel. I know. I'm like, where are you going for this? You're on a list of some kind, Mishima. Precious Pocky, how are you, gorgeous? It's so good to see you. The Persona girlies look stunning in the Nikkei collab with their maintaining the original art style. Yeah, it was really cool. I was just like, because I was on the phone with my parents, right? So I didn't get to hear anything, but I was just like, whoa. Some of these outfits, and then it's like button, and then it's like Makoto. And I'm like, ah! Whoa! But you guys, if you haven't checked out the preciousest of Pocket Shocks, you really should. Pocky does a lot of really, really excellent. She's been keeping up with like the Nikkei. She's like on the most recent thing for Nikkei. She is the one who like finished Persona 5 Royal first, like before me, and I was like, oh, obviously we aren't even done with it, but like I was like, oh, based on what she said about it, it sticks in my head that she said that it was one of the most like, correct me if I'm wrong about this, I may not know your exact quote, but I got the vibe that it was one of the most life-changing like video games that you've played. It made you like really introspective and stuff, and I love a game that does that. So I'm excited about that. She loves Atlas games. She's playing the fuck out of Metaphor Refantasio. She's super, super interactive, very hyperactive, very entertaining. She is an outstandingly wonderful, wise owl, and I am honored and privileged to call her not only a friend, but my Oshi. So if you would like to go check out my Oshi, you should. It's Precious Pocket Chalk. Beautiful Pucky, welcome on in. I hope you had a great time streaming today. All right, let's talk to King.
I can train you today if you're free. In exchange, I want to talk to you about something. Is that okay?
Metaphor is freaking awesome. Yeah, she's doing a great job through it too. I really love the identifiable Atlas, even though it's quite different from Persona. It's so identifiably Atlas, like the UI and stuff. It's fucking sick. Cutie Calne, welcome on in. Some games that left me introspective were the ones usually overshadowed by some vocal minorities. Interesting. Okay.
I want to tell you about Takekuma. Okay, I'll be waiting at the arcade.
Takekuma, I need to remember who that is. Is that the elite gamer? Pocky Chucky is an awesome, amazing, fun, positive, energetic, welcoming person who deserves all the love and success. These are facts. Every single one of these adjectives, facts. The battle is very Persona, but more aggressive. Yeah, I'm so happy that I got to find out about her and be welcomed into her community. Yeah, and you all would be. She's super, super welcoming, very sweet. She spends forever to make sure that she's gotten to every single message as well. So if you like that like very close kind of like, I know that I'm not, typing a message into the ether that no one's gonna read. She will make sure that she reads it. She's really, really good about it. P5R and Metaphor, honestly, among my top 5 games alongside RDR2, genuine peak. I loved RDR2, so I'm really excited to finish Persona 5 and crawl into your DMs crying and being like, you were right, it's such a good game. I don't think that I ever actually encountered Shinya once during both of my playthroughs. Interesting, okay. Let me see. Oh, shit, sorry.
When you can before or after the ad break. Can I send the buddy chomp pal friend chomp pal copy pasta? I wanna see if someone can clip it or turn it into a sound bite. I'd thought it'd be funny to hear you do it in a voice.
I don't know if I know that copy pasta. What is that literally it, or is there more to it? Let me see. I can't wait. Yay! Pocky, when are you streaming next? What'll you be playing next? Are you gonna continue Metaphor, or is there some more Nikkei stuff to do? My body is so tired right now. Too much mouse movements today. Oh, Calne, do you want to like stretch and go for a walk or anything, and then maybe go to sleep? One of them that planted the seeds of changing my worldview was the first Black Ops. Interesting. P5R is also in my top 5 amongst RDR2, Ace Combat 7, Genshin Impact, and Ready or Not. Gotcha. Surprise reveal, that copy pasta is where I got the whole sliced bread slice. Oh, really? Oh, I thought you made that one up, Nix. All right, let me see what Shinya has to say.
I mean, I couldn't do anything to him. There's just no way.
Hold on, I gotta see what he said.
I can't stop thinking about my battle with Takekuma.
It happens.
No, it doesn't. This is me we're talking about, remember? I've heard rumors of Takekuma. People say he uses cheat armor. You know what that is, right? He totally broke the rules by equipping it. I bet that's why my usual shots didn't work against him. That has to be the reason. But the next time we play, I'm definitely gonna demolish him!
I'm sure you can do it.
Yep! Even the Phantom Thieves had a comeback victory against Medjed. I'm gonna win next time. Just watch!
Hey!
The thing is, I told my mom about what happened with Takekuma, but she didn't really care. All she said was okay. It's probably because I lost. She doesn't like kids who lose. My mom once told me that we need to be strong because it's just the two of us. She said no one helps the weak. We just get preyed on. That's why I want to get stronger. Strong enough that we won't get preyed on. Strong enough that we be the predators. That's exactly who the Phantom Thieves are. The strongest, who can prey on anyone. Once I become the strongest, my mom will be able to count on me. The only way I can win is through games. And that's why I can't lose. What should I do about Takekuma's armor? The strategy I used last time didn't work.
You need a new strategy.
Of course! I'm definitely gonna win next time. And thanks. You're kind of like a big brother to me. I can talk to you about anything. I heard that that's what it's like to have a sibling.
I feel Shinya's brotherly affection. Oh, that's sweet. Laced bullets increases the success rate of an ailment-inflicting gunshot. Cool.
All right.
Takekuma, better watch out. Oh crap, look at the time. I gotta go.
I don't need more kindness. I'm perfect in every way. Look at me being maxed out on everything. Max, 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 max. Tomorrow, you're gonna do some more metaphor and then doing an off-stream watch-along of the Persona 3 movie on Monday. Oh, that's awesome. I don't know if I remember that there was a Persona 3 movie. You guys, please check out Precious Pocky, who is going to be live tomorrow with some more metaphor refantasio and then doing an off-stream watch-along. Go join her Discord, you guys, on Persona 3 on Monday. Very exciting. You guys, like I said, please check out Pocket. She is a fucking amazing fucking, hold on. My interface, sec. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, I'm back. God, this interface is killing me, dude. Yes, you guys, Pocky is an absolutely outstanding, super entertaining streamer. Like I said, she's super high energy. She's hilarious. She is one of the sharpest people, I reckon. As far as like her humor, razor sharp. Her wit, incredibly like razor sharp. Again, amazing. And she is just simultaneously on the cutting edge of being one of the kindest, most thoughtful, most wonderful people that you can meet in general, but also on Twitch. So please check her out. What I want to know is how you use cheat armor on an arcade cabinet. I also want to know that. Not exactly ones that get introspective after playing a campaign since they only play it for the action, not really storytelling and lore. That's fair caution. Nothing worse than a parent who doesn't invest in their child's interests. Yeah, a child's perspective. It is interesting, isn't it? Glad Tau has a YouTube. We stayed towed up here. 1 Tau for each monitor. Aw, thank you! Thank you so much for letting me be on both your monitors. It is a privilege. Sometimes it really does just take a kind ear to listen. It's true. We're the perfect human. Let me see. Produced by Void Interactive Tactical Shooters, ready or not, released on console on, gets hit by a truck. Sharpest tool in the shed, I see. Yes, Pocky is the sharpest tool in the shed. She's like, I'm like a baseball bat compared to her like katana level of sharp.
Oh, Tiger-san, I appreciate your input on that issue today. I sound like a grown-up, huh? Yeah, my mom says that a lot on her conference calls. That Takekuma, even thinking about him pisses me off. I'll beat him next time for sure. And since he might be cheating, normal training isn't gonna cut it. I gotta think of a new strategy by the time I challenge him.
I'll be cheering you on.
Thanks. I feel like I'm right on the edge of a good idea. Once I figure everything out, you should come train with me. I gotta be the best, like no one ever was. Or else my mom won't. Well, I'll definitely win next time. See ya!
No, I definitely didn't add that no one ever was.
Was Shido-san actually a bad guy?
I don't know anymore. I told you, you can't trust phantom thieves.
What's Akechi-kun saying?
If the country's in trouble, then Shido-san should be fine.
Ah, you're back.
All right. Do you still want to hang out, buddy? No, he doesn't. I don't want to talk to you. Sorry. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I know that I feel like I bet you that all of the characters in this are really fun to talk to, right? But I don't wanna. Why is Automod being such a buzzkill? Oh, it doesn't like the word chump. It's a bit silly that way. I got a better idea. I'm gonna send the buddy chum pal friend buddy pal friend chump pal copy pasta in the writing chat. It's probably a better idea because I don't want to accidentally fill or overwhelm chat with a wall of text. That's a good idea, Lucy. There was a movie, I just learned of it recently. No, it came out 3 years ago, apparently. What? Is it supposed to be good? Or is it gonna be something that you're gonna like have a bit of a giggle at, do you think? Maybe I'll go and sell some of these, some of this shit that I've got. Oh wait, EY! Hold on, that's right, I did want to spend more time with him.
lizard, lizard,
Lizard,
lizard,
lizard,
lizard,
lizard,
lizard,
lizard,
lizard,
lizard, lizard. I feel it in my bones. I'm totally gonna get it. Lizard! Okay, I'm counting that. It was close enough.
It's raining.
It's the only day because of all the rain. Don't forget to take care of the model guns, okay? What do you want? Do some work around the store. That should be fun for a gun enthusiast like you, eh? All right, we'll hang out with him. Good. Dusty, 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 dusty. He has a lizard on his neck? Coincidence? I think not. Just kidding. Useful to him. What could he do? Oh, he's not really a gentleman, is he? Ah, whatever. You want a pen case? Do you want to become a gentleman? Okay, he doesn't want to be a gentleman. Yikes, he didn't love that. Well, I'm judging you, EY.
See ya.
How dare you not want a leather pen case? Red would like it. Red is a gentleman.
That was not close enough. That was absolutely perfect. Hey, thank you.
Oh, hey, you free?
Tau, I'm free. See, you're free.
Only one promise left. You come with me. Things are rough right now, but I need your assistance.
I'm extra proud of today's curry. You'd better savor it.
Hey, you got an invitation from someone? Want to go upstairs and reply once you finish eating? And I have to say, that curry the chief is so proud of smells absolutely delicious.
I should do a cover of this song? You should. It is a beautiful song.
Only thing left to do is wait for the outcome. Hey, shouldn't you tell the others about that targeted mementos?
Yeah, but first, oh, wait, I said I would hang out. Yeah, let's go see her.
The last promise is being okay without you around. But there's something I want to show you before that. Can you come to my room today? I'll be waiting. This is one of the promise lists I made with my mom. See, everything on here is marked off as being done. But that's kind of wrong. There was one promise I lied about doing. One promise I never actually finished. It was get along with Kana-chan. This all started back when I was in elementary school. I used to get bullied pretty hard for how weird I was, and the other kids always accused me of cheating because I get perfect scores on my tests. Then one time, I turned in a test with nothing written down instead, but the school ended up yelling at my mom. My life at school was horrible. Sometimes, during recess, I just lock myself in the bathroom and cry. I didn't have a single friend. I was always alone. But then a girl named Kana transferred to my school. She was absent a lot at first, and then when she was there, the other kids bullied her like they did with me. But one day, she said something to me. Good morning. She started saying it every day from then on.
How did you react?
Well, to be honest, I completely ignored her the first few times. I thought the bullies had put her up to it. Without fail, she'd come over to me and say good morning. Then eventually I decided to say it back. It felt like my heart was gonna shatter into a million pieces, but apparently she'd been saying it to me the whole time because she thought we could be friends. She was the first person who didn't mind how weird I was. I was so happy about making a friend that I told my mom. That's when she added something to my promise list. Get along with Kana-chan. But I couldn't do it. One particularly windy morning, Kana-chan dropped her diary, and the pages flew everywhere. I didn't really mean to look, but I ended up seeing everything she had written down. And once I see something, I can't forget it. It was all so horrible. She wrote about how her parents hit her, how they made her take pictures in weird clothes. Kana-chan's diary was full of stories like that. And then when I asked her about it, she got really defensive. I felt terrible, but she just kept yelling at me for reading it. You didn't know any better. Yeah, but I couldn't really tell her that. I just froze up. And then I ran. I ran and ran, and I wanted her to stop yelling. I wanted to go back to how things were before. Kana-chan ended up moving away pretty soon after that. I haven't talked to her since. So, I lied. I lied to my mom. Even after Kana-chan left, I would tell her we were best friends. Every month, she'd write that promise on my list, and every month, I'd lie about it.
Hello!
I wish I could apologize to Kana-chan somehow. I really want to say I'm sorry. Sorry for not helping her. But she was going through even worse stuff than I was. Sorry for reading her diary. Sorry for running away. I hate being such a coward. But I think I might be able to face my fears now that I'm a promise-settling phantom thief. Get along with Kana-chan. I'm gonna do it for real this time. I didn't mean to tell you all that. Not even Sojiro knows. This is so embarrassing. You have to help me now. Got it? Understood. This is another part of our deal. It feels like Futaba is starting to depend on me. Oh, that's so fucking sad. I bet that this is gonna be a very tragic character, probably.
All right.
Well, I'm gonna get started on that right now. Time to go look up Kana-chan's deets. Oh, and sorry I wasn't too hospitable today. I don't have to wait for next time.
Okay.
Hi there, lovely welcome on in, how are you? Bro, give Futaba a hug. Girl's one of my favorite characters from this game. Yeah, she's a sweetie. Now, make like a cheetah and dash out of my room. Hope your day's going well, lad. You at work? Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. Hello? It's me. Something's not right, Tao. When I try looking at Kana-chan's contact info, my fingers suddenly start trembling. I know I promised myself that I'd do this, but when I remember how angry Kana-chan got, I get so scared. I'm right here with you. You're right. I couldn't talk about it to Sojiro, but now I have you on my side. I don't want to run away anymore. I won't give up on Kana-chan. Thanks, Tao. Talking to you about this really helped calm me down. I'm gonna do a little more research on Kana-chan. Oh, and, please don't tell anyone else about what we discussed today. Not even Sojiro, okay? Bye. Didn't wake up until 12, which is when my shift starts. Oh, ended up being almost 20 minutes late. Oh, I'm so sorry, lab. That's not great.
You're back.
I hope work goes well besides that. And thank you for the care package, Terrific Tower. How are you? Also, Valiant thank you for my little pal hat. Thank you, sweetie pie. How you doing? Tower, Vash, it's so good to see you, Bert.
I'm not sure why, but I feel restless for some reason.
We managed to steal Shiro's heart, but the reactions have been less than ideal. Yes, it has been quite difficult to relax. I wonder if people will be disappointed to find out what his true nature really is. It might be more than just plain old disappointment. Either way, it's better that it's better than letting people wow, I can't read this. Either way, it's better that than letting him keep deceiving people. Fuck! I can't. But even if his true nature becomes widely known, I wonder what results this election will bring. I guess we'll see. There really aren't many great politicians running, but anyone would be better than Shido. Anyways, let's wait for him to have that change of heart. We can talk more after that. That's a really good Haru Tao. Oh, thank you, Joseph. I'm glad you like it. Let's see. At least she didn't seem upset like she has in the past. That's good. Doing well playing Risk of Rain 2 with Umbra and another friend. It's been fun. That's great, Vash. I'm so happy you guys are having a good time. Tell Umbra I say hi, and your friend, and you're the friend as well. Bed, here I come. Okay, Precious Prime. Thank you so very much for dropping in and saying hi. It's always a pleasure. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Got about a minute left of my break. I'll see you all in my 30 minutes. Sounds good, lovely. Have a good time. Have a good day. Oh, it's her. Oh, and we've also got, I think she's done with me. Yeah, she doesn't want to talk to me. You, however.
I need help at the shop. Stop by if you can.
Ah, Umbra, hello. Welcome on in. Uppies for you. I hope you're enjoying Risk of Rain with Umbra. Let's go see if we can get to know him a bit better.
Oh, it's freezing. Good.
Risk of Rain is such a banger soundtrack. Sick! Someone at the door. All good, Red. And thank you for the head pat, lovely Umbra.
See ya.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, that was quick. That was fast. I just saw the weather. Did the Matter Baby hit your area? Matter Baby. I don't think so, Billy. We got some sun out here. What's going on? What's up with the weather, Billy? And welcome on in.
The special on the Phantom Thieves incident was cancelled. I heard a Ketchikan would be on it too.
I heard it was to avoid causing confusion about the election. They should ignore pranks like that. They said all those awful things to make Shido-san look bad, but it makes me want to support him more.
The more skilled you are, the more enemies you have. I want to see him absolve those rumors for good.
I can't believe they're still saying crap like that. It's like they're brainwashed or something. When I think about how he used us. Oh, damn it! It pisses me right the hell off! Ugh, it'll be fine. Soon he'll spill his guts, and then everyone will know that we were right. Just wait and see. I just gotta grit my teeth until then.
What's the matter, baby? Oh my god, fuck. I did fall for that. Damn. I did fall for that. Good job. Nice try. Damn. I was like, wait, what's happening? Do you guys know something I don't know? I think I'm partially like, like, I thought that was legit because I know that Soritsa was woken up at 2 a.m. in Japan by the earthquake alarm, and I'm like, oh shit, could that be like, you know, is it more of the world falling apart a little bit or what? Door, not my door being knocked. Oh, that's good, okay. It's okay, Tao, it happens to the best of us. I am also a very gullible person, clearly. I don't really want to go do that. Oh, shibby people watching. It's time again. All right. Yosuke, my boy. I came here to see you. Where do you want to go? We'll hang out. He wants to people watch, so we'll do that. Yusuke is looking ahead with an intense light in his eyes. It seems observing people is a good source of information for him.
Shall we return home?
We shall.
Ah, you're back.
All right. Oh yeah, I don't want to talk to him. So sorry. Nearly 6 a.m. Oh God, it's time I went to sleep. You haven't slept since D&D. Ginks, please get some sleep. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Dream of torturing Volians more, okay? We'll see you next time, okay, gorgeous geeks. Thank you very much for being the most incredible DM. And I apologize for interrupting you last night. But you did such a great job writing that when you revealed that it was Valor, I was like, oh shit, into the mic, and I was like, shh, shh, Tao, shh. Sleep well, sweet geeks, sleep well. Let's see, I'm not falling for it, Lucy. Persona, hi there, precious princess, welcome on in, how are ya? People watching is quite fun, as long as you're not weird about it, that's true, that's true. Okay, what am I doing? Oh yeah, I wanted to go sell my clothes. That sounds weird, you know what I mean. Is that in, I can't go to certain spots. Is it in Kichijochi? I think it is this right?
Nice try! Don't make me get the duct tape. Okay, no, I'm wrong. It's not there. Fuck. Is it here? No. Was it supposed to be in Ikebukuro? I don't know. And I can't go to some of these. Oh, wait, no, I think it's in Akihabara. Akihabara? Is this where you sell? Where can I sell the clothes? Where do I sell the clothes? Shibuya? Oh, it might have been, was it Shibuya? Fuck. Does anybody know? Where is Save? Where is Save? I've lost my Save. There's Save. Hi, Suda. Holy shit. Thank you so much for the raid. You guys, that's a back-to-back raid from Sweetest Save. He saved us on Friday, and by that I mean he raided us on Friday, and now he's raiding us again for our very next team. How was Project Pit, by the way? You guys, this is the amazing and sweetest Save File 17. Hold on, let me just double check something real quick. Real quick. I just gotta check on something. Okay, cool. I can. You guys, I think this is a wonderful time to tell you and Save's wonderful community, in case he hasn't said it yet, there may be a special Save type of guest for our Voicer Choicer on Tuesday. So you guys have overwhelmingly voted to try Voicer Choicer on Tuesday. We may have a Save File 17 on the stream, very possibly. I think we'll do just you guys and me for a bit. And then we may very well have the pleasure of Save's company to do some double dubbing with us, which would be a fucking blast. You guys, this is the wonderful Save File 17. If you haven't met him yet, if you haven't heard from me about how wonderful he is, which you definitely have because I talk about him constantly, Save is an amazing, amazing streamer. His main game is like Hearthstone, but he will pretty much always play Hearthstone for several hours, and then he will move over to something else completely unrelated to Hearthstone. Like today, he did Project Pit. Let me show you guys what Project Pit is in case you weren't here for last week when my stream shit itself. Fuck me. Hold on, I gotta exit the family view. One moment, please. Beep boop, beep boop, beep boop. Wait, what? Huh? Okay, cool. I just can't type. Good news. I just can't type. It's not that yeah, okay. Here. Let me show you. This game is hilarious. I actually really wanted to watch Save play this because I bet he was hilarious. And did you also, he's also fucking brilliant. Did I mention that? I don't think I have this time. Save is super, super, super intelligent. And I wouldn't be surprised if he managed to like figure out some kind of a, I don't know, pattern or like machine, self-made machine that made this so that he just had to sit there and like hold the button to generate ducks. Is that what you did? How did you, we got to phase 2 and moved beyond ducks. Wait, there's more than ducks in the project? What did you do? Hi there, Precious Persimmon, welcome on in. How are you? Vitalina, why do you have 2 Tau tabs? I guess you just like me that much. Back to back for you, and yet I had another stream between them. Fascinating. What? What? Viola, hi there, lovely Viola. Welcome on in. How are you? And beautiful Bira. Hi, beautiful Bira. It's in Kichijoji. Thank you so much. I will go there. I need to sell clothes. It's Project Pit, not Project Duck. Projects. That's my duck sound. Do you like it? That's Kichijoji. Thank you so much, beautiful Bira. I told you can automate it. Yeah, I bet he figured it out too. Probably very quickly. That's sick. Are you gonna play some more of it, Save? This was such a fun and goofy game, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's like some kind of secret, I don't know, some kind of secret lore that Save probably discovered. I didn't get it fully automated, but we did get 1 billion fans aimed at the pit and we're able to get like 190 duck combo. That's insane. So I'm guessing that the weights of the other things that aren't ducks must go up, and then you have to re-strategize because the fans don't carry the thing or something like that. I'm glad you're doing well, Precious Persimmon. You're having some mushrooms for dinner. What kind of mushrooms are you having? Just mushrooms? Donald Duck just here? I used to be able to talk like that too, but now I can't. But yes, you guys, please check out the lovely and sweetest SafeFile17. He is an amazingly dear friend of mine, of the channel. He is a joy to talk to. If you guys go on into his stream, even when he's playing Hearthstone, I promise you, you will have a nonstop banger of a time. Even though he plays Hearthstone. In fact, I've spent easily like 1,000 or 2,000 hours probably in there by now. And today I proved that I know absolutely nothing about Hearthstone. I don't even know the scoring system, dude. I said, as I was leaving to go talk to my parents, I said, hey, Save, have good luck on the 12 out of 12. And he says, wait, what do you mean? That means I've lost every one of it. I'm like, fuck, I don't know. I don't know how this gets scored. I just thought it was like, 12 matches out of 12 matches, you win. But apparently that's not what that means, and I don't know what it means. And I said, okay, then 0 out of 12. He said, oh, you want me to lose every single one? I'm like, wait a second. What the fuck? Anyway, I'll stick to not comprehending or even trying to comprehend Hearthstone and just going in there and spending like 4 or 5 hours just talking because he's hilarious. He's got a bazillion clips, by the way. If you go on in there and mention my name, he will bring up probably a clip of me saying whatever you have just said. He's collected many Tau clips over the year. But he also has a ton of other awesome clips from all over the place. He's got tons of Simpsons clips. He's got Star Wars. He's got Star Trek. He's got fucking lots of other VTubers. He also has an anime voice turn where he will be Yugi and Joey, and he will have a conversation, a full-on improv conversation. It's very entertaining. Highly recommend that you redeem that over and over and over and over. Don't tell him that I told you to do that over and over and over and over. Iridius, thank you so much for the care package, darling. But yes, sweetest Save, thank you so very much for the amazing raid. Raiders, if you got a raid run, that's totally cool. If you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. Sweetest Save, when is your next stream and what will you be next playing? And what other sponsored stuff are you kind of thinking of doing? He also did some Marvel Strikers yesterday, which was very fun to watch him play, even though I also didn't understand that. I don't understand a lot of things. He's a big Genshin player, by the way, so if you go on in there, he's recently been getting through like the most recent Genshin patch stuff, and he will talk to you endlessly about that as well. He has a motorcycle girl that has a flaming motorcycle. If you like that character, you want to go hang out with him while he plays Genshin. And also, in case, I don't think that Strat's done it yet. Yeah, Strat's lurking. So let me show you guys where you can join him for a bunch of other super fun stuff, as well as on his main channel. He also has a channel specifically dedicated to variety streaming, and he does a lot of other really cool stuff on there. I'm doing very well, Precious Persimmon. Thank you for asking. How are you? The meeting was called by a person reaching the west of reaches. The west of reaches, reaching the west of reaches. I think we need to rename the west of reaches. Yes. The fans carry the next thing, but indeed far less than the ducks. But the ducks cap out at being worth $4. The next thing is worth $80. Big step up. Is it tickling the part of your brain Save for like innovation? Out of curiosity. I ordered ribs and curry goat for dinner. Wow, that sounds pretty bomb. Engage, enjoy. Oyster mushrooms stir fried with garlic and black pepper. Fresh tomatoes and pickles on the side with whole wheat bread. Viola, can I come over for dinner? That sounds phenomenal. Tau, I sent the copy pasta in the Discord. Oh, thank you. Voice act to your heart's content. I'll have to have a look at it, hun. Let me see. You answered me. Wait, I did? About what? Sorry. Tau, it's 512. Wait, what does that mean? What does 512 mean? What does that mean? Probably for the best you don't think too hard about it. About scoring? To be honest, Save is so good, I think you get 13 wins. I agree, Engage. Wins first, losses second. So 0-12 would be 0 wins, 12 losses. Oh, fuck, so I should have said 12/0? Ah, wins first, oh! See, that's confusing because I think of things in like kill-death ratio, right? So kill is good. You want high kill, you want low death. So, I don't know what I'm saying. We got 12 and 8 wins today, so very good. Hope your personaing is going well. Does that mean you got 20 wins total? That's very good. That's awesome. Strike Force, but close enough. Marvel Strikers, Strike Force. Marvel Striker Force. Marvel Strike Forces. Sorry. I'm so done. Hearthless and Strikles. Yeah. Unfortunately, I'm more of a ZZZ fan. I bet you if that gets sponsored, Save will try that out for you. He also has played like Arknights as well. You also have a motorcycle girl in this game. Yay, motorcycle girls! That's true. I wonder if any has done Art of Persona Makoto and Genshin Mavuika together. Probably worth research. Save. Let me know if you find something. Innovation, a little. Number go up, a lot. Number go up. We love number going up. Since tomatoes are actually a fruit, ketchup is a jam. So next time someone asks for a PB&J, I'll make them a PB and ketchup. Ugh, no, Piera, don't do that. Hop on a plane. It's just what, 11 hours? Yeah, that's like nothing for what you're making. Fuck, I'd be on the plane for 20 hours. That sounds bum. I remember the time I asked my question to. Oh, Violet, they'd already answered. My bad. Gotcha. Oh, about the Hearthstone scorching. Yes. It's in writing if you look for it. Thank you, Lucy. Next stream is 14-ish hours from now. Might be all Hearthstone, though. Maybe showing a trailer for the Lanterns TV show. Very cool. 20 wins, 6 losses. Oh, wait, that's a lie. I only lost 4 times. Yay. Wait, 20 wins, 6 losses is 12 plus 6? Or is it 6 losses? 12 plus, if there's 12, if it's like a 12, if it's 12. I should not try and figure this out live. I'm too dumb for this. I saw it every time. Arknights Enfield fanboy here. Hell yeah! Oh, I say it every time. That's true. Red is an Arknights Enfield boy. Mavuika is so good. I love her so much. Aha! Then you will love Save because he loves her too. I tried a peanut butter and sardine sandwich. Not great. Ugh, I can't stand sardines. 12 wins, 1 loss, then 8 wins and 3 losses on the next run. Mathing! Ah! What is math? I didn't start streaming to do math. I don't understand numbers, Yugi. Exactly, Persimmon. I don't understand numbers, Yugi. I can't do the Yugi part because my brain's entirely Joey. But you guys, please check out Save, who's gonna be doing all Hearthstone tomorrow in about 14 hours from now. Maybe watching a trailer for the Lanterns TV show as well, but he is also going to be plenty available for chatties. So again, like I said, even if you're not super into Hearthstone, go and talk with him. He has hundreds of people watching him, but he will totally engage with you like one-on-one. It's great. And if you come in like 2 weeks ago and then you next visit like tomorrow, he'll be like, oh yeah, and you had mentioned that you left for that doctor's appointment. How'd that go? Or, oh, did you ever finish the game that you were playing? Like he's got killer memory. It's actually amazing. Never ever try and pull one over on Save though. He will call you out. I guarantee it. But yeah, please check out Save. He's awesome. And like I said, even if you don't check him out tomorrow, he's gonna be making an appearance on my stream when we do Voice of Choicer. We'll probably do a couple of hours with just me so that you guys we can like have that dynamic that you guys are used to, and then he's gonna join me and we're gonna try and do some voice acting together. It'll be really fun. So for those of you who were like in Neo Greg's stream and you're like, oh, you know what? I would like to see Save do this. He's gonna be doing that on my stream with any luck, hopefully. But yeah, please check him out. You'll see me there pretty often. I'm this coming week is gonna be a little bit fucked for me, but like generally I am there. Even if I'm working, I will see people. I saw Ozzy come in shortly after I left today. I saw Storm come hang out yesterday a little bit. I'm watching, always watching, If you get a ZZZ sponsor, go in full-blown blind. I've played ZZZ for the first month it was out. I did have a good time. If you like DMC, you're gonna love this game. I've been a proxy for 2 years and brought a lot of people into the game. No doubt in my mind, you'll find a favorite character. Yeah, no, I did like it. I just, gacha games don't get me, But I love the character designs always. My brain used to be entirely doughy, but then I delved too greedily and too deep with a Q-tip. Lots of cotton in there now. When last they did a scan of my brain, there's a bunch of gray spots, but it turns out it's just cotton balls. Love that game from the skies and back. ZZZ. My current team outdoors is 3 new stellar conduct characters and Mavuika, because I need her to explore. That's fair. I mean, she does fly, which is pretty sick. Hi there, Terrific Tinpin. Welcome on in. Never mind, I checked. Australia to Spain is like 22 plus hours or more. Oh, there you go. I see. I said I would. I told you I would fly double 11 hours. I'm on my way. Please just leave me some mushrooms, Viola. Thank you for the care package, beautiful blue. You gotta go. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. I put it as a testimonial quote whenever possible. Wait for... Oh, your favorite bar. I still got another half a kilo in the fridge. Awesome! Yummy, yummy. Ow. I hit my hand on my microphone. I don't know if you heard that. But yes, you guys, please check out Student Save. I've only been talking about him for 15 minutes now, but you really should check him out. He's a wonderful, he's a fantastic dude. He's an awesome streamer. He's hilarious. He's sharp. He's awesome, and he's a huge nerd for all sorts of sci-fi stuff. So please have a looky-loo at him. And Save, thank you so incredibly much for the raid. If you have been streaming those long hours, I happen to know. I saw the timestamp, and I've been lurking in your streams. So, but yes, please, if you gotta go to bed or go eat or go sleep or go for a walk or go play Uno or some other card game to chill out or, something like that, please don't hesitate to do so. I promise to take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back for them. To your lovely community, hi everybody, I'm Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger, Vtuber, and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. I am also a professional artist, so if you come on in on Fridays, you will see Save atop my head while I am stalking him from the shadows. On his stream, and yeah, we work on art that you guys get to vote on, and then you get to request music. We also are finishing up Persona 5 Royal, well, Persona 5 base, and then we have the Royal versions, so, and we're set for Royal content, so we're probably gonna be finishing this game in the next, like, week, if not today, but then we'll be doing the DLC stuff, expansion, I don't know what Royal is, but the extra shit for the next few weeks. We're also gonna be playing Blood of Dawnwalker as soon as that comes out, because that's been my most anticipated game of the year. And what else do we do? Final Fantasy XIV Heavensward. We are also playing through that for the first time, so please no spoilers for either Persona or Final Fantasy. And we do demo days typically on Tuesdays Aussie time, but this week we have the glory to the save file. He's going to be joining us for some Voicer Choicer. I'm so excited, dude. It's gonna be so much fun. Lovely little lady kitten, hi. That's a very cute name. Welcome on in. 20-hour flights, all brutal. Tell me about it. Whenever I go back to the States and visit my family, oof. All right, I should eat something, though I always feel bad leaving even temporarily after 15 minutes of marathon being too sweet. Not at all sweet as Save. You're the one who rated in with your amazing community. Thank you so very much. It's an honor and a privilege every single time. Thank you so much. Go get food. Go get food! You finished the Twin Maids are amazing. Save forced us to come here. Oh, well, I hope he's not forcing you to stay. You don't have to be here if you don't want to be, but we'd love to have you. And, you know, like I said, Save's gonna be on the stream in just a couple of days. Just a couple of days. I feel like I'm mimicking a, like an old TV dog. I don't remember what show was that from? Anyway, longest flight I've taken was Melbourne to Berlin with a short stop in Doha. Doha, where is that? All in all, it took around 20 hours. Usually when I go home, I have about, I don't get home for about, from the time that I wake up and head to the airport in Tassie to the time that I am in the bed at my parents' guest house, that's about 30 hours, usually. Between 28 and 30 hours, usually. Dude, she's like leagues above Vivian. It's not even close. I don't even know what that means. Cluj, Romania, it's a 3-hour flight. You know what? Living in Europe would be such a cool thing, to be honest. All right, you guys, let me see here. Oh, you said it was, oh, fuck. Dude, it was
Did you say
huge.
it was Shinjuku?
Dude, it was, no, you said Kichijoji. I'm like almost positive. It was also 50 bucks. Oh my God, like euro? That's so reasonable. I wish that I could get anywhere for 50 bucks. I don't think you could get to the other side of the state for 50 bucks. All right, where's the, oh, I found the clothes. We're gonna buy some clothes at the soup store. My trips to Southeast Asia leave about 7 a.m. and get there in my condo at about noon or 6 p.m. 2 days later, depending on which legs were available. Yeah, that sounds about right. Southeast Asia, are you currently in the US, little lady? The Australian mind cannot comprehend spending €7 and flying to another country where they speak a whole other language. It's true. Oregon coast, got it. Yep, that sounds about right. Yeah, it's so bizarre. And then when you go back home from Southeast Asia, or back to the US from Southeast Asia, and then you're like, oh, wait, I've been flying for 20 hours and yet it's the same day. That's how I feel when I go back to Australia. I mean, from Australia to the US. Bus only goes to Portland at 7 a.m., so sit there at the airport until like 3 p.m. to fly out. Oh, that sucks! Then you don't get to sleep in or anything. Boo. I had a $50 flight after I checked myself in the luggage as a blood bag. As a blood bag, no! Okay, corruption. I think I'll keep the corruption ones. Oh God, please. Oh, fuck. No, you know what? I won't keep the corruption one. We're just gonna be, we're millionaires! Let's go! 500 points. Oh, actually, what are the prizes again? All non-special ailments. I have so many points. Clothing grab bag. Dumb. No thanks. Decrease defense of all foes for 3 turns. Lowers accuracy invasion. Awake incense. Here's all non-special. Wait, what was this one? Here's all non-special ailments. Oh, for 1 ally versus all allies. An ultimate spray is all stats of 1 foe for. Ooh. I might grab like. Oh, I can only get 3 of them. Rude. Okay, fine. Well, then I'll get 3 of these too. You better restock. I'm not being very tempted by your current prizes. 50 more billion frequent flyer miles. Morbius Airlines. And then when Tau flies back, somehow 2 days passed. It's true. That is also true. Oh man, the first trip that I had back to Australia from the US, I remember booking something for like, I was intending to do the day after I got back, but I was in the air when that happened. Oops, I didn't mean to do that, sorry. Good, insert regionally specific time of day here. Hello there, sweetest Storm Talon, how are you? Absolute Morbin time. All right, let's go back to Young and Jaya, which I'm maxed on both of them. Valos, Valiant Valos. Thank you so much for the lurk, honey bun. I appreciate it. All right, we'll just go to bed, I think. Wait, actually, does she, hold on. Was this from yesterday? Does she want help today? No, she doesn't. Damn. Okay. Well, can I? It's evening? Can I go see what, she in Shinjuku? Yeah, she is. I'm a millionaire. I can get around with 160 yen. It's not a big deal. If I can work there tonight, that will, I do like her. What is her name? Is it this way? Oh, okay. I guess I can't. Is it not open on Mondays? It's just Sundays, right? I think it is just Sundays. Tao yelling at random people after flying across the world. What year is it? I did once fly back to Australia during the New Year. Like, I was in the air for the New Year, and I was very confused when I landed. I take it you kicked Cheeto's behind. How did you enjoy the fight? It was badass. It was so cool. Okay, I guess I'll go home. Wait, Crossroads. Oh, that's right. Crossroads? Is she available? Oh, yeah! Escargot, that's it. I don't really mind, but keep yourself in check, okay? Can I help you?
Oh.
I don't need more kindness, but I do get to meet new people.
It's all you.
Well, I guess I'll have you start immediately then. It's almost time for the customers to arrive, so good luck. Hi there, sweetest Strider. Welcome on in.
The customers seem to be enjoying themselves. Make sure you learn well from Lala's hospitality.
Lala is the best. I do like her a lot.
Work, honey.
Thanks for your help. A miner like you should probably be getting home around now. Yeah, more money to my millionaire
See you.
the bank account wallet. I'm still underage, sad, and it's a dark place at night. Okay, I thought I was gonna get to maybe gather another target for mementos, but I wasn't. It's fine. Helping out lovely Lala makes me happy.
This campaign season's really heating up.
Are they going to allow this election to continue? They have to! We can't just not have a prime minister!
I'm fine with Masayoshi Shido. Not like we have any other options.
Yeah, I guess I'll vote for Shido-san too. All right.
You think Shido's gonna become the prime minister at this rate? With Akechi-kun and Shido-san, it feels like some heroes have been born this year.
Well,
That's right. The turning point of any era is when a hero is born. They address everyone's fears and worries and skillfully carry out a revolution. Representative Shido is like that, don't you think?
A hero? Him? Don't make me laugh. This is getting really bad. We need to make everyone realize it.
All right, we gotta go on a very quick break, sweetie pies. So while Save gets food, you now have probably 30-ish minutes to say what you really think of me.
I will.
Please make sure that you guys hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. For those of you who have just come in with the raid who are lurking, every hour we go on a 3-minute break, and that is just so that if you cannot afford to subscribe or you do not wish to subscribe, I still don't want you to miss any content. So that's why we're walking away for just 3 minutes, and I'll see you in 3. Engage? I'm talking to you. I'm speaking directly to you, Engage. I'm moving through the screen. I am moving through the screen into your ear holes. Here I come. Here I come. Hi, Engage. How are you? I look like some kind of bizarre mosaic. Hi. I'm so glad you like the emojis. Engage. I'm speaking to... Whoa. Wow. Someone throw fish? Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Everyone, back to your positions. Hi, Save. Oh God. Gigantify the towel, I see. Hi, sweetest Save. How are you? Oh my...
onto my lunch. Jesus. Sucker.
64? I don't think there was 64, but I think we might have 60 deaths. Or was it 59? I forgot. Are we counting the time where we died because it was programmed into the game? Thank you for the care package. Yeah. I'm so glad you like the emojis. Engage. I'm speaking to... Whoa. Wow. Someone throw fish? Don't you dare. Don't you... Everyone, back to your positions! Hi, Save! Oh God, gigantify the towel, I see. Hi, sweetest Save, how are you? Oh my... It's all in Chinese. Apologies, Japan. I just caused a fucking international incident. Distinct from... It's very distinct from mainland China. All right. Suddenly China, surprise. Okay. Sorry, Yuki.
Surprise communism.
but we are not done with it, if that makes sense. Damn, it's late. Should be getting home. Powder's been eating a ton lately after cram school. He'll probably have to have another growth spurt soon. Anyway, I'm closing up for today, and you should head home too. I feel like helping UI with his work has honed my nothing because I'm perfect in every way, and I'm maxed out on everything.
Let me see.
Hi, sweethearts. I'm gonna talk to you until you're done with your words while I chew on gum. I can't believe. Do I need to? And we'll get back into it. Hi, Awesome Aussie. No. Okay. No. Okay, I give up. That was great, wonderful, thoughtful, amazing, unintentionally hilarious, and amazing. Sadu! You were far too sweet. Oh, welcome back to I didn't see that.
Oh, now you got Roblox channel. Woohoo!
Welcome back, sweet Sadu.
Bob definitely doesn't play Roblox. No.
Cutie Soipa, welcome in / back. Welcome back, Precious Patricia. Well done, you guys. Holy shit. Excellent work. I would say excellent decision, but actually, yeah, you decided to win, right? Right? That's right. All right. Whoa, hey, so let's save, okay. Awesome Aussie, Yee, good Aussie. Welcome back, sweetest setter. Welcome back, Nix, my toast slice, jam slice. I am enunciating very clearly. Uppies for you, Nix. Good, Nix. Precious Patricia. Uppies. Ew. Good, Patricia. Lovely live. Welcome back, sweetest setter. Alrighty. I'm just checking to see if I can unplug my phone, which I can. Did you see the Maid Twins? Oh, I didn't. Sorry. Can you remind me right before our next break so that when I tab out, I can have a look? Sorry about that, dog. All right. Oh man, we got so many people. Oh wait, you! I really want to get. I want to help this kid. Honestly, I want to help this kid.
Practice is the only way you'll ever manage to get better. Let's practice hard today. You're gonna come, right?
Yeah, I am.
All right. You ready? The games are on me today. Just be sure to keep up.
I can pay for myself. I'm a millionaire. Can't see well, is Tao back? I am, sweet Estrida. Hi, I'm back. How are you?
Don't worry, I have a lot of money on me today.
Why?
Now let's get to it. Get into your stance. Come on. No, too slow.
Shinya is playing erratically. Uh-oh.
Hey! Give him his money back.
Uh-oh.
What the? Just ignore them. Oda! You took his lunch money, didn't you?
Oh no, kiddo.
He forced you into a battle, right? Yeah. And when I lost, he told me I owed him money. Who do you think you are? The king? Huh? I didn't take it, I earned it! That money is for my war fund, to help me get stronger. What the hell does that mean? You're crazy, just like your mom.
Oh no, what a fucking train wreck.
I heard your mom was being weird at a restaurant the other day, too. A waiter caught her leaving without paying, and she said that she just forgot. She even snapped at the manager and told him his employees needed to be better trained. Just shut up! My mom says that your mom is a bully, and you're just like her. You bastard. Shut up! I'm the strongest, the best, the king! If you want your money back, you'll have to beat me. He's not making any sense. Somehow, some way, you're gonna pay us back.
Oh boy.
The only thing you're good at is playing games. Huh? You're just like the bad guy in a movie. I hope the Phantom Thieves get you. Oh.
No way.
A bad guy? Me? Really? Even though I'm strong? I'm not a bad guy, am I?
You should return the money.
But I won! I'm the stronger one! So how am I the bad guy? I guess I already knew that. I felt bad even when I was winning. I won't do it again. I don't want to be a bad guy.
I believe in you.
Yeah. Thanks. Hey. Do you hate me now?
I'm worried about you.
No way. Sorry, I promise that I won't do that again. So please don't hate me. The Phantom Thieves are strong because they defeat strong enemies, right? Beating up on weak opponents. That's bullying. That's what bad guys do. I was wrong. Thanks, Taiga-san. I wouldn't have realized this on my own.
Oh, kid. I get the feeling his mom sucks. Allows you to use down shot 3 times per infiltration.
Right.
I forgot what that does.
I'm gonna head home now. I need to think about what I did.
I'm too kind already. I don't need any more kindness.
I don't actually need any more of any of this, but
Bye. I'll see you later. Bye.
And thus the realism hits the child. It's true. It's true. Are we the baddies? He has a bad parent and that affects his worldview. Exactly. Parental neglection. Yeah, neglect.
I'm so glad you picked up. Hey, Taiga-san, where did I go wrong? I just wanted to be strong like the Phantom Thieves, but somehow I turned into a bad guy without even noticing. And the more I thought about everything, the more scared I got. Taiga-san, are you sure you aren't gonna hate me?
I'm your big brother, right?
Oh, yeah, you are. I won't make the same mistake ever again. Trust me, big brother.
Oh.
I feel a little better after talking to you. Thanks, Taiga-san. I don't know what I would do without you. Okay, I'm gonna hang up now. See you at the arcade.
Hi there, sweetest space cat. Got a capybara
Too
pets in
bad.
Minecraft.
Here's some
Cute.
more kindness. You are awesome and I'm glad to have found this community, especially as you are a fellow Tasmanian, and also your crazy antics have left me laughing to the point of crying at times lol.
Aw, thank you, Alex. That's so kind of you. It is an honor to be a Tasmanian. Hi there, dear Speranza. Welcome on in. How are you? And Recon, hi. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the care package. Thank you so much for those kind words, Alex. You're very sweet. The election battle has reached the halfway point. The polls for each election ward have remained the same, though. Does this mean Shido's victory is guaranteed? That would be the case.
I wonder if voting will shift if Shido has a change of heart.
Nobody will vote for him once they find out he's a criminal. Assuming they find out before they vote. That's the important part. We would prefer him to announce his crimes before the election.
But if the change of heart doesn't make it, the election will just go as expected.
We have to believe. Is the implication that he extorted them for money for microtransactions? I don't know if it's microtransactions. I think he may have extorted them for money so he could get more money to play the arcade box game. I am sweet because I'm currently eating chocolate. Yummy. What kind of chocolate? Yeah, I'm sure it'll happen beforehand. All we can do is change his heart. We should be able to put a stop to this if we succeed. Nobody will vote for him when they find out he's a criminal. Ha 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 ha, or Ryuji. That's basically what all politicians are anyway. Yeah. If he does get a change of heart, hits him, wouldn't he be more responsible? Well, we can always hope, but it's possible that his movement has taken on legs of its own, which is what's quite dangerous about it, I reckon. You had to complete Japanese Bernie Sanders, which you did. I did. The Shido Palace was that point. If you don't complete him by then, he falls into supporting Shido for his speeches. Oh, really, Double? Oh, damn. Okay, interesting. Yeah, no, I'm really glad that we did that. Cadbury milk chocolate buttons, yummy. Got a big bag of them from a shop called No Frills, yummy. I think he's just crying in a room. It's possible. How is my plant? Still healthy. Is there anything else that I can find in the shady commodities section? I have so much money right now. Model gun. Homunculus protects from insta-kill attacks one time. 120k? Holy fuck. I have a move for that, dude. Oh, I guess this is all insta-kill attacks, right? So you're invincible for one entire turn. From magic or physical. Japanese Bernie Sanders, that's a crazy comparison. I get it though. What was your reaction to the scene with Ryuji? Don't spoil anything. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't think did we have a scene with Ryuji? I'm not maxed out on him, so I'm not sure if that's what it would require. What is this? A divine crown that can save many people? What the fuck is this? This is me legitimately asking, what does the Salvation Crown do? You guys, it's not a spoiler if you tell me what a Salvation Crown does. What is it? I believe they mean the part after you beat Shido. Oh, sorry. Okay, like when we thought that Ryuji died? Yeah, no, I was worried. I was very worried. If you haven't fought the boss yet, you haven't seen it yet. No, we did beat him. You got a gifted. Let's go. Ascended, it's good to have you, honey. I hope you enjoy the ad-free viewing and the handmade emotes. Hi, sweetest Steve. Welcome on in. It heals everyone fully, and I think it also cures status ailments. Wait, really? What? It's an accessory though, right? It's not a one-time use. Is this just? And homunculus works for anyone in the party. Oh. Yeah, that's wild. Wait, it makes you Jesus? It lets you use it as an ability? Wow! Oh, I actually have a persona that does the salvation skill. I'm pretty sure. For a split second, I got really scared that I had accidentally spoiled something. I'm very sorry. Oh no, that's okay, Patricia. I'm so sorry. I thought that there was like supposed to be a moment like what happened with Akechi, depending on like how your how high up your confidency is. So I thought it was like that kind of a thing, but no, it was a cutscene. The cutscene scared me. It's expensive as fuck in terms of stamina though. Right, that's fair. Regardless of which persona you have equipped, it makes you Jesus. Full heals all allies and cures almost all status ailments. It's Messiah's signature move. Yeah. Okay, I probably won't get it because I actually already have at least one persona that does that, but I would like to grab... Is there anything for SP in here? No. I'll grab some of these. Just in case. I have 7 of those, I have 5 of those. I'll go until I have like 7 of these. 7 of each. Okay. You're looking for an SP accessory? Accessory or just a consumable. I was hoping they might have one, but they don't on here. Or if they did, we're sold out. Hi there, Amazing Ultima. How are you? Woo! You're still going at it. How far are you in now? Ultima, we are in the last segment, I believe, of the base game. So we still have lots of royal content to do. But I don't know what I'm doing. I'm going to bed. That's what I'm going to do. There is something of the sorts, but I don't know if you have access to it. I am maxed out on the commodities thingy. Oh, I know what I'll do. I have some of these. I still don't have the fucking perma pick thing. Damn it. I need 20 aluminum sheets, and I don't have them. Oh well, I'll make a bazillion of these instead. Yeah. No, I'll make it alone. I want all 12. Oh my gosh, the end game, base game wise? Yeah, I think so, Ultima. I'm pretty sure.
Yes.
Got bonus bits. Yeah! We are 12 days until a ballot count, if that means anything about how far Tau is into the game. Yes, that is true. More the accessories connected to a social link. Oh, I got you, Doppel. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Bedtime!
Hey.
We do have a target of mementos, but I think we're gonna go hang out with Futaba. I want to see if she's gotten in touch with Hana-san? The end game. When Shadow Thanos finally makes his move. As all things should be. Honestly though, keeping on top of curry and coffee production should be minimizing your SP costs. It is true. I'm just like, I'm an over preparer. Like I actually have quite a few. I think I have a fuck ton actually of, let's see. I have 7 master coffees. I have 2 bitter coffees. I have 13 decent curries, 2 LeBlancs, 4 fire curries. I think I've probably got enough. I'm just paranoid. Thank you for the care package, Osmosi. Yummy. Oh, you could get Kawakami on it every night. That's true. Could do that.
Yo.
Everything's finished, right? All we gotta do now is wait like always.
Hey.
Are you heading back to LeBlanc? Well, let's talk if you have some time. Let's go somewhere fun. Where would I take you? It's a joy to explore. It's a big complex. She did like that last time because there were lots of electronics. Trend-setting youngsters. That doesn't vibe. That doesn't. Is there like a colorful shops of all kinds? Hit with tourists. Probably not her favorite thing. She would like that one. The electronic town. Although I do kind of wonder. She's trying to get more out of her shell, right? Maybe we should go here. Nakamise Street and the Skytree are here. Yeah, let's go to Skytree.
The Skytree? Okay. High places are fun.
Oh, good.
Whoa. All the people down there look like tiny little grains of sand. You know, I almost gave up on my way here because of the crowds, but this view of the world is incredible. It's like I'm a deity peering down on all my subjects.
I'm glad you like it.
I feel like a giant. At this moment, I, Master Futaba, can crush even extraterrestrial life. Oh, look at the trains. The whole city looks like a diorama. There are really people down there living their lives. The scenery looks way different when you think of it from that angle. I wonder why. Oh yeah. Oh, that reminds me. Where's LeBlanc? Even though I live in Tokyo, I have absolutely no idea. Can you show me, Tao?
I'm going home.
Let's go home.
It's me. I keep sneaking in and snacking on curry. We gotta keep you fed.
You're back.
I find this game very confusing because I've only seen 3 different people playing it on different streams. That is fair. What if I made nachos but used Japanese curry instead of salsa? That would be tasty. I think that'd be good. Just had to miss the last 5 minutes. Oh, that's okay, Patricia. It's okay. Just missed house shopping. That's right.
It's good he was arrested, but it's a shame he committed suicide. What were the police doing?
He was going to get the death penalty anyway. It's not perfect, but it's no big tragedy either.
That's true. I suppose it's fine if it settles everything. I almost missed hearing about this. News of the suicide's been eclipsed by election coverage.
Thanks for the coffee. I'll just leave what I owe you here, boss. Shogi practice. No, gracias! Okay, let me see if I can, make some more curry. I need more curry.
What do you want to do?
She doesn't make the curry's not as good when she makes it. Actually, wait, I have a, I need more curry or more coffee? Coffee! Because my coffee also makes, SP. I make SP coffee. SP coffee, SP coffee. Yes, more curry. Well, curry coffee, coffee curry. Just stop me from watching Tap. Right. We gotta fight against Optus, Patricia. We have no choice. Not even Optus is that evil. Ah, coffee! I like coffee. Looks like you're at it again. How's it going? Here, I'll have a sip. Yeah, he's never gonna be happy with me. This flavor. This is Ethiopian mocha harar, isn't it?
Let me explain.
Mocha is a port town in the Republic of Yemen, where both Yemeni coffee and Ethiopian mocha harar are exported. Coffee from this region was given the moniker mocha. Mocha coffee has a unique spicy flavor and a strong aroma with blackberry notes. Not bad. It's worth a compliment. Hey, let's go! It was thanks to you that I was able to change. You really are something. But I won't let you have the upper hand when it comes to coffee. Although I have no doubts your skill will soon surpass my own. I'm overjoyed to have a competent apprentice. Allow me to act as your lead for a little longer. Hey, welcome back, lovely lab. How's work been going? Hear me out. Curry, but made instead of curry powder, it's coffee grinds. Caffeinated. Considering I mostly have curry for dinner, if I have curry, I don't think that would be great for my sleep schedule. Just realized with the hoodie up, he looks like Alex Mercer from the Prototype games. I haven't played Prototype. Work is all right? That's good. I'm happy to hear that. I can't wait for Shido's new administration. I'm sure our economy and market will improve.
I went to listen in on Shido-san's speech, and I was so moved. His words really resonated with me. I hope he keeps fighting and doesn't let that slander get to him.
You mean that broadcast hijacking hoax? Hijacking hoax? They only attack Shido-san because of how charismatic he is. Starby! Hi there, sweetest Starby. Welcome on in. How are you doing, darling? Raiders, if you got a raid and run, that's totally cool, but if you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. We are in the final phases of base... not Final Fantasy, what are we playing? Persona 5. How are you, hun? How was your stream? What were you up to? Also, please do let us know when your next stream will be, darling. Welcome on in, Raiders. I'm Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tigers Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am also a professional artist, so if you come on in on Friday, Aussie time, you can help me decide what we work on and also request music. We're doing first-time playthroughs of Final Fantasy XIV Heavensward and Persona 5 Royal, so please no spoilers, but if you would like to come on in and see a newbie play through these games, you're welcome to. Yeah, that's about that. I'm also a professional voice actor, so whenever we get something published or I'm in a game or an animation or an audio drama or whatever, I'll let you guys know, or sometimes we'll watch or play them on stream. And also, whenever there's a part of a game that's unvoiced, I will voice it for you, do cold reads and stuff. Starby, hi! We're just playing P5 Royal as well. Amazing! Are you guys pretty close to the end, or are you still at the near like the start or middle-ish? At the rate you've been playing today, I estimate we'll have 2 to 3 streams left of P5R, including Royal content. Do you reckon, Patricia, that quickly? Damn, that's pretty good. But yes, lovely Starby, thank you ever so much for the raid. I know that you've been streaming those long hours, so please, 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 make sure that you go and practice some after-stream care. If you need to go for a walk, or if you gotta go to sleep, or go eat, or something like that, please go ahead and do so. I promise, I very much promise to take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back for them. And yeah, let me know when your next stream will be and what you might be playing or streaming. I do want to warn you and your lovely community, as grateful as I am to have you, you're only halfway through Madarama's Pass. Is it your very first time playing the game? Because I wanted to say, I want to make sure that I don't spoil anything for you, and we are like near the end of the game. So I'm not going to continue on until you are either lurking or you tell me you're okay with spoilers, which with this game I imagine is a no-go. But I hope you're enjoying the game all the same, sweetest Starby. We'll be trying out Cult of the Lamb tomorrow, though. I'm excited. That's awesome, Starby. Very cool. Well, you guys, please check out lovely Starby VT, who will be doing some Cult of the Lamb tomorrow. Very exciting. But yeah, thank you so much for bringing your awesome community in, darling. It is a privilege and a pleasure to have you. Like I said, we are like in the final stretch of the base game, so I don't want you. I played through P5 before. Oh, okay, cool. First time through Royal though. I'm liking all the changes so far. Awesome, awesome. Okay. All right. Well, in that case, you know that we have finished up Shido's Palace, so we're doing the in-between stuff until the end of that. But yeah, thank you so much for bringing everybody in. It is a pleasure to have you. Did you reach the Royal content yet? We are about to enter it, Draza. I think that after we get through this We're in December, and these games generally go until, what, I think until the new year? So we're very close. Slander and a hoax, hey? They'll hear the truth soon from Shido himself. And then they'll learn the truth behind his charisma. And how he is only interested in his own self-preservation. People are just tools to him. Father, I'm fighting against this injustice just like you did. So, watch over me, okay? You're just after Shido's palace then. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed, we are. We did Shido's palace literally the day we were able to, but yeah, the ballot count's not for another 10 days. Alrighty. Man, I don't know what else to do. I guess we can make some more curry. Is there curry in here? Oh, sorry, wait, what did you say, Morgana?
Hey.
Still open, you should close the fridge before you get in trouble. Oh, it's after school, right, my bad. My bad. I'd love to see Tao play Phantom Dust. What is Phantom Dust? Okay. Oh, wait, not Morgana, Futaba.
Yo.
Everything's finished, right? All we gotta do now is wait like always.
Hey, hey.
Let's hang out with her some more. Go somewhere fun. Okay, she wants to try a place with crowds. Okay, crowds it is. Let's see. Huge shopping complex. I'm looking for someplace tourists and trendsetters alike. Let's take her to Harajuku. Takenoko Street is here. Let's go. Something I learned recently is that Kamoshida's voice actor also voiced one of the primary antagonists in Ace Combat 7. He's got a good villain voice for sure. I left a game recce in the Discord just for giggles. Elder Scrolls Oblivion. I love that game. That was so much fun when it first came out. I haven't played it since, but I did like it. It's like a third-person action game, but with cards? Interesting. I keep getting Matt Mercer jump scared by Yusuke. I know, right? I keep forgetting he's in P5. He has such a distinctive voice. It's so lovely. But yeah, it surprised me for the first like 15 hours of him being in there. No way. Too many people. Biologically speaking, I'm the same species as them. I can do this. I can. Onward! It's no use. People keep bumping into me. I can't do this. I just want to be a normal human. Help me, Tao. You're my only hope. Is that a Star Wars reference? You're doing your best. Futaba, my beloved! She's great. Thank you. But everyone else is walking normally. I'm the only one like this. I guess I'll just stare. Oh! Everybody's looking ahead of them when they walk. Do you think I was running into people because I was looking down? Was it really that simple?
All right.
Tao, I want to try again. I'll definitely do better this time. Aw, sweetest Starby, darling, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for the raid and the follow, hon. It is a pleasure. Phone is losing battery. All good, Patricia. We'll see you later. Here it goes. Whoops, I didn't mean to rush through that. Whoopsies.
Ah, you're back.
Okay. Iwai! There's lots to do. I would love to find out his story with his kid as well. The irony and like twist would be if like Shania is his secret child or something. Let's go to work.
Good.
DC Douglas has a long history of acting. That's true. Wait, is DC Douglas also Wesker? Who played Albert Wesker? He asked me to do one task after another. And we'll get closer soon, hopefully.
Hey.
Oh, okay. Hold on a second. Where are we for... Let's see. For Yusuke, we're at 7. For On, we're at 6. I think we should even it out. Let's get on to 7. What are we doing today? I can't just sit around. I'm shopping at the Underground Mall in Shibuya right now. I'll still be in Shibuya for a little while, so let me know if anything comes up. He was Albert Wesker, Yoshigage Kira, and Legion. I don't know those last two, but I do definitely know Albert
We'll just
Wesker.
have to wait for now. Oh yeah.
Let's hang out. Let's go somewhere fun. A popular place would be nice. Okay, I saw something. I'll take you to Harajuku too. Let's go. Everyone goes to Harajuku. You go to Harajuku, and you go to Harajuku. How about Takenoko Street? It'd be great if you could come shopping with me.
Okay, let's get
Even
going.
just going for the people watching is interesting. Anyways, let's go.
Hey.
There's a shop I like around here, so I come here pretty often. But all the people are such a pain. What gives them the right to be here? Yeah, anyways, let's get through quickly so we don't get caught up by these salespeople. They were sold out of the clothes I wanted. In any case, there are so many different types of people here. It's fun just watching them. People might think I'm weird if they see me staring at them alone, but I'm sure it's fine as long as I'm with you. Do you usually come alone? Yeah, Shiho was always busy with volleyball, so I didn't get to ask her out very much. And, I mean, things are half as fun if you don't have anyone to share that fun with, right?
Hey.
I wonder what all these people are thinking about right now. Some of them might even be sad beneath those happy exteriors, and we never even know. Hey, don't you get fired up when you're thinking about helping them out? Oh, never mind. That's not what we were talking about. Whoa! That couple's in a pretty big fight! The girlfriend's totally going for the knockout punch!
Oh yeah.
Hey, they were handing these out, so I took one. Are you interested in this stuff? You can have it if you want. An idol poster.
Let's
Is that not something that she would want? Well then, wanna go home? Can I go to Harajuku? Of course you can, Precious Politely. How are you, gorgeous? It's so good to see you. Our lovely Valor is here. We were talking to Geeks a couple hours ago, Precious Politely, about the trauma he inflicted on Valan. Did you see that public opinion survey? There's overwhelming support for Masayoshi Shido's party. I'd rather trust Shido-san than some phantom thieves. What we really need right now is a strong leader. Please change this country, Mr. Shido. I'm okay, thank you. Ah! Well, you're better than okay. You guys, if you haven't checked out the Precious Politely, she is an amazing streamer. She is so very cozy to cozy up to. She plays a lot of really cool games, things that you won't really see here. And yeah, she's just got the most soothing voice and cadence and way about her. Please check her out. She's a lovely friend. She's also in my D&D party, and she's my right-hand lady. It's already a week into December. Things suck online. People in the city are only talking about Shido as well. Yeah, all the buzz about Akechi's completely gone. Shido may have pressured for media silence on that matter. Why don't people get mad about that shit? It don't make sense. They only care about Shido. It's not even that. Everyone just latches onto the latest story. I thought something similar when Father collapsed. As long as it doesn't involve you, the news is nothing but another form of entertainment. For the general public, each passing story is simply a new means of killing time. They consume each topic and then discard it before moving on to the next big thing. But I bet that's all gonna change once they see Shido have a change of heart. I hope so. We will just have to wait with our belief in our hearts.
Yo.
Another box game for you. Oh, did I order something last week? I guess I did.
Oh yeah.
Oh, no, sorry, that was from that was from Shady Commodities, my bad. Actually, wait, is EY available? Wait, is there...
What do you
okay,
wanna do?
fuck, what makes him
Make
cardi?
sure your clothes up.
I actually don't think I need any kind of healing stuff other than
me
resurrection
explain.
shit. Cinnamon, a spice with distinguished, refreshing scent. Its unique combination of sweet and spicy traits add great depth to a curry. Cinnamon is made from the dried bark of a cinnamon tree. It's commonly used in sweets, but can also be found in spice rubs. Politely amazing indeed. Yummy, yummy.
All right.
Oh. Well,
Oh, the second boss of LeBlanc. Ah, yes, the synonym tree. Different kinds of cinnamon exist too. The creme of the crop is Ceylon cinnamon. Where is Ceylon? Is that French? I feel like it's French.
2 more weeks until Christmas. You already have plans? I'm gonna cheer for Akechi-kun and Shido-san.
There was that weird prank, so I want to support them. Especially Akechi-kun. He hasn't said anything about it at all, and I'm really worried about him.
I'm sure he's just busy investigating. Just keep supporting the election and wait.
They still believe in Shido? Is the media still backing him?
Once Shido spills the deets, this whole situation will flip.
Once everyone hears the truth, I'm sure they'll open their eyes. Damn it, Shido. How much longer do we have to wait? Alana's in Sri Lanka, or rather Ceylon is Sri Lanka. Oh, is that the Sri Lankan name for it? Listen to this! I found this unbelievable scumbag on the Phantom site. Fan site. Apparently he's super popular, but he has the worst hobby ever. What is it? He likes watching women fight over him. He manipulates them against each other. Some people have gotten hurt or bullied out of school. He's left a ton of victims in his wake. But they all just accept whatever happens, so none of it ever turns into a big public issue. And he never faces any consequences for it, so he keeps doing whatever he wants. Yucky. That smug bastard. It's like he thinks he owns all these girls. That's awful. Ugh, I know! What a douchebag! Come on, lag. Come on, lag. Come on, lag. I want this guy to have a change of heart. That way these girls will all see the truth too. I've got his name here. Apparently they call him Hikaru Arihara. Let's talk more about it outside the hideout, or at the hideout, okay?
This guy's definitely got Lady On more heated than usual. All right, Tao, let's make sure we change his heart.
Lady Killer's Ballad. Another asshole spotted. Eliminate him now. Exactly. That's the historical name before it renamed itself about a half a century ago. Oh, okay, interesting. That's good to know. We probably need to check on our targets and mementos, but we got this kid. I wanna make this kid not turn into a fucking asshole bully.
How are your gun skills lately? You'll get rusty if you don't keep training. I'm gonna practice today at the arcade. You wanna join me?
Lag, chill! Yeah, I know. The lag is being very, very annoying.
The Phantom Thieves are alive. I believe in them. I saw an ad on TV. I guess this new aquarium has opened up? It's in... Oh, wait, where was it again? Not Ikebukuro, but, Noel, want to train today?
really?
Really? You'll take me there? I'm near Shinagawa, so let's go now. Training's canceled for today.
Might still be half asleep. I heard laugh the first time. Wait, when I said lag, lag, chill.
Huh.
If you chill too much, Lav, you're gonna fall asleep at work.
There's too many couples here. What's the point of having a date in an aquarium? It's too dark to see anything, and all you do is stare at fish. See? That guy over there is yawning. If you're gonna have a date, at least pick someplace mature. That's what I would do.
Like what?
Huh? Come on, you know, Destinyland. Lights, colors, nothing more romantic than that. Is looking at fish really that exciting? These people are supposed to be grown-ups. Even I'm not that... Whoa! Tiger-san, look! Is that a shark? Holy crap, its teeth are insane! I take back what I said. I mean, anyone would get hyped seeing a shark. Okay, let's go check out the exhibit over there. It's cool to step out of the arcade once in a while. I had a blast. Thanks.
Arctic. Hi there, amazing Arctic. Welcome on in. How are you? Child, you'll understand when you're older. You got this, lab. You can get through work. Like Seru will get through making more hot pieces of art. It's true. It's about hanging with the people you like, you goober, right? It's okay. He's a child. He doesn't really know. It's like what we were talking about earlier. We've got to expand our horizons, right? We got to understand other people's perspective on things. Whoa, what is this transition? That was interesting. Yeah, he'll understand when he's older. Let me grab some goodies for people as well. Do I have any? Man, I really need some more of those aluminium fasteners or whatever they were called for my perma pick. But alas. Gonna call it a night, Talon pals. Always allow the pouch to steal my heart. I promise to do all the nice things to your heart, lovely Eisen. I will never take advantage of it. Incredible Eisen, thank you so much for hanging out with us for like 3 hours. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, lovely Eisen. We'll see you soon, okay? One day his heart will, as his hat says, get smoked. Okay, they're organizing the shelves. Where can I go for some more, where can I go for some gifts, I wonder? How come he's there? Oh, wait, EY. Yep, I keep on forgetting, and then I look over here. I'm like, wait, EY. Someone use the umbrella transition from PowerPoint. Facts.
It's raining.
Very sweet, Sly. Welcome on in. All right.
Good.
My dad's really late, huh? He's the one who asked us here, too. You know, it's pretty rare for him to invite people out like this. He must see something in you, Tiger-san. I doubt he'd ever actually admit it, though. By the way, has he said anything to you? About me weighing him down? Why would he even say that? To be honest, he's been acting super weird recently. More than anything, he seems stressed out. I've even heard him mentioning my name on the phone a few times, and every time I've gone to ask him about it, he's told me there's nothing to worry about. I don't know, it just makes me feel anxious somehow. I mean, we're supposed to be a family. I'm not sure if you know this, but he's not my real father. He just took me in after my parents died in a car crash.
Bye-bye.
Apparently, he was a good friend of theirs. Have a good one, lad. Thank you for dropping in. I hope you have a good rest of your workday, darling. We'll see you later. I see something in Tau as well. You're so sweet, Mark. Going lurk mode, absolutely engage. Enjoy your food. Honestly, I can't remember a single thing about them. I wonder if my dad even considers me to be a part of his family. Oh, he definitely does. You think so? Now that I think about it, have you ever seen his tattoo? The gecko on his neck. Lizard! 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 The truth is, I have a really bad scar in the same spot from my parents' car crash. Back when I was a kid, everyone picked on me for it. My dad would always come home to find me in tears. That's why he got that tattoo. He said it could be the new EY family crest. Oh, and I did some research on geckos. As it turns out, they symbolize protecting one's home and family. I had almost forgotten about that, to be honest. Maybe he cares about me more than I realize. Lizard. Wow, this is so sweet that he's done that for Tauru. Lizard! Ooh. Thank you, Storm. And thank you for the lurk, incredible Ison. Thank you so much for the support. Yo, sorry for the holdup. You two look like you're having fun. What you been talking about? That's a secret. Looks like you two are getting along pretty well then.
Sorry.
Anyways, I can't stay long. I got errands I need to take care of. Figured it'd be nicer to at least drop by instead of tell you over the phone. What errands?
Or can you not tell me? What's that supposed to mean? It's just white stuff. Ain't that right? Right.
Yeah.
Hear that? It's just like I said. Okay. By the way, I'm almost done figuring out what happened with that deal we were talking about. I'm going now to meet up with the guy who set it all up. I'll have to fill you in on the details some other time. Anyway, this is all thanks to you, kid. It's real nice having a reliable part-timer around to help around the shop. I feel like my bond with EY is growing even deeper.
All right.
He's got a sick jacket with the, like, peace symbol on it. That's awesome. You're not getting yourself into anything dangerous, are you? Dangerous? Of course not!
Later.
I'm out of here. You can hang out in my wallet, Kaoru. Eat as much as you want. See you at home. Oh, he's concerned about his dad. Kaoru and I ate dinner together.
Beep, 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 beep.
Hey, thanks for looking after Kaoru. With you covering for me, I actually got some good business done, too. Looked like you and Kaoru really hit it off. Glad to see you two getting along. All I did was listen to him. Really? Sure didn't seem that way. Kaoru doesn't open up like that to just anyone, you know. He likes you. I can tell. Well, I figured I was just getting some security, but I guess that's not all you're good for. He's hitting that age where he has to figure out a lot. Some of which I'm sure he won't come and talk to me about. I'm kind of hoping you can help him through that kind of thing. Well, we'll talk again later. See ya. Thank you for the care package, Nixa. I have returned with lizard. I mean food. I mean roasted lizard. Button, 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 buttons, 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 buttons. Welcome back, sweet to save. What do you actually have rather than roasted lizard? UI is an interesting character. Can't wait to see the end of his story. I know, me too. I hope that I get to finish it before the game ends. You guys, we have to go on a quick break. In case you came in with the raid or just need the reminder, every hour we go on a 3-minute break. That is just so that if you cannot afford to subscribe or you do not wish to subscribe, you don't have to worry about missing content. Because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer, I run those ads, and then we come on back and make more content together. So, please make sure that you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom and dogs. This is also your meds reminder. Or you could have like vitamins or whatever else you need, okay? Beef and rice now, but I had beef and corn earlier today. Beefy day, but corn is the best. Oh, the art, thank you, Sadu. I will look at that right now. Thank you so much. Okay, I'll see you guys in 3. Mwah. It says left joystick, doesn't it? Isn't that what it says? Oh. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Fucking where are you going? It's all in Chinese. Apologies, Japan. Just caused a fucking international incident. Distinct from it's very distinct from mainland China. All right. Suddenly China, surprise. Okay. Sorry, Yuki. Surprise communism. But we are not done with it, if that makes sense. Damn, it's late. Should be getting home. Kaoru's been eating a ton lately after cram school. He'll probably have to have another growth spurt soon. Anyway, I'm closing up for today, and you should head home too. I feel like helping UI with his work has honed my nothing because I'm perfect in every way, and I'm maxed out on everything. Let me see. I actually haven't noticed a helicopter in quite some time as well, but I thought it was a funny joke. It is a funny joke. I can't believe. Do I need to? Nope. Okay. Ah! Ah! Nope. Ah! Okay, I give up. Engage? I'm talking to you. I'm speaking directly to you, Engage. I'm moving through the screen. I am moving through the screen into your ear holes. Here I come. Here I come. Hi, Engage. How are you? I look like some kind of bizarre mosaic. Hi. I'm so glad you like the emojis. Engage. I'm speaking to. Whoa. Wow. 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 Someone throw fish. Don't you dare. Don't you. Ah! Ah!
This is a lovingly hand-drawn 2D point-and-click barn build-up game. You get to take care of your horses and train them to build up their strength and confidence and compete for prize money. And you get to breed adorable foals. And you get to hire and manage staff. And you get to build the stable of your dweebs. So if you want to vote for that, you can. Ew! Why? I'm just being wholesome and loving my horses. Why would you do that to me, little bit?
It's okay, I'm over it. It says left joystick, doesn't it? Isn't that what it says? Oh. There you go. Now you got Roblox channel. Woohoo! Lav definitely doesn't play Roblox. No. Read it. If you get stuck, press tab and check for trees. Oh. Oh!
Remember, Tao, you call the shots here. If you feel like it's impossible, you can move on.
Hello, cuties. Sorry, I'm a little bit late. I am back though. Alrighty. Let's. Well done on your words, you guys. Kicking ass. All right. Oop. There we go. And here we go. Back over we go. Settle. Gorgeous arting, by the way, as usual. Welcome back. Welcome back. Sorry, I'm adjusting my microphone. Welcome back, my darling. Some uppies for you, Ozzy. Ozzy. Sweetest. Welcome back. Lovely Lith. Welcome back, gorgeous. Hi there, gorgeous Grim. Welcome on in. Lovely Light. Welcome back. Nix, Mentos, Slice, Jam, Slice, uppies. Yay! Good, Nix. Yay. All right. He wants to do some Shibuya people watching, and I'll allow it. Ba, 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 boom, boom. Okay. He only wants to ever do people watching. I don't have to deal with ads finally with Boost. Nice. Awesome.
Indeed.
Congrats. Came to see you. Hang out. Let's go somewhere fun.
Yes.
I think I last hung out with him and we did some people watching. So let's try something else. Okay. What did he say he wanted to do? My bad. I didn't actually see. Oh well. What's that Uno? Oh, right, that's the art museum. I've taken him there before. I kind of want to go someplace I haven't taken him. I've met him there before, and he's very creepy over there. Let me see. How about ramen? Has he tried his ramen?
Let us head off.
I was just getting peckish. This place seems to be bustling. Chicken stock light soy sauce flavored soup. Wait, what the fuck? Chicken stock light soy sauce flavored soup. I've never found light ramen to be particularly satisfying though. Anyways, shall we get in line? What's the difference between light and dark ramen? Obviously the broth is the color, but like what makes that happen? I was ignorant of the possibilities of this world. To think light ramen could hold so much depth. gentle yet fragrant flavor explodes in my mouth. The superb noodles warm my soul. This harmony of flavor was truly memorable. It is an incredible way to replenish nutrients. You should be a food critic. All good, Ozzy. Give the animals our pets. That would be truly the ideal part-time job. I could be paid and save on food costs. I doubt that I would be qualified, though. No matter. This was an exceedingly delicious meal. Thank you for bringing me out here. I feel as though I will be able to continue performing my best from this point forward.
Let's return home.
I suppose we should get going. I wonder, do they mean the difference between a lighter miso broth and a heavier tonkatsu broth? I was hoping you would respond, Red. I was like, Red would probably know the answer to this question. Hi there, Zella. Welcome on in. Hello, motherfucker. How are ya? I must get home and begin painting while I am still full. We're on 12-11. We're winning in Hearthstone or something. I have no idea. I still don't actually know how the scoring system works.
Elections are this weekend.
These goddamn election cars are so loud, too. They need to stop making me panic, damn it.
This seems to be more like a big party than an election.
Yeah, one that's just for Shido. His followers are essentially part of a cult at this point. I think I finally figured out what was off lately. What do you mean? That would be my guess. It's either heavy/light, or if they literally mean color, maybe they're referring to ramen that contains black garlic. Ooh, I think called kuro ramen, literally black broth. I love garlic. I would drink garlic. Yeah, easy. Sorry, interface problems. 12 to 11 would mean you've won 12 and lost 11, which, oh, fuck, is, well, ever so slightly better than the average player. Woo, Proto! Stand ready for my arrival, worm. I'm fan-flippin-tastic. I'm so happy to hear that, Zeller. I am doing well, darling. I am. Go get some black garlic ramen then. You'll love it. Yummy. Ah, yes, I need to look for that. Say, ah! Wait. Ah! News stories outside of Shido have dropped off the face of the map far too quickly. He's all people want to talk about. It's like they aren't interested in anything else. Is he brainwashing them? Mind control, That does seem possible under these circumstances. If people stop thinking for themselves, they'll be free from both anxiety and responsibility. And Shido is the perfect thing to put their trust in. All that's left is to believe that he can bring them happiness, and then they're all set. I can't believe this! Either way, we have to do everything we can!
Brainwashing. I guess that's one way to look at it. Let's show people the truth behind all of this.
More time with EY. I knew he was evil. Shido? Yeah, Shido's very evil. We went through his palace and he's a piece of work. Leave the shop work to you. Invite him to the planetarium, sure. I see. That's not bad. If you know where it is, take me there so I can check it out. Who's Shido again? He's the bald guy. A planetarium, huh? Yeah, Karu would like this place. It'd be educational, too. I wonder why kids get interested in stuff like stars and space. Man, it's all couples here. This ain't no place for an old guy like me to stroll in with another guy. Technology these days sure is impressive. Barely understood what they were saying, though. I better educate myself before I bring Kaoru here. Want me to teach you? Shut up.
Yo.
There's something I want to ask you. What would you say a good father is like? I never had someone like that, so I gotta figure out how to be a normal parent to Kaoru. Never mind, it ain't like me to talk about this crap. There were some families here, but it looks like they're with younger kids. I hope Kaoru still wants to come here. Aww.
See ya.
Thanks for today. No, you don't get it. Poor Shido was just misunderstood. If these pesky peasants just kindly let him take over the country, he could have made a true paradise. I mean, yes, it's a paradise for him and almost no one else, but shh, don't sweat the details. Exactly. Stand ready for my arrival, worm. You've been given corn. You've been given cheese. You've been given more pals than most. And I still find this planet unready for our pouch empire. Thank you for the elaboration on the quote, Zeller. Excellent, excellent decision.
The election's this weekend.
Mr. Shido's momentum isn't slowing down at all.
Did he fall ill because of that Phantom Fuse incident?
People are making some noise about it, but it won't matter. It's almost scary how popular he is. 12 out of 12 save!
The election's at the end of the week, right?
Shido's gonna win anyway.
Kids these days.
Not that I asked for your opinion on the election, but no matter what the cause was, this election is heading into the right direction. Before we knew it, Shido had everyone in the palm of his hand. Deceiving people so well that they don't even realize it? Just how influential is Shido?
Hey,
Oh my god, stop bothering me at the Target in Mentos. About the sushi place. I'm not reading all of that. You can just spend time together. 12 out of 12? Guess that could be all wins. See, that's what I was trying to say. I was like, get there 12 out of 12. But it might be I didn't format it properly. My apologies for calling all of you here like this. Boss was even kind enough to serve us coffee before he went shopping. Now, I have a vital request.
Hey,
Hit me with your best shot! All the tough problems are gonna have to go through Tau, though.
I can help with any subject that's not math.
Do you two honestly believe I would ask you here to help in my studies?
Tell the truth.
The truth is, I am planning to display my work in a competition. The one organized by Kawanabe of the Japanese Art Support Foundation. You remember, yes, Tau? Fabulous Fraction! How are you? Welcome on in, it's good to see you. I must win and prove not only my ability, but my intense passion for art as well. However, I am having quite a bit of trouble determining what my next subject should be. I have given this painting a fair amount of thought, but nothing has come to me yet. Hence, I was hoping to hear your opinions on an ideal subject.
Oh yeah.
How about you have it on strip? Oh my god.
wait.
How long are you gonna keep bringing that up? Anyways, maybe you should paint something people find pretty. So in the end, we return to the concept of beauty. Afternoon, I just woke up. Did you sleep well, Fraction? Did you get enough rest? Tau, what subject do you think would most capture beauty? Scenery is always nice. Indeed. And it is incredibly easy to replicate the allure of a stunning landscape on canvas. However, a mere photograph would suffice if I was simply hoping to display scenery. I need something more unique to my own style. 14 hours! Yeah, I slept pretty damn well. That is so good to hear, Fraction. In a world where many people skimp on sleep, I am happy, very happy to hear that you slept so well. Why can I not paint a beauty as pure as the Sayuri? Where have all of my efforts gone?
You know, I'm not really sure what you mean by pure beauty. I mean, yeah, it's a pretty painting, but I'm not really sure I consider it a pure beauty or whatever.
Huh?
I don't know. I guess it just feels more gentle to me. Honestly, I almost cried the first time I saw the Sayuri. It felt kind of like I was a baby again in my mother's arms, watching over me, telling me everything was gonna be okay. That was the gentleness that painting made me feel. And this is coming from someone with absolutely no art knowledge, though.
I see.
Gentleness. That is yet another aspect the Sayuri captured that I cannot. Is my art too clouded?
It ain't cloudy, dude.
Are you sure about that? Painting used to be all my heart desired. I needed nothing else in life. But now, what now? I have become overwhelmed with a need to prove myself to Kawanabe, to prove myself to the world. I look down on Madarame for focusing so sharply on fame and money, and yet I too yearn for the praise of others. In truth, oftentimes I regret declining Kawanabe's offer.
How could this
Is
be?
this what pure passion is supposed to look like? My heart is clouded by worldly desires. You've really grown, Yusuke. What? My ugliness has helped me grow. Tao's right, dude. Ain't nothing wrong about doing your best to make a living.
Yeah.
And you just want someone to acknowledge your work, right? That's some serious passion.
But how can passion be born from these repulsive thoughts?
You think?
Listen here, dude. I was totally like you back on the track team. I just wanted to prove myself. To win, and to get all the girls to call me cute shit like Sakamoto-senpai. But you know, even through all that, I was trying to help my team out. Sure, it's a solo sport, but nobody's gonna run till they puke if they don't got teammates they want to inspire. I guess what I really want to say is, you just gotta do stuff for people beyond just yourself if you want to succeed.
I see.
Huh. Is that how it is? So, the sincere gentleness held within the Sayuri, the warmth of its heart, it was all for the sake of those who gaze upon it. How interesting.
So that's what you mean.
I see.
Whoa!
Huh? What do you see?
I have been a fool. Beauty is not the superficial thing I have long thought it to be. It is something that wells up within the heart until it breaks free. It is a gift given by a subject unto its viewer. Yes, I finally see the truth.
Very kind.
The three of you have been my sincerest gratitude. You have been a truly tremendous aid.
How exactly?
We somehow managed to help Yusuke out. I feel like my bond with him is growing deeper. Yusuke, I say this to you. If you're having trouble, try painting with a reference. If you're having trouble, try painting with a reference. True.
All right.
I'm very happy too. I've been suffering with sleep apnea for the past 1.5 years. Oh, Frax, I'm so glad you got such a good night of sleep then. That's a long time. I hope you continue to have good rest. Y'all know why I draw faux people? For people now? Is it for this reason? Yes. The time has come for my brush to meet canvas in beautiful harmony. If you'll excuse me. Man, he's acting even weirder than normal.
He looked pretty inspired though, so he'll be fine, right?
Off he goes. Off he goes.
Anyway, are you guys hungry? I might ask Boss to make me something once he gets back. Maybe curry this time.
God, the lag is so annoying. Fuck me.
Come on.
God, you eat so freaking much. Oh yeah, and what was that crap about being good at everything except math? It ain't nice to lie, you know. I wasn't lying. It's just really hard to get good grades at Shujin.
No way, man.
If you're not getting good grades, you should have known that Yusuke wasn't gonna ask you to study with him.
An Ryuji and I enjoyed the rest of our time together. It's getting late. I should probably take them to the train station. Thank you for the care package, Ozzy. Neon! Hi there, lovely Neon. Where are we up to in the story now? Hello, hi. Hi, sweetheart. We have completed Shido's palace. We are currently waiting for him to have a change of heart, so I'm doing all the in-between stuff. You gave the aminos appies instead of pets. Okay, perfect. That sounds good to me. Shogi practice, no gracias.
Whoops, I pressed the same button again.
Okay, I think Takemi has decided she doesn't like me anymore. She hasn't asked to hang out for a very long time. Who's here? Hifumi, Mishima. I don't know what else I want to do in the evening. Do I need to do any identification stuff, I wonder? Oh, I missed the part where you kicked Shido's pit bull looking ass. Yeah, we did. Jazz club? Fuck, let's go to the jazz club. They always have banging music playing. Is this where it is? Hold on, I gotta find out where the jazz club is. I will never remember. Am I not actually able to go? Maybe I can't get there? Shibuya. Do you like jazz? Fun fact, there is an actual anime you can watch for Persona. I actually saw it several years ago. I don't have any memory of it because I have terrible memory, but I know I saw it. Is it here? Akiba. Bruh. I don't know where I am. B-movie reference! I don't know if I've actually seen the B-movie. I just know that quote. Ow! Fuck it. Let's go here. Maid Cafe. Well, actually, where can I go to get some more gifts for people? Maybe here? Maybe there's some gifts for people here.
That's incredible.
Welcome. So you finished reading Master Swordsman. Very impressive considering how young you are. Well then, let me sell you a different book. It sounds like I'm testing you.
How can I help you?
Kindness, charm, knowledge, proficiency. I don't need any of that actually, psych. I don't need any of that, sorry.
Yeah.
We're obligated to watch it now? Sadie, thank you for contributing to the Community Games Challenge. Persona Anime might suggest that for the Monday anime watch-along since we finished the first season of Delicious in Dungeon. It's like a movie. It's not like a series, I don't think. If I remember correctly. Or if it is a series, it like totals like 2 hours or something. So much money. I have so much fucking money, it's true. What about Kichijoti, shopping district? I need to find more gifts for people. Otherwise, I'll keep giving everyone fountain pens. And not everyone wants a fountain pen, which is crazy, and I could never be friends with them, but just kidding.
Take a look around.
Wow. These are not what I'm looking for. Kindness, charm? I don't need any of that. Tau, 823-26. Listen! Save! I'm perfect in every way! Ooh, shit, you're gonna clip that, aren't you? Ooh, I should have said that. Ooh. What I mean is, I'm maxed out on all of my stats, okay? Ooh, antique shop, maybe here. Clip away, pals! Aw, fuck. Oh, steak, why did I say that? I thought that said antique shop. Oh, that's an antique shop. Okay, never mind. Oh no, Safe pulled out the camera! My sister made me watch the P3 anime. She's a die-hard fan of Persona, and it's her opinion that it is the only Persona anime worth watching, but I can't offer any comment myself as I have not seen any other Persona anime. That is totally fair. That is totally fair. Can you give people pasta as a gift? I would accept gifts from Red in the form of pasta. One for the save file archives. Imported grocery gift?
Thank you for stopping in.
Corned beef special, 40 HP. I don't need HP. I have 7 bazillion ways to recover HP and none to recover. Okay, I'm just being very dramatic. Oh, music. Would you like to, okay, there's nothing here. Fuck. Your sister is incorrect. The P4 animation anime is peak humor and feels. It sounds like that's a good thing that we have a disagreement there because that means that they're actually probably both quite good. That is what that means. That is what that means. Fuck, dude. I don't know where to get gifts for people. This is like, I'm really bad at giving gifts in real life too. I fucking have no clue. What's this? What is this? Stationery, stationery store! Stationery store! Oh my god, yes. I went to a stationery store yesterday and I got a bunch of limited edition inks and I got an hourglass that's for 30 minutes so that I can be more analog. And it's cute! Okay, wow, I wasted 12,000 yen on EY and he didn't even like it! Watercolor postcard, here. P3 anime is made up of multiple movies? Multiple movies, holy. You want pasta? I recommend one of my favorites. A pasta with a little absinthe and cream in the tomato sauce and pancetta diced up along with some penne and a fresh grating of parmesan on top. That sounds so good. I want it. I want it, please. Red, when are you gonna come visit so that you can stay with us for free as long as you make me food? Okay, I guess we're just going shopping this evening. Sojiro, Shibuya. What do they have? Flowers. Someday.
Oh, welcome.
Buy no. Shoe store. A shoe at the shoe store.
Wow.
Oh my god. Let me find, where do I go? I need to impress people. Nope, I don't need those. Those are not for the people in the real world. I almost about panicked. Wait, why? And they follow a narrative through line, so it's not like you can only watch one. Oh, interesting. 4? Wow. The body chop is so funny. Oh, wait, okay, essential person. Okay, I'll take that. I'll take that. Yeah, gifts. Yes. Okay. I am a millionaire. I get to buy lots of cool things. Oh, when you said and, I thought my PC broke. Oh, sorry. And. Voids! Hi, lovely Voids!
Oh, welcome.
No gifts. No gifts. How are you doing, Valiant Voice? It's so good to see you, cutie pie. What is this? What is this?
What are your thoughts?
No. All right. Well, I guess I'll, I guess we bought some things, so let's just go to bed. Let's just go to bed and see what tomorrow brings. LeBlanc. So if you do have it voted on, you could probably split each session up by movie in order in sequential weeks. Ah, that is possible. Oh, lag, why? How goes the Persona? It goes great, I love this game. Did you hear about the GTA 6 situation? The leaking and the hacker? I did. Someone actually told me about it in chat.
What do you want to do?
Kawakami, why don't you make curry while I make coffee? Boom.
Hey.
Oh, what? No! Oh, fuck, okay. Oh, wait, are these the kids?
So who are the Phantom Thieves? So are the Phantom Thieves really heroes? Who's right, them or the politician with the glasses? When I asked my parents, they just said they didn't care. Our parents only care about entrance exams. They won't listen to anything we tell them. Let's show our parents and pass our exams. Just like the Phantom Thieves, we'll turn things around.
Okay, maybe those aren't the same kids. Have you been clearing out the vending machines? A few of them have SP drinks. What? No, I haven't. Hold on, let me check one. Vending machine. Oh! HP, fuck. Okay. Hold on. We're just gonna run around and... It's like chasing down the gotcha that you want. Oopsie. Yen! SP! Okay, I can only get 2, and then I'll... You know what? 5 SP. Sure, why not? I'd say the Phantom Thieves are right because politicians lie all the time. Well, that is true. That is valid. Movie? Oh no, movie boring. Movie unrequired. Balls. Okay, I guess it's okay. Kawakami, I gave you a tip, basically. I'm just gonna go to bed. Bedtime! Hey there, sweetest Saint Saturnus. Thanks for coming back in. You're writing another short story.
Hey.
I can't wait to read it. So it's simply bed, you could work out. I don't think it's gonna do me much. Oh, well, actually, no, I guess it will, right? Because that doesn't just do, that actually ups my, yep, you're right, okay. Yeah, let's do that. Good idea.
You want to do it?
Excellent idea. Excellent idea. Raises your max HP, yeah. Yeah. Wait, sorry, I clicked too quickly. Protein, huh? You have 8 of those. Wait. Let me look. Oh yeah, no, take protein. Yeah, I have a bazillion of those. Eat them, eat them! Speaking of chasing down the gacha, I'm looking forward to Suikoden Starleap. And from what I've heard, despite being a gacha game, you don't actually need to touch the gacha itself. You can just play it like a regular JRPG. Very cool.
Nice going.
All right.
6.
All right.
Well then.
Bedtime. Which that and meditation for max SP carries over to New Game Plus. Oh, that's cool. If that aspect is of interest to you at all, I can't imagine us going back through all of this because we're gonna have spent over 200 hours on this by the time we're done, I think. I don't imagine that we'll be replaying this anytime soon, but I will keep the file for sure, just in case. Bit of modification of a story I started some years back, working on the prologue, and I'm trying to lock in when it comes to the prose. Ooh, I'm excited to read it. Sorry, hold up. Sorry. I need to check on what my ranking is with. Okay, Makoto's at 8, An is at 6. Yeah, let's hang out with An. Yeah, let's go see her. The file that is saved on your PC. Exactly. The save file. One of my 17. How many do I have? I don't even have 10! I don't even have 10! Wow, I have one from the very start, though. I have a 6-hour one. Is that my latest? Yeah, that's it. Or earliest, I guess. All right. Please stop lagging. Thank you.
We'll just, oh yeah.
Let's hang out. Save. How does it make you feel, Save? I like to live dangerously. I only have 9 save files. Why is it even cold anyway? Why is it even cold? Oh, it's December in Japan. That poor 6-hour file has no idea what's in it for what it's in for the future. That's true.
Okay.
Where should we go? Somewhere popular. You want to go somewhere popular as well? Okay. I think we were just there, right? Oh, God, I have the worst memory, truly. I just did this, like, literally yesterday in-game, which is like 5 minutes ago. Okay, I don't actually know if I have much of an option. There's only, like, 3 places. How did you go? Shibuya? Did I? Ah, fuck it. We'll go to Shibuya. Wilton Buffet. Go. That buffet we went to before? I'll need to make sure I don't eat too much, okay? Let's go!
Let's get going.
It's your birthday month in Persona. It is, sweet as 7. Oh, it's cold in Melbourne. It doesn't be. Oh, it's because it's wintertime here. This looks so amazing. This place has so much on their menu. It's hard not to overeat. Oh, how about this? Operation Eat a Bit of Everything. Sounds like a good plan. Right? It's quality over quantity. Honestly, it was crazy how much my stomach expanded last time. But I've reflected on my actions, and I won't make the same mistake again. But Tao, can you keep an eye on me? Girl, I'm just gonna let you eat as much as you want. I think as long as you do, my resolve won't crumble.
Yes!
Well then, let's get eating. The order you eat things seems important. Let's start with the stuff that digests quickly.
Seriously?
Hey, they gave me this present for being the millionth customer. No wonder this place is expensive. I'm amazed they give out stuff like this. I feel like I'd just eat from it nonstop if I kept it at my house. Can you take it? Oh, holy shit, a chocolate fountain? Goddamn. Can I gift that to someone? Artoria is known to eat more than a normal human. Me AF.
Ah, you're back.
Beep. It's insane how popular Shido is. Unless he confesses, there's no way this is gonna change. They just believe everything Shido spoon feeds them. In that case, it wasn't a mistake for us to change his heart. I mean, we made the best possible choice, didn't we? Assuming the change of heart is successful. Indeed. There was truly no better way to go about it. Still, the current state of things is somewhat concerning. Let's have faith.
It looks real bad that we can't do anything more than that.
I guess there's nothing we can really do until Election Day. I haven't talked to these two. The fan site questionnaire has been updated. Did you support the Phantom Feeds? Feeds? Thieves? It's a fountain pen that dispenses chocolate! Holy shit, I'll take that! That's awesome! Always wanted to try the chocolate from a fountain. Yeah, that would be tasty. Tasty. I'm so surprised they're still updating that. Which side is winning, by the way?
Not many people voted yes, and there's not much going on in the comments.
I'm not surprised. Honestly, who cares? Thanks for the coffee. Bummer.
Bummer!
I guess I can... Kawakami.
Make sure you close up.
Hi.
All right, you do that. I'll go work out some more. I'm gonna get swole by the time that Cheeto confesses. Whoops, I almost wasted that.
Oh, you wanna do it?
Wowzers. Phantom feats? Ah!
Yes.
More protein, more protein, more protein. That's the wiki feed entry.
Now, let's carry out our plan. Nice.
Hey, look, I'm not on the ground anymore.
All right.
Well then.
I fell asleep on the fucking countertop. All right. We're almost there. Just a few days. Ooh, Daniel, thank you very much for the 85 streams. Thank you for 85 streams. That's awesome. Thank you so very much for your dedication and support. The new Cheeto administrator will pull us out of this recession and renew our economy. It's really the only option we have. I really hope he can succeed and not succumb to that slander. This election may very well be a historical turning point for this nation. We should feel lucky to be able to witness such a historic event.
I should have known.
The support for Cheeto is as strong as ever. I'm astounded he was able to deceive this many people. Madarame was a shrewd con artist, but Cheeto, he's on an entirely different level. But the charade will all come to a halt soon. Once he unveils the truth, the good people of Tokyo will rally together against this tyrant. Until then, I must be patient. Todd needs to train enough to get over 9,000! To lift over 9,000, that'd be sick. With my little noodle arms. Dad, thank you for contributing to the Community Games Challenge. I feel like I'm supposed to probably get some form of mementos done. Let me see if I gotta investigate anything real quick, though. We have to ID people. I think we've gotten both of their names, haven't we?
Listen up.
A malicious producer in the showbiz world. He's been using the dreams of young women for his own personal profit. I bet countless women have succumbed to this plot.
Huh.
So there are other guys out there just like Kamoshida. This is unforgivable. We need to change his heart at once.
Very well.
Very well. I will go along with this.
There's still more. Next is a womanizer. He believes all women should be conquered and enjoys turning girls against each other for his own amusement. Apparently, there have been incidents that resulted in injuries and even a girl who had to quit school.
On.
Damn, this guy's messed up.
What a jerk.
We absolutely have to change his heart.
Yeah, but
I agree, but he thinks all women are meant to be conquered, right?
Might be kind of dangerous for you, no?
No way! But I guess you just can't be so sure in mementos. Let's just be careful out there.
all right.
That's the spirit! I don't like anyone who treats other people like crap either. Let's hurry up and change his heart. No objections, right? We're good to go if you're okay with it. That's a unanimous decision.
I don't know if there's been anybody that... Okay, they're all ID'd. I don't know if there's been a single person who we haven't unanimously decided we should get. If I leave this, does it mean that I've wasted a moment? I kind of want to wait until like the last day for mementos. Because... Let me just, I'll tempt fate. Futaba, Ryuji, what's my confidency with them? Okay, Ryuji's 8. Futaba's 6. Okay, we should probably do Futaba. There was one, Okumura, but we came around on that. Oh, you're right, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. Yay, that worked, okay. To be fair, everyone we target deserves it. That is true. That is true.
Yo!
Everything's finished, right? All we gotta do now is wait like always. I dug up all sorts of dirt. About Kana-chan, that is. Are you free? I want to talk to you about it. Thanks. Come on over to my room then. I'll tell you there. So, I looked up Kana-chan online, and she is apparently still living in the same town in Kansai that she moved to. But she never continued on to high school. I decided to do some digging into why that might be, and... well... the more I dug, the worse it got. Her parents are in heavy debt due to a gambling addiction. So instead of sending her to school, they made her work to help and try and pay it off. Apparently, they're still having her model in strange clothes. They're even selling the pictures now. What horrible parents. Horrible is right. I thought parents were supposed to care for their children, not use them. Actually, though, Kana-chan herself made a request on the fan site. Based on the IP and other tracking data, I'm 99.9% sure it's her. I'm so glad we waited for mementos, dude. The post was basically just her asking us to make her parents have a change of heart. But she didn't put their names. She might be a little hesitant, or she doesn't totally believe in the Phantom Thieves yet. I don't know. Either way, I have a solution. I found her parents' names in the address book we got way back in elementary school. Kota Magario and Asami Magario. I got a hit for them from the meta-nav too. We can fix them. I've decided, Tao. I want to go to Mementos and change their hearts. We can't let them keep treating Kana-chan so horribly, right? Please help me save her. We'll show them the truth.
Thanks.
Tao. Thanks. Oh, and since you're gonna help me with this, I'll have to return the favor.
Oh, that's right.
Ooh, I'll look extra hard for valuable stuff when we're in the metaverse. Well, pretty good, huh? I can feel a strong bond of trust from Futaba. I need to help her right away, no question, absolutely. Rank up 7. Chance to revive search objects in the area after battle? Ooh, interesting.
All right.
Treasure reboot. Well, I'll be counting on you. Let's save Kana-chan. I need to help Futaba put an end to this horrible parenting. Oh, shoot. It's getting late. Let us adjourn for today. Daughter's just a meal ticket.
Bye now.
Good night.
Ah, you're
It's
back.
these oldies again. Those who don't choose Shido are un-Japanese. What are you saying? Those are the comments I've heard throughout the city. It's like that online, too. Everyone's saying the same thing. That don't make any sense! The enthusiasm of the public has metamorphosed into blind faith. It may have been a blessing in disguise that not much is known about your suicide report. Probably.
Who knows what they would have done to Tao-kun if they realized he was still alive?
At this point, even the slightest stimulation could be a huge problem. The country's like a big balloon that has way too much air inside. This shit's crazy. Everybody's completely lost it. It's almost like they're worshipping Shido at this point. It's quite eerie.
Makoto's right. I have a bad feeling about all of this. You're especially in danger. Be careful.
Okay, let's see. I'm trying to think of... All right. Tomorrow we'll go into Mementos. And... yeah, tomorrow we'll go into Mementos and try and get all of these people set up so that I have time to complete social... I won't have time to complete social links, will I? Either way. But... okay, without spoiling anything further, and if the answer is not really, then so be it. Just say not really. But if I don't finish these social links, because we have Royal to go, for those of you who have played Royal, do you know, again, without spoiling any details of it, can we continue our social links with characters that we started before Royal? Or is it like, no, that's the line, you have other characters? You can? Oh, awesome, Precious Pocky. Okay, sick. Cool, okay, I'm less worried. Okay, well, in that case, maybe I will wait all 3 days and then do Mementos on the last day. Thank you, Precious Pocky, much appreciated. Okay, let's see. At least with the main party? Okay, perfect. Wait, what am I doing? I'm tweening, baby. I'm tweening.
You want to do it?
I want to do it. I want to train.
Yes.
Can I answer don't know because I've not played P5? You certainly can. You certainly can. No spoilers, but it's all a dream the MC is having after eating too much cotton candy. That's just me. No, I wouldn't fall asleep after too much cotton candy. I'd be up all night. W Pocky, yeah, Precious Pocky. Precious Pocky is actually like just an overwhelming W as a person. Right. I really want King to contact me. I want to help this kid not turn into a fucking bully. It's no time. That damn circus is happening soon. It's almost election day. I'm getting excited. Is Shido-san okay? We haven't heard from him much since then. He's strong. He'll be back in no time.
We're with you, Shido. Hurry up and become Prime Minister.
Well then.
All right. Yay! Yay! Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
I made a snowman at school today. I'll show you next time. Actually, I guess it'll probably melt. Want to train again? All right, let's go!
Be the parent and or older brother to this child. Yes, I am his older brother now. Adopted older brother. Shinya is wearing a grim expression. We played Gunabout with intense focus. I feel like my bond with Shinya will grow stronger soon.
Bye. See ya.
It was all just a dream is my least favorite twist ending because so many writers misuse it and accidentally invalidate the whole point of the story they just wrote. I do fucking hate that. Yeah, that is a big red flag when that happens. What happened with the Phantom Thieves? There's not any follow-up news coverage. Who knows? Maybe it was a broadcasting incident. I heard it might have been a prank too. It's also strange how no one's seen Shido, especially since he was so confident at the beginning. I'm starting to not care about the elections. It's not like they're going to change anything anyway. Thank you. The curry was delicious. UI! Okay, hurry up. Sure.
Oh, it's freezing.
The Wilton Buffet. I'll treat you. I'm a millionaire. I'm a millionaire teenager. That and the 80s, 90s horror movie tropes of, oops, the monster survived because the movie producers are an endless pit of money hungry, of hunger, and can't stand the idea of never making a sequel to their cash cow. Yep, that is true. Yeah, I didn't like that either. I see. Yeah, the food looks damn good, and can't complain about the variety. But of all days, it just had to be a special menu day. What are you gonna eat? Wowzers. Oh my god. Tuna sushi. Not bad. Limited quantities, huh? You better hurry up and get some. Me being the foodie was unthinkable not too long ago, but thanks to you, I'm all refined now. I guess I could at least take Kaoru to a dessert buffet. I feel like my bond with him will grow stronger soon.
Let's see.
It's already time, huh? All right, let's go home. It Was All a Dream is very bad, but there was a very good use of it in the story. The MC woke up, but everything they did was actually happen in another world. Oh yeah, like a timeline swap. I personally don't like that either because at the end I'm like, so what was the point of experiencing a story that never happened? Though it would explain some of the weird shit that happened. Yeah. All right. My body needs sweets. Man, I really want to eat something sweet about now. But I feel bad doing it alone. My heart is conflicted. How about it? Want to be my accomplice? Aren't you in the mood for some sugar? You should come right now. You know what they say. Sugar will cure all your worries. Crepes. Crepes it is. And Artoria strikes again. It looks like they're not doing their famous double chocolate crepes today. They have the worst luck. Oh, an email. Looks like it's from the agency. I wonder what they could want, huh? Mika? At Skytree? Where's that? They want me to head over for a shoot now. Feels pretty familiar, doesn't it? Basically, this men's magazine is running a Mika special to try and capitalize on her recent popularity. But apparently she asked for me specifically to star alongside her for the shoot. I wonder why. It's a trap! Mika was the bitch, right? It's a trap, dude.
For real?
Then should I say no? Oh, but I already agreed. I guess I won't know what she wants until I head over.
Hey.
Have you been to Skytree before? How do you get there?
Let's go.
Oh, and can you come with me? Actually, I've already decided for you. You're going. Come on! All right, we made it. Wait, where's Mika? Oh, so you came for my special. You asked for me, right? Wow, I barely recognize you. Did you lose weight or maybe change your makeup? The theme for today's shoot is the elegance of woman. So I conditioned my body to be more elegant.
What?
What do you mean? Controlling what you eat, how you move, that's all. It may sound easy, but it's pretty tough. Hi there, Terrific Toby, welcome on in. How are you doing? It's good to see you again. How have you been? Sort of like that at the end, but the dialogue did leave it open to the possibility that it probably did happen, though it's a little difficult to definitively conclude that. It's indeed the bitch. She is kind of a bitch. You have to write down everything you eat, making sure to check the nutritional and caloric content. And I even hired a personal trainer to take special note of my diet and oversee my exercise regimen.
Wow.
Whoa, that's amazing. Does that mean you don't get to eat double chocolate crepes? Of course I don't. I get fat with just one bite of that stuff. Not to mention the other stuff I do. I take herbal medicine, I wear warming socks, I do Pilates and yoga day after day. How many squats do you think I do in a week? Natural beauty like you can never understand how much work I put into my modeling. You know, it's kind of embarrassing getting complimented like that. Sorry, did I say natural beauty? What I meant was natural airhead. Oh my god, what a bitch! I'm quite all right. How are you lot doing? Doing great, Terrific Toby. We're just on the tail end of the base game for Persona 5, and then we're gonna move into Royal. Have you played Persona 5, Toby?
What did you say?
Who are you calling an airhead? Senpai, stop it! You're scaring me! Mika-chan, are you okay? Man, catfights are scary. Oh my god, this bitch. This way, Mika-chan. Yeah, that's perfect. That's exactly the expression I'm looking for. Wonderful, wonderful.
I see now. This is a test.
Yes!
Well, I'm not gonna lose.
Anshan, could you try being a little sexier?
You mean like this?
Oh, that's beautiful.
Mika, why are you doing this? I thought you looked up to me. You should have known that was a lie. But I guess you're just as naive as you look.
See, this is why you don't trust anybody. This is why you just assume everyone has your worst interest at heart, and then you do it anyway, and then you feel bad when they betray you like that. Is Mika the main antagonist of P5? I know, right? For real. Like a decade ago, I don't remember it well. Fair enough, terrific Toby. Fair enough. Yeah, this is a great game. I really like it.
Anyway, stupid amateurs like you really piss me off. You better not drag me down, okay?
Oh, you're amazing, Mika-chan.
Ugh. Oh, you know the president of that fancy car company. Introduce me, please. The owner even invited me to dinner. You know, working with all of you just makes me so happy. I'm heading home.
Mika screams daddy issues. Yeah. Must have forgotten the voiceover DLC. This is 10 times better. I'm so glad you like it, Toby. We arrived back in Shibuya.
Why did Mika ask for me?
So she could show you up.
I see. Then she was just trying to be mean. If that's the case, I probably deserved everything she did.
Cheer up. Feed her a crepe ASAP. True. It's how I look up to you, and that's fundamentally factual. Oh, thank you, Alex. I appreciate that.
I'm so pissed off! Mika had to work super hard every day to get to where she is now. She worked out, she watched her diet, she made friends with everyone. She couldn't rely on connections like I did, and she didn't become a model just for the heck of it. Her resolve, her knowledge, her fashion sense, her all on a totally different level from me. Mika is amazing. Mika is strong. But me, I'm nothing. Just thinking about that makes me so angry. I feel like I could explode. This whole time, I've just been pretending to model. It was like the clothes were wearing me. I mean, that's what I always thought being a model meant. But I was totally wrong. A real model draws out the beauty of the clothes they wear, casts a stunning magic on them. A real model is flexible, beautiful, and strong. Well, I've had enough pretending. I want to be a real model.
You already are one.
No, I'm not even close. But that just means I have room to grow. Yes! I'm gonna take the world by storm. Just you watch, Tal.
I sense a heightened motivation from An. Lovers rank up.
All right.
Did we get anything from that? No.
Ugh, I'm so mad. This is the perfect time for sweets, but no. I won't eat them. I mean, I will, but not today. You eat some for me, Tao. Later.
This is hilarious. I love it. I'm really glad you like it. It's so much fun. Make that a double crepe. I wouldn't mind some either. Oh, get some for Toby too, okay?
Tao, it's me. I've been pissed since I left. I can't help it. All right, I'll say it again. I'm taking the modeling world by storm, and I don't care what I have to do to get there.
Oh, don't say that.
Obviously, that means dieting, cutting back on food, and no matter how tough it is, I'll do any workout.
Don't strain yourself. Are you trying to be like Mika?
Yep, just like her. It kills me to admit it, but Mika was so strong. I'm definitely going to beat her, though. This is a first for me, actually. Feeling this pissed off, I mean. Usually, even if it's a crappy day, I just get over it by having snacks, watching TV, and sleeping it off. But
this time, it's different. I want to change. Tomorrow, I want to be better than I am today. Okay, I gotta start my stretching session. I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye. Uh-oh. Well, Tao, you heard her. Time to eat some lollies. Yeah, yummy. I'll eat on since she cannot have such things while on a diet. I'll sacrifice myself, Toby. You are truly a generous being. Please answer my humble request. Vote for Masayoshi Shiro. Those election cards are so obnoxious. I ask for support from you, my constituents. It's already election day. Please vote for Masayoshi Shiro.
Ah, you're back.
2 days left. What are your plans for the evening? For the evening? Oh, no, okay. Never mind. It is not the worst idea, but she would definitely take it too far. Yeah.
What do you want to do?
Let's make some curry. Kawakami, make me curry, please. But please.
Hi.
And we'll go work out. And then tomorrow, we probably need to go to Mementos. Probably. Maybe we do. I don't know. We still have like an hour. Maybe we don't. I'll let you guys vote, actually. Do you want to? Here, we actually have to go on a break as well. So once we get through this workout, we should hit Mementos for today, or we should not vote for Shido. See what happens in the main story. Yeah, let's put it like that. You guys have 5 minutes. The poll is live. Let me know. Because I don't think that we're gonna, we generally will only go for about another hour from now. So that probably doesn't leave time for both Mementos and the main story for today. So please vote. Let me know if you want to hit Mementos for the rest of our day, potentially, or whether you want to do the main story. All right, let's work out. I'm gonna be a model too. Yes. I'm gonna work out. Leo! Hi, lovely Leo. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for the 105 studying streak. Thank you. What's your favorite playing card? Mine's the Joker. In all seriousness, though, hope you're doing well, Tao. Aw, thank you, lovely. I celebrated my 35th birthday last Saturday. I had a grand time, especially when I hosted a game show in VR chat that evening. That's awesome, hun. Here's 105 stream streak. Outstanding, hun. And hey, happy birthday, darling. Happy birthday. I'm about to heat the oven up and make some croissants. Oh my God, yummy. Oh my God, yummy. Dude, oh, please send me some. Send me croissants. Croissant. Looks like you guys really want to do the Mementos today, which we can totally do. Please do vote for main story if you want to, because there's currently 0 people who want that, which is totally fine. But we do have to go on a quick break. And I think in case the next day takes off or something, we're gonna go on that break right now. Croissant. Hydrate during break. Oh yeah, thank you so much for the care package, Ozzy. Appreciate it. Tao, there's a bunch of assholes waiting for us in Mementos. That is true. Good point. We will go kill them all. I mean, change their heart. We wouldn't kill them. No. That's not allowed. All right, you guys, please make sure that you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Peace for lovely Leo. And darlings, I will see you in just 3 minutes, okay? Love you lots. Miss you terribly. See you soon. Mwah! Read it! If you get stuck, press tab and check for trees. Oh. Ah!
Remember, Tao, you call the shots here. If you feel like it's impossible, you can move on.
Engage? I'm talking to you. I'm speaking directly to you, Engage. I'm moving through the screen. There you go. Now you got a Roblox channel. Woohoo! Lav definitely doesn't play Roblox. No. It says left joystick, doesn't it? Isn't that what it says? Oh. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Fucking where are you going? Read it. If you get stuck, press tab and check for trees. Oh. Oh! Let me see. I actually haven't noticed the helicopter in quite some time as well, but I thought it was a funny joke. It is a funny joke. I can't believe, do I need to? No, okay. Bah! Bah! No. Bah! Okay, I give up. But we are not done with it, if that makes sense. Damn, it's late. Should be getting home. Cowder's been eating a ton lately after cram school. He'll probably have to have another growth spurt soon. Anyway, I'm close enough for today, and you should head home too. I feel like helping UI with his work has honed my nothing because I'm perfect in every way, and I'm maxed out on everything. Take it easy, kid. Doing well. Hope you're also doing good. I'm doing great. This is a lovingly hand-drawn 2D point-and-click barn build-up game. You get to take care of your horses and train them to build up their strength and confidence and compete for prize money. And you get to breed adorable foals. And you get to hire and manage staff. And you get to build the stable of your dweebs.
Onto my lunch. Jesus. Sucker.
64? I don't think it was 64, but I think we might have 60 deaths. Or was it 59? I forgot. Are we counting the time where we died because it was programmed into the game? Thank you for the care package. Sorry. Hi, Ivy. Let me finish your word, and then we'll come over here. Let me see. I actually haven't noticed the helicopter in quite some time as well,
peanuts.
but I thought it was a funny joke. It is a funny.
Peanut. Happy for you, Ozzy. Welcome back. Lovely light, sweet as Seti. Nix, Minto / Jam / Abby. And Nix. Alright. It is Kawamami. Kawamami! It's so snowy. Alright, mementos it is. No! This fucking kid, I wanted to spend time with him, but we only have one day, so let's do it. Hideout is.
That's everyone.
Oh my god, stop lagging!
Listen up.
Yeah, okay, the parents of Kana.
Nice. Yep.
Alright, we're all set. Great. Let's go get 3 of these bastards done.
It seems we have 3 to aim for right now. We should go.
Yes, let's do our best.
Let's do our best. May I not get murdered by the Reaper guy?
Okay, let's get to work. Come on, Joker.
Yeah, let's. Let me
I
see.
should write something.
Yeah, we should have read something. All right. Let's see. Where do we want to go here? Let's start partway in. All right. How deep can we get in here? Okay. Of course, it's at the bottom. The most bottom.
I'm sensing the target in a preceding area.
All right, let's head back. Oh, shit. Okay, never mind. I thought that, okay, cool. Well, fine. Fine. Are they in this area? I feel like, Nani, okay, it says the preceding area, so here we are. Pew pew! Let's change some hearts, yeah! Oops. I need to go down? No, up. Sorry, I'm going up for once in my entire life.
I see a shadow.
Yep. Very astute of you. Good observation. As much as I would love to stay up, I should probably go to bed. Good night, everyone. Have a good one, sweetie pie. Thank you so much for hanging out for so long with us. Sweetest Shadow Gun. Hopefully we will see you on Tuesday for some Voicer Choicer. We will also be joined by guest star Sweetest Sabe. We'll see Jose real quick. Watch, you are correct. I've only been down in this area like for three sections of it, right? Oh. One of these. One of these.
Rare one? Don't let it get away.
Persona!
Oh, yeah.
Guns! You gotta use your guns!
Ah, love that! Guns!
Joker, you're looking cool.
Do you want to talk? You want to chat? Yeah. Yummy. Yummy! All right, my stock's full. Of course it is. Mithras. I don't remember who that is. If I don't remember who they are, then they get got.
Your power's incredible, Joker.
Who are you? I don't remember. Replace. Whee! I don't need to go and see Jose right now because it's not like I'd be able to. I don't have any. I have virtually no flowers. He doesn't want any of it. Wants no part of that. I need the ups. I need the ups. Uppies. Aha! Uppies! Okay, surely this has got to be the floor, right? No? What? Really? The preceding area. He's gonna tell me, right? Morgana's gonna say when we reach it, right? Am I misreading the map? We're in the final section of or I guess the first section of this path. So I'm kind of surprised that
All right,
no,
a chest.
I'm not worried about this right now.
Chest. Inspiration.
Oh fuck! I don't know where I'm going.
How do we increase the speed?
Ouch! Don't kick at my stomach!
Don't kick the car. Puppy! Thank you so much for the care package, honey bun. I appreciate it. You have a flower on your head, Tau. It's true. Proceeds to give Tau uppies. Good, Tau. Oh, thank you. Reverse uppies. Sitting area. Okay, Mona, which one? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Is this it?
All right.
Okay, now you want to rest for a few. Yeah, okay, so we're going to the entirely next floor, the following floor. Huh. Oh, Mona, you make things hard. Maybe it's just the map that's making things hard. Is that gonna light up when we get to the spot or something?
Analyzing the feed.
Wowzers. Thomas Invento's scan ability has identified everything on this floor. Nice. There's literally a million errors. There literally are Fuck, dude. Oh, nice. We got to level up. And a new skill. A flash bomb. No, I like my invincible actionless bird. Or skillless bird. It does take actions. That's fair. Reverse uppies? Isn't that downies? I don't know. I'm afraid that if you were to... Oh! Okay, now we gotta go over there. We gotta go there now. I would be afraid of putting someone into the floor. That would be tragic. Bird up. It's savior bird. It is my savior bird. Please light up. Please light up. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? Mementos. Why does Mementos always confuse me so much? That's called dunking. Yeah, I was like, I don't want to dunk the precious pals. No. What's wrong with vertically integrating someone? Vertically integrating someone. I like that. Ooh, fully restores HP to all allies. Damn. Yeah. Yes, please. She doesn't struggle very much with SP, I don't think. I think she's mostly fine. Vertically integrating someone. That's when I stack all of the precious pals on top of one another, and you guys are 85 pals in a trench coat. These. Oh my God, Jose, I don't need you right now, little egg boy, my egg boy. What the fuck, dude? How? I don't even know what I'm supposed to be doing here. I did get dunked on before by a skeleton. Uh-oh. Someone is fully tangible, so you'll most likely forcefully bury someone in the ground. Exactly, that's why I'm like, I don't want to do that one. We can do uppies. But no dunking the pals. Unless the pals want to be dunked, I guess, but I don't know anyone who actually enjoys being held underwater. Or underground, that's even worse. Good. Where's that? I need the fucking. Oh, whoa, Jesus. Where's the? Where are the stairs, man? Would it matter if I said I wouldn't mind? Someone's got to be the dweller, right? The dweller. Tell me, are you the underground pal? Are you creating the underground section of the pouch? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Makoto. Please, oh my God, I don't understand this game! Exclamation point, Yugi. There's a whole maze below the crust. It's all mine. It's all yours, lovely Toby. It's all yours. Oh, Mona, what the fuck? Why does am I stupid? Oh my gosh. Like, for realsies, am I dumb? Am I not figuring out how to read this right? I thought that the floor names aligned with the floor, like, images, but that doesn't seem to be the case. How much deeper must we go? Well, we're not even going deeper, we're going higher. We're ascending. I know the other one's definitely lower, but I'm trying to find the... Ooh. Joker, there's a chest. We can get more money.
I know it's obvious, but this place is really barren.
It's lively in the car, though. Exploring is fun like this.
She's so cute. Going shallower. Yeah, exactly. Oh, wait, there's another wall. Oh, a secret is... Oh, it's a secret. A secret research point. Wow. Remember when I was driving through here and ignored the sound of the chains, and then I got murdered by the Reaper, and then I lost a bunch of stuff that we had already done, and I was sad. Remember that? That wasn't very fun. That was last week. Ah, thank God. Okay, great.
I can sense our targets somewhere in this area. Let's scour this floor for them.
Yes!
Mama Wheeler always told me not to ride the cat bus across the demon train tracks, Yugi.
Always. I I like when Save gives me the script between Yugi and Joey. I could never come up with these by myself, but he comes up with them on the fly, like live on his stream. But nope, we can't. We are not going that way. We're in the right spot. We're in the right place. But I like to pretend like I am responsible for the brilliant improv when he's here and he gives me the script. It's great. Aha! The enemy.
Huh? I can sense the target up ahead. You want to head in?
Sweetest Sam! Hi, lovely Sam! How are you doing, darling? It's so good to see you. How have you been? Oh, are these Kana's parents?
There. It's the shadows of Kana-chan's parents.
Why are there so many parents who try to control their children?
Don't overthink it. Let's worry more about helping their daughter.
We have to change their hearts if we want to save Futaba's friend. Let's go.
Hi-ya!
Why?
Bad bets at the races. Losses. Debt. Bad bets at the races. Losses. Debt. Sam! Oh my gosh, sweetie! Thank you so much! Thank you ever so much for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and the bonus 1, 2. Thank you so much! Thank you so very much, sweetest Sam. That is so incredibly generous of you. Thank you, darling. Thank you ever so much for your incredible generosity and kindness. That is so sweet. It's so good to see you, darling. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the outstanding support. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. How have you been, sweetest Sam? Thank you, lovely. That's so sweet. Holy crap. Thank you for the enormous generosity. Holy crap, holy crap. Ah! Okay, sorry. Thank you, lovely Sam. Why are the two of us so unlucky? It's bad luck we're poor all year round. We can't let Kana go to school. She needs to make money for us. Her sex appeal, her innocence as a young girl, whatever. She should sell it for us. Oh, wow, they suck. They're awful.
You call yourselves parents. Kana-chan's suffering so much because of you.
Yucky. It's too bad, but she needs to make us money. Kana needs to make money. Otherwise, our family will be broken up. Don't exploit your daughter. Kill them. With great Tau emotes comes great responsibility. It is true. It is true. This is a satisfying one. I can feel it. Sedu forced you? Sedu! Why would you do that to sweetest Sam? Thank you, Sam. It's not our fault. It's all because we've got some bad luck.
You got a problem?
Kana should just suck it up. Eventually, we'll hit the jackpot, and then all of us will be happy.
I knew it. These two are rotten to the core. Joker, please save Kana-chan. I didn't do nothing. I am the water pal, a shark pal, redesign currently pending. Cute. Impertinent brat. I'll blow you away in one fell swoop.
Keep your nose out of other people's business.
Ew! Yucky! Yucky! Gun damage! Ah, I love a crit. We don't even know who... We don't need any of this, but hey, I'll baton pass anyway. Yep. How does Bitchface feel about Gun 2? Okay, she doesn't care enough. Dude, it was huge! That was huge! Sedu didn't do nothing except being cool. Sedu is very cool, just as you are, Sita Sam. Update on the fountain pen. I've been doodling away as I watch, and I've noticed it started skipping less. I wonder if I just needed a break-in period. Reading reviews, though, I heard people say if you're going to get an Aspine as a budget fountain pen, the V126 is a better vacuum fill than the V200. Is that just down to the vacuum fill aspect of it, or is it generally better for if you're not going to be writing as much, or? You threatened to draw him as a cat boy. I do love to draw IRL streamers as cat boys. It's fact. Neo Greg and Sweetest Safeball 17 are cat boys. My little cat boys, meow! Okay.
How's this?
Let's psychic. No, they crushed me.
Sam, yeah, same, sell it off, woohoo!
In terms of general performance, people seem happier with the V126 than the V200. Oh, interesting. Okay. Fair enough. I'll have to look at which version I'm getting. I do have a V something coming.
I'm sorry.
We had no other choice. Sam? Sam? You know when you say a word so many times it's not a word anymore? Sam. I lost count. Fuck, I gotta actually count. Thank you so much, Sweetest to Sam, for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and the bonus 1 and 2. Thank you so much. Sam. Done. Thank you so very much, Sweetest Sam. Thank you for the absolutely amazing generosity. Holy hackies. Oh my god, that is incredible. Thank you so much, darling. Thank you. I personally like the aesthetic of the V200 square edges over the ovular shape of the V126. I wonder if the shape is contributing to the skipping? I'm not sure. Thank you ever so much, Sam. This is so kind of you. Thank you for the amazing show of support. Thank you. We had no other choice. We were in mountains of debt. We were truly horrible parents. Then be better parents. Sam! Fuck! Oh my gosh, thank you so much, Sam. Another one. Round 3, that is. Thank you so much for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and the bonus 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you so much. Thank you, sweetest Sam. That is so very generous. Thank you, darling. Ow, fuck. Just hitting my mic. It's okay. All good. Thank you so much, Sam. Miss Input? Thank you so much, Sam. Holy. Oh my goodness. Thank you, lovely. Thank you so much. You were so kind, so generous. Holy shit. We might, I reckon we'll probably get to our 150 for the spin this week, I reckon. Well, guess maybe. Thank you so much, Sam. Thank you. I know. I have to change my ways. I won't make Kana do that kind of work anymore. I'm sorry, Kana. Hey, Osisune! Welcome on in, Osisune. Thanks for coming in and thanking Sam for the subs. I hope you're having a good one. And I hope you enjoy the ad-free viewing and the handmade emotes. Sam sneezed so hard, fingers donated subs. Truly. Truly. We'll reorganize our debt. We'll be responsible for paying it back, not her. I'll quit gambling. I'll start working. I'll pay back all that debt, bit by bit. You have to. Don't hurt Kana-chan ever again. I started gambling to make some cash. Before I knew it, I forced Kana to do such shameful things. To think I used to be a father who only wanted his daughter to be able to eat nice things. You're right, dear. Before anything else, let's do our best to make Kana happy. Yoink! Growth 3, X1. Thank you, Joker. I think Kana-chan's going to be all right now. The Magario couple seems to have had a change of heart. I should go check on Kana's situation. And we will, after we kill 2 more people. Both of the new people suck too. Well, that's that! What now? You want to keep exploring? Oh my gosh, Sam! Thank you so much again! Sam, thank you for the 1, 2, 3, the bonus 6 one. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, I think we are definitely, yeah, it's filled up. The moon is filled up. We get to do spinnies on Friday. Yay! Thank you so much. Thank you, sweetest Sam. Thank you, lovely. Far too generous, but so appreciated. Thank you so much.
There are no more targets in this area. What's our next move, Joker?
Let's go back to the entrance. And then we will go further down because I don't want a hand to do that. Oh, wait. We got the red zone, the red room, the red, this thing, this fucking guy.
Do you need
Girl.
something?
All right, let's see what insanity we can cook up in here. All right. Let's generate.
There is an alarm in the
No, not the red room. Hey there, Radical Ram. Welcome on in. Thank you for the care package, hon. How are ya?
Today we will hang them more forcefully.
We will hang them more forcefully is so funny. Nue doesn't actually need, no, Nue doesn't need that. Astarius, I just wanna blow this guy up.
Shoot for the stars!
Is this the pop?
Is there a fish in their percolator? Nani? Time to roll the dice on the fusions. Oh yeah. Sam is so very generous and sweet. Sam is freaking angelic. You're so lovely. Thank you, darling. Thank you so much. And seeing that you're like, oh yeah, whoever wants the chibi. Oh, it's very sweet. The Fortune Confidant is wakening your hidden personas, blah, 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 blah. Gigantomachia? Colossal physical damage to all foes. Ugh. Ah, let's fucking go. Reminds me of the Black Lodge? What is that? Oh, stagnant air. What's that? Increases chance of inflicting ailments? I don't give a shit. Oh, bloodbath? No. Okay, done that one. Let me register if we need to. Yeah, definitely don't want to overwrite that. Yamata no Orochi.
You wish to register into the compendium?
Want him to, and then Horus.
Are you
I like
certain?
Horus. All right, let's create. Bobo! Hi, beautiful Boo Boo! Welcome on in, gorgeous! It's so good to see you! Welcome! Oh my goodness, how are you? I believe I was just lurking in your stream, in fact. How are you? How was your stream, darling? When will your next one be? Welcome on in, Magnificent Major Tom, Valiant Voids, Cutie Kaio no Umi. Welcome! Unleash the fish! As you should. You guys, if you haven't checked out the beautiful Boo Boo Catfishians, what a cute little goldfish! Unleash the fish. Hi there, Kumotsune. Welcome on in. Alice! Hi, amazing Alice. How are you? Yaki, I don't like. Oh, fuck. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Bobo. Oh, no. I'm so sorry that it typed you out. Oh, gosh. I'm so sorry. Oh, no. Oh, gosh. I'm sorry. Oh, no. Don't apologize. I'm really sorry. Oh my gosh, Sam! Holy shit, thank you so very much for gifting those subs as well. Thank you for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 gifted, hon. Thank you ever so much. Thank you. Welcome on, beautiful Boo and community. Raiders, if you got a raid run, that's totally cool. But if you'd like to stick around, we'd absolutely love to have you. Boo-Boo, could you let me know, how did your stream go today? When will your next one be? And in the meantime, hi everybody, I'm Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger, Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm also a professional artist, so if you come in on Fridays, you guys can help me decide what we draw and also request music. It's a really chill vibe for about 8 full hours. We're also doing first-time playthroughs of Persona 5 Royal and Final Fantasy XIV Heaven's Ward. When it comes out, we're going to be playing Blood of Dawnwalker all the way through, because I'm super hyped for that game. And yeah, welcome on in. It was super fun. How is it going tonight? Going great, beautiful boo boo. We're very productive. We're actually at like the very tail end. I think literally like less than 5 hours left of the base Persona 5 game, and then we have the entirety of the royal content to do. But yes, my fish got put in the timeout corner. No, I'm sorry. I put her in the wrong fish bowl away from her community. I'm so sorry. But beautiful Boo Boo, we would love to know. Yeah, when is your next stream? What will you be streaming? And Magnificent Major Tom,
Thank you for the ooh. Thank you.
thank you so much. Also, if it's okay, while you let us know what you're going to be up to and when, here's a little bit extra about us.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression.
Ooh.
Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fanart tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
Party and go.
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch. Yay! Boo was out of timeout. But yes, welcome. And Sam, are you heading out? Thank you so much for the lurk, darling. I super appreciate it. Thank you. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. And thank you so much for the amazing shows of support with all of those subs. I really do appreciate you, hon. I really do. Thank you. Sleep wonderfully well. Have the sweetest dreams. And Seahart, hi there, sweetest Seahart. How are you? She has a theme song. That's neat. I can't take credit for the actual like template of it, but yes, I do like to play that occasionally. But yeah, welcome on into you, sweetest Seahart, and beautiful Boo. Thank you so much for bringing everybody in. Yeah, if you happen to know when you'll next be live, we would love to come and join you guys. If you haven't checked out beautiful Boo Boo is a dear personal friend of Precious Pocky and an absolute joy to stream and collab with. What a freaking cutie pie! The cutest fish in the sea, I'll tell you what. If you guys didn't get to come on in and see the insanity that happened between Pocket Chalk, Birdie Laveau, Alice Mundi, beautiful Boo Boo, and myself during our Mecha Chameleon collab, like what, 3 weeks ago, you are seriously missing out. If any of you guys have like YouTube channels or where you like uploaded the VODs, you guys have got to check them out. It was so much fun. It was so much fun, dude. Boo Boo is so lovely as well. And yeah, she was doing some Arknights. I generally stream Friday and Saturday, hopefully one day more often. Yay, that'd be great, beautiful Boo Boo. We would love to see you. You gotta brighten up the online space more than just twice a week, hon. We can't do this without ya. We can't do it without ya. I said that in a joking way, but it's generally something nice, just for clarification. Oh, fair. Boo Boo is the coolest fish in the sea. It's true, and the cutest. The coolest and the cutest. 2 weeks ago. Thank you, Voids. Time is an illusion. I don't know it. No, might be something fun in the works with that. Oh my God, I can't wait. I'm so excited. But yes, you guys, please check out beautiful Boo Boo, who is doing some Arknights today, and is generally live on Friday and Saturday. And with any luck, we'll actually get her to be live more often, because that would be sick. She is so sweet, so warm, so lovely, so funny. Please go check her out. She is an angel of the stream. Angelfish. She's not an angelfish. She's a goldfish, but you could be an angelfish. At least you're not a catfish, am I right? At least you're not a catfish. She's not a catfish, you guys. She's not. But yes, thank you so very much for the raid, sweetie pie. I really do appreciate it. You are so very sweet. Aha, aha, aha. No, she's seriously not a catfish. She's a goldfish. But yeah, she's also an angelfish in our hearts, precisely. Yippee! Prologue is finished. Oh, very nice, Saint Saturnus. I'm excited to read it. Very excited to read it. For those folks coming in from the Arknight stream, who's your favorite operators? Ooh, good question. Red is a big Arknights fan, so please humor him. Tell us, who is your favorite operator? I don't know anything about them, but he does. And thank you so much for the care package at Stunning Orca. How are you? Mizuki! Cool name. I don't know anything about them. I bet they're cool. Let me look them up. Hold on. Mizuki Arknights. Oh my god, what a cutie. Is this them? Is this the card that you thought of? With the umbrella? That's cute. I like the umbrella. That's a good look. And the shorts? Yo, what is this? Is this like a jacket or like a cloak? I love this design. Dude, gacha games have like the coolest designs. I am a little bit jealous of how fucking sick they are. Oh my goodness! Ozzy, thank you so very much for gifting that sub to the wonderful Relic Big. Thank you. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so very much. That's incredibly kind of you. Thank you, and welcome on in, lovely Relic. How are you, darling? It's really good to see you. I hope you've been doing incredibly well. Mine's Reed and her altar, of course. Oh, he's very cute and soft. I'm very sane about him. I believe it, Boo Boo. Sedu, I think that means that you have to dress Boo Boo in Mizuki's gear. Does that sound good? Mizuki is a jellyfish dude. Oh, it's the fish in the sea, you know? Is a jellyfish a fish? I mean, it's called a fish. But I don't know if it's actually a fish. You know how there's like, well, I don't know, is a dogfish a fish? I don't know. I don't know about the water because I'm scared of the water. But I would come to the river's edge for you, to say hi to you, Boo Boo. Let's see. I'm a big fan of Skadi. You are looking at the reason she became a streamer, to spread Mizuki appreciation. I wish I was joking. Listen, I commend that. That is awesome. we all gotta have a reason. We all gotta have a reason. And if yours is to spread the Mizuki love, then so be it, darling. So be it. You guys, like I said, please check out the beautiful Boo Boo, who is going to be live Fridays and Saturdays with any luck. And has been playing some Arknights, and hopefully we'll do some more because she loves Mizuki. So there. And we're gonna go support her love of Mizuki, right? Our totally normal, we're all gonna support Mizuki in a totally normal way. And cheer for him. But yes, welcome on in. Now, for any of you who are trying to avoid any kind of spoilers for Persona 5, please be aware we are in like the final, like we're like the tail end of the final arc of the base game. Yeah, we don't want to. I don't want to spoil anything for you guys. Just as I would not like anything spoiled for me, you know. But if you don't care, or nothing can spoil you because you've already played it or watched Pocky play it, then yeah, feel free to stick around. I'd love to have you. We're currently in Mementos doing some final questicles, as I call them. At least go see Boo Boo so you can see her get fish thrown at her, and then a fish cannon. That's true. She does get fish thrown at her. It is fact. We joke, but we support and enable her very sane appreciation for the beloved. And I would support it too, because I think that they would look so cute, hand in hand. Boo Boo and Mizuki forever. Together forever. Boo Boo, thank you so much once more for the very generous raid. It is a pleasure to have you. I promise to return the raid whenever I possibly can. And Hun, I know that you've been streaming those long hours, so please go and make sure that if you got to do any after stream care, go for it. If you got to go for a walk, or eat, or sleep, or eat some fishy food, or swim around, or whatever else you want to do as a fish, please don't hesitate to do so, and I will take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back for them, okay? Thank you so much. Bonking her to bed. It's bedtime, hey? Thank you, appreciating my sanity. Of course, you're totally sane. There's absolutely nothing insane at all. Totally normal, totally sane. But yeah, thank you so very much for bringing everyone in, beautiful boo boo.
One of my
We're in
favorite
a red alert zone, which means we get to
This is
fuse
an
things and get
alarm
random
fusion.
results, which is my only way of getting anything in this game. Because I'm level 65.
It is rather
Because
remarkable
oh,
not
there's a
so
new
remarkable.
bird. It's got 4 feet, 3 feet. What the fuck? This bird is scary, but I
Choose
kind
which
of want it
skills to
because
inherit.
I don't know. I'm just gonna do this. 'Cause it's
This
bird
could
up,
bestow
bird
an
up. We do have a bird up.
extraordinary both of you to work.
Already giving her an umbrella and a sea-themed outfit for her F-Go fan art. Let's go. Let's go. Oh fuck, I'm losing Asterius. I'm glad I registered him. Good, good, good. You've heard of the 3-eyed raven. Now get ready for the 4-footed crow. Oh, is he 4? Are those 4 feet? That's Odin's crow? Why does Odin have so many? No, it's only 3 feet. He's got 3 feet on him. Yatagarasu. Interesting. Interesting. Athena, no. Oh, okay, do it. All right, I'm gonna merge this thing with something else and see what happens. I'll be lurking for you, Tao. Thank you so much, Magnificent Major. I really appreciate it. Thank you, lovely. You're very kind. Oops, over here. Oh, yep. Ah, I'm impatient. Last stand. What's this? Decreases accuracy of all foes' attacks except Almighty when surrounded. I'm not really surrounded very much. Windbreak.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi, dearest Darth. Welcome on in. We're gonna change this guy into I don't know, something. Misaguji.
Something you need.
Ew, I hate it.
Choose
Oh,
which
thanks, I
skills to
hate it.
inherit.
Oh my God, no. We're just doing this
This
because
could
something
bestow
random's
an
gonna happen.
extraordinary
Do it.
reborn.
That is Yatagarasu from Japanese mythology, the messenger bird of the sun goddess
Yucky.
Amaterasu. Oh, cool. Okay. Yucky. Going for a shower and then dinner, and we'll pop back later if you're still alive. Thank you so much, hon. I appreciate it. I hope that you have a wonderful shower, and thank you for dropping in. If you would be as kind, it's 4 a.m. for Boo. Join us in our efforts to fix your sleep schedule. Oh, 4 a.m.? Boo Boo, please get some. Whoa. Sorry, I didn't. Our Asterius got upgraded. Holy fuck. Boo Boo, please. We care about you, sweetheart. Please get some sleep. Go to sleep. Sleep well. Sweet dreams. It's 4 a.m. If you're not careful, you're gonna watch the sunrise, which is beautiful, but only if you went to sleep 8 hours prior so you could wake up and see it. Gorgeous Relic Bee. Do you have any pets? I do, sweetheart. I do. I have Coda, and he is an Australian Shepherd, a Red Merle Australian Shepherd, and I have Bear, and he is a Blue Point Berman. I love my fluffy animals. I'll go get some sleep. Good night. Yay! Good job. I'm very proud of you. I'm very proud of you. I know it can be hard to pull yourself away from things, but I'm very proud of you, hun. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. And once more, thank you so much for the very generous raid. Strat, did you get enough sleep? Can I get another shout out for the beautiful Boo Boo, please? Thank you so much, Tao. I'm sorry if I derailed the talk. Not at all, sweetest sweetheart. Not at all. It is important to me that we practice proper self-care here, especially for angelfish. And by the way, this is angel space fish. I'm not saying she is not a goldfish. I'm saying she is an angel goldfish. How about that? Is that better? Okay, he's really fucking scary. Oh, he's, yeah, he's very freaky looking. Look at this freaky deaky guy. And he's got some crazy, we already have like an insane, regen. We already have a crazy regen one, I'm pretty sure. Hold on, I gotta go res him. I gotta go res him. By the way, you guys, for those of you who have played Persona, my rule is we do not make DLC personas, or buy them, unless it happens as an accident. So like, I don't,
You handle this. These are the paths you
so
have
like,
walked.
while I could purchase, Orpheus, I won't be doing that. And I won't intentionally make him either. It's only in a red alert area. Tau Athena, please. Oh yes, the one you made. Okay. I'll bring you back, Athena. Athena is Saru's favorite. Thank you so much, Sita Strat. Yeah, you guys, please check out Cutie Pie Boo Boo. Cutie Pie Boo Boo. Okay, Athena. Because I also need to bring back my Asterians from Baldur's Gate. Asterius. I keep fucking that up. Okay. Okay. So like, yeah, this one we can do because this organically happened.
This is your power.
We'll just take that, and then I need my Asterius.
You'll withdraw this percent.
Yes, it's a good thing I'm a multimillionaire. For people that have been wondering how to turn off vertical stream, all you have to do is click on the screen, and on the top left, you have the option to switch to classic view. That's a good idea. Thank you for the clarification on that strat. Is there a pot of greed persona? I don't think so. But I could be wrong. P5R across Baldur's Gate. That would be a crazy crossover. I could actually see, oh my god, her name's not Malevola. Holy shit. Karlak. There we go. Karlak. I could see her befriending and being fascinated by these strangers. All right, let's start midway in. Wow, holy shit. We're far in here. All right, we got 2 more of these. You discover the next target. We have 2 more targets. How have you enjoyed Shido's Palace so far? Sweet Saritsa, how are you? It's good to see you. I actually quite liked it overall, but I mostly thought that the boss battle was pretty fucking sick. That was well done.
It's the new 7th area. Is this just my imagination? Or is this place even creepier?
No, you're right.
Hi there, Umbra Kit. Welcome in, amazing Umbra. How are you? Welcome.
Raiders, if you got a raid and run, that's totally cool. But if you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. How are you, sweetheart? The tavern may be closing, but the tavern crawl continues. Yes, indeed. How are you doing, Umbra? How was your stream? When will your next one be? Welcome on in, cutie pies. It's so good to see you. No, you're right. Without exaggeration, this repugnant place is an assault on the senses.
Sure. And the enemies here are gonna be pretty feisty, too. Be careful, all right?
Can I get in the car? Hello, sweetie pie. Yeah, we got 2 targets. 2 targets. Lower in the... Ooh, scary. Nope, not touching that. Can't touch this. I don't want to touch that. A river in a dry land, yeah. I forgot how the song goes, but yes, I do. That's a banger of a song. Next stream in like 2 hours, actually, ending for food and self-care. Oh, fair enough, hon. Are you sure that you're gonna feel up to streaming again if you're stopping for some self-care and stuff? You don't want to take some time off? But that's all good, honey. I hope that you enjoy your food, whatever you have. I really appreciate the raid. You guys, it sounds like Umbra will be live in about 2 hours. Do you know what you'll be doing? How's the game been? It's been great. My goal for today is to finish up our Mementos missions so that next week we can finish the base game. I think that we are just about able to do that. Particularly if I get through Mementos today. Boing. Oh, yay, another experience stamp. All right. Meow, meow. We are so close to Blood of Dawnwalker. We are. So for those of you who have just come in or who need the quick refresher, this game that is my most anticipated game of the year, Blood of Dawnwalker, is coming out on the 3rd for me, 2nd for you guys if you're in the US. And I think that I'm gonna play it on the day that it comes out, which is a Thursday for me, which is a day we normally don't stream. But I am desperate to play this fucking game, dude. So I think I'm just gonna do it. And I'm gonna see what I can do about, because it's supposed to replace our long linear RPG day, which is today. Once we finish out Royal, this is where we're gonna be playing it at. Oh, stock full, boo. Yeah, I'm really excited for that. We also have a story time stream coming up probably on the 5th of September. where you guys get to write. If you are a writer, you can write a story, a short story, or an excerpt from your novel, or lyrics, or prose, or something. And I am actually a paid voice actor and audiobook narrator. So I will let you, the author, choose whether you would like me to audiobook read it, or whether you would like me to voice act through it. Thank you for the head pat, terrific Toby. Thank you, City Pie. And yeah, I'm really excited for it. Just a couple of weeks away, and amazing. You're playing some Black Flag. Awesome. Yes, absolutely. Go have a good walk and stretch, Cutie Pie, and have a great stream a little bit later too. I am excited for it. They have some cool mechanics in this game. They do. Yeah, it's really sick. Yeah, it's pretty cool, isn't it, Seahard? I'm really excited. Thank you for the care package, Aussie. I'm gonna have to take a break in a couple of minutes to order some dinner and also go fill up my water bottle because it's empty. I wonder what cosmic entity I should do for the next story time stream. Whatever it is, sweetest, I'm sure it's gonna be great.
Terrific, lovely time.
Thank you so very much for the resub. You guys, we are so close to our first month of Partner Plus. It's amazing. Thank you so very much, Swedish Shavette. I really appreciate 16 months together. Incredible. Thank you so very much for your dedication, generosity, support, kindness. Thank you, Swedish Shredder. How are you? Let me see. Tau hired itself to read the Discord rules as a tax write-off. Exactly, it's exactly what I did. Definitely not illegal. I'll be off to get Boiger and watch Persona, as you should. Amazing, Umbra. Enjoy. What is Partner Plus? Partner Plus is a thing that you get when people elect to subscribe on their own rather than being gifted subs. So you get a certain number of points for each person who elects to sub or resub. And if you complete it for 3 months in a row, I believe, then I think that's permanent on your account, and it gives the streamer a better portion of the proceeds from like subs and bits and stuff. And it's very, very helpful because I'm not sure if you know this, but Twitch takes quite a bit out of every like gifted sub or bits. And the more Partner Plus levels you go up, or Affiliate Plus, affiliates also have access to it, but the more plus levels that you go up, as in the more individuals who decide to subscribe and resubscribe month over month, the more percentage goes to the streamer over Twitch. Does that make sense? I reckon you got another 6 streams of this game left total, like with Royal as well. I think you're probably right. Well, you're in the 3rd area of this floor. That makes it the 55th area overall. Huh, so we passed the big 5-0. Man, Mona, you were right. This place is astrologically big, or whatever you said.
Well, I'm surprised too.
Whatchoo? Interesting, it does make sense. Too bad gifted subs don't help, at least directly. Gifted subs are super generous, and I greatly appreciate them, and I will never not appreciate them. But, and I won't discourage them, obviously, but the gifted subs, the portion of the money that you spend on gifted subs goes up based on those plus levels as well, right? Solid chance of getting there this month. It'd be great if we got done with the plus goals before the end of the year. That would be incredible. And then maybe we can monetize it on YouTube as well. That'd be crazy. 6, maybe 7. Fair enough. I might see if I can find some other times to either play Blood of Dawnwalker when that comes out, like weekly, until we can finish this one, or play this a little bit more. But I never want to like go out of my way to make it so that you guys are not able to, like, I feel like playing Persona, we've only ever played it on Sundays, right? Sunday's my time. So the people who are available for it and want to watch it can be here every single time. And I know VODs exist and stuff, but I know also that like the live interaction is always quite thrilling. And I am worried about doing that with Blood of Dawnwalker as well, because if I want to play Blood of Dawnwalker on a day that I literally cannot stream most of the time, then I move it over to Sundays once we finish this game, then I'm afraid that we will have some people very lost. I might do a really thorough catch-up when when we switch it over to Sundays, but that will be after we finish Persona.
Such a big group in this car.
Partner Plus, I believe it's permanent. Not quite. It lasts a year. Oh, okay, it's a year. If you get 3 months in a row, it refreshes that year buffer. Thank you, sweetest save. Thank you for correcting me on that. I really appreciate it. Okay, well, cool. Okay, that's good to know. I actually genuinely didn't know that. That wasn't even one of those things that I was like, oh, I forgot about that. That's right. No, I actually did not know that. Thank you so much, Save. Can I get a shout out for Sweetest Save, by the way, who is an absolutely incredible streamer and a wonderful, wonderful friend and very, very entertaining. He does mostly Hearthstone, but you can go on in and talk to him about like anything as long as it's not politics or religion. He's very entertaining. Very funny, man. And obviously very helpful and patient with me not knowing things about, well, my job. We would be meeting big monetization goals this year. It's true. Right now, with Twitch giving bonus subs, though gifting subs does not have bonus value. Yeah. Is this? Wait, no, shit. I'm in the wrong spot. VODs are fine, but it's always fun to be able to interact, especially for active chatters. That's true. I'm going the wrong way. All right. When next we get to the outside of a target's like door, I guess I'll say that. We gotta go on a quick 3-minute break. I'm gonna go order some food for dinner. But we will come back very shortly after that. But let me get there first. Shout save out now while he's not streaming so we can get ahead of the shout out war. Exactly. The shout out war where he thinks it doesn't count unless it's a banner one. You get to order today. Normally we wouldn't. Normally one of us would have cooked yesterday and we would have leftovers tonight, but we were out yesterday, so we did not do such a thing and we've both been so whomped. You got veggies or just chicken? Actually, I think we might have boigies today. Yummy boigies. Hey there, lovely Lampy. Welcome on in, sweetie. How are you? Thanks for coming in with a raid. And once more, a huge thank you to amazing Umbra for the raid. Thank you so much, honey bun. Hey, a waiting room. We can kick back and relax for a while.
All right,
Let's take 5.
Sorry, she said that already.
I said that already.
Also, BT Dub save rated earlier too, so massive thanks to him for that as well. Oh, it's Jose! Jose, the egg boy, with his little eggshell hair. Can't wait for Tao to make Save a mod here. He'll be obligated to shout himself out. Oh wait, he can! Yes, and when Strat's not here and I feel particularly like torching for Save, I do say, Save, can you shout yourself out, please? Wait, go to a lower area? Wait, did I go? Wait, what? Can I go? Oh, can I just jump from one to the other? I've been down here? Where are we right now? Halfway point? Wait, what? Oh, wait, that's right. Because we made it past this part, but then we got hit with the Reaper last time, right? How far into the story are we? Like, did we get to the royal content? This is probably our second to last stream for normal, regular, oh, there's an exclamation point here. For normal, regular, Persona. Oh, okay, we found the spot. All right. Let's go on a very quick break, cutie pies. It's only 3 minutes. For those of you who have just come in with the raids, first of all, thank you so much for sticking around. But also, every hour we go on a 3-minute break, and that is just so that if you cannot afford to subscribe, you do not wish to subscribe, you don't have to worry about doing so in order to like not miss any content. Because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer, I run the ads, and then we come on back and make more content together. Okay? Do fear the Reaper. True. Things are well, lovely Lamp. I hope you're doing incredibly well too. So please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, darling sisters. I'll see you meds reminder. In case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you lots. I'll miss you terribly. I'll see you soon. In 3. Mwah.
This is a lot
lovingly hand-drawn 2D point-and-click barn build-up game. You get to take care of your horses and train them to build up their strength and confidence and compete for prize money. And you get to breed adorable foals. And you get to hire and manage staff. And you get to build the stable of your dreams. So if you want to vote for that, you can. Ew! Why? I'm just being wholesome and loving my horses. Why would you do that to me, little bit?
It's okay, I'm over it. Read it! If you get stuck, press tab and check for trees. Oh. Oh!
Remember, Tao, you call the shots here. If you feel like it's impossible, you can move on.
It's all in Chinese. Apologies, Japan. I just caused a fucking international incident. Distinct from it's very distinct from mainland China. All right. suddenly China, surprise. Okay. Sorry, Yuki.
Surprise communism.
There you go. Now you got Roblox channel. Woohoo! Lav definitely doesn't play Roblox. No. 64? I don't think it was 64, but I think we might have 60 deaths. Or was it 59? I forgot. Are we counting the time where we died because it was programmed into the game? Thank you for the care package. Engage? I'm talking to you. I'm speaking directly to you, Engage. I'm moving through the screen. I am moving through the screen into your ear holes. Here I come. Here I come. It says left joystick, doesn't it? Isn't that what it says? Oh. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Fucking where are you going? Oh my god. I'm crying a little bit. Fuck. That was really funny.
So if you want to vote for that, you can.
Ew! Why? I'm just being wholesome and loving my horses. Why would you do that to me, little bit? It's okay, I'm over it. Let me see. I actually haven't noticed a helicopter in quite some time as well, but I thought it was a funny joke. It is a funny joke. I can't believe I can't.
Hi, darlings. Welcome back. I will let you finish your words, and then we will,
okay.
we will get back into it.
Nope. Okay, I give up.
Hello,
Take it easy,
sweetie.
Doing well. Hope you're also doing good. I'm doing great.
This is a lovingly hand-drawn 2D point-and-click barn build-up game. You get to take care of your horses and train them to build up their strength and confidence.
Nice.
And
Well
compete
done. Well
for
done.
prize money, and you get
Give me
to
just a
breed
second. I'm just making sure that our order went
adorable foals, and you
through.
get to
Bear
hire
with
and
me.
manage
Welcome
staff,
back. Welcome
and
back,
you
Valiant
get to
Fast.
build a
Welcome back,
stable of
Exceptional
your
Engage. Welcome back, sweetest
dreams.
Stora. Welcome back, Awesome Aussie. Let me just make sure. Okay, looks like we're good. All right. Here we go. Hello! Wait, I'm way over here.
I took my phone off of the thing for ordering of the food. Let's see. We got some uppies for you, Vash. Good, Vash. We got some awesome Aussie uppies. Good, Aussie. We got Nick, Smitto slash Jam Slice uppies. Hi there, lovely look. Welcome back, and Sweet Seto, welcome back. And Engage uppies. Good Engage. Also, dearest Darth, thank you for the ooh. Thank you. Thanks, sweetie. All right, let's see. We made a ton of progress, so now it's just like clearing the stages. Not quite. We're doing some last minutes right before the big showdown, seeing what's gonna happen with Shido. Mementos journeying to try and make sure that we are primed for increasing our confidantship with people when we make it into Royal. Which one is this? There! That's Ayahata! All women should be conquered. Was that what you said? We should be careful. We've got to change his heart no matter what. We're playing crazy taxi now. You guys must be the Phantom Thieves, but I haven't done anything wrong. They all brought it on themselves. I bet you think they're all saying stuff like, I'm so glad to serve him, right?
Don't be
Because that's what you make them think.
This is horrible.
Come on, don't talk to me like that. Please? Well, I just got chills. So that's how you get girls wrapped around your finger. So I guess you're not all talk. It's not something you'd understand if you're not popular with women. There's nothing better than seeing the moment our life is shattered. Feeling like you control everything in our life. If you're gonna get in my way, then I'm not gonna go easy on you. Okay? Mobster! It's mobster time! Bro got the dough here! Let me get you the dough here! Hold on a second. Alright, the dough here is equipped. There you go, it's Evil Joey! I got women falling for me left and right, and I don't even have to lift a finger. I wonder who my next slave will be. Crazy looking. Now observe my talent.
For real?
I can't believe this guy.
Go down.
Gun. I cast gun. Oh shit.
Persona.
What about electric? Yikes, that didn't do much. All of the goyles are impacted.
Persona. Shall we?
Gun! Oh shit, maybe he just resists all the goyles. What if it's possible? It could be possible. Let me see here. Cois. Don't need a cois. Whoa! Hold on a second. Wait, no, that was right. That was right. Whoa!
Hang in there.
Thanks.
Vegeta, how are you? Thanks for the gear package. Much appreciated.
Get wrecked.
Why is this guy so tanky? Oh, hey, thank you very much for the gear package and the head pet there, Vegeta.
What's my next move? Persona!
Thank you, thank you. Funny thing about this fight, if you don't take any of the goyles, that attack does nothing. No. Interesting. That could be a spoiler, considering it's almost like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it would have been good to wait until I finished the fight for that. Maybe, I don't know. No, he told you. What do you mean he told me? What do you mean?
No holds barred!
All right, let's see here. Severe gun damage. His whole thing is manipulating Goyle specifically. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. I'm saying that, like, he didn't specify that exactly, you know. It could have just been it doesn't necessarily have to be a mechanic. It could have been something else. They said he goes after Goyles. It's true. But they've also said that certain people are particularly, I don't know, like, there's been, like, some villains where they're, like, not sensitive to the what you would kind of assume would be like their opposing element, you know. Ryuji said that too. Yeah, that's fair. But again, I wasn't sure that the like the mechanics are there. This is his cognition, basically. I wonder, maybe I should just do this. Maybe we can just do... Let's try a charge. Yogi, I take issue with this interpretation of my character. I don't even know the meaning of the word sexism. I assume it's the name of the cat bus. Sexism cat bus.
Shall we?
I assume it's too late to swap out the Goyles now that you're already in the fight. Yes, it is. Unless we get murdered, in which case it might be not too late, but
Don't rush it.
I'm not doing a whole lot. I have the Art VODs on my laptop, and at the moment, Art VOD Save Hat has the Yugi hair on at the moment. Great timing. Alrighty, let me restore everybody here. Don't get murdered, ideally.
Persona! This is a part of me.
I keep forgetting that it looks like anything that's like physical doesn't work for them.
Let's go.
Let's see, what else can we do? Wait, I want, where's my big guy? Not you, this guy. No, not you! Not you, this guy. This is the one. I like this one. Wait, that did nothing. Hey.
Let me handle this.
Oh yeah, get it. Go ahead, Ryuji.
Go. Yeah.
I must remove my hair. But first, hiya! Panic! Ay. Dude is fucking tanky though, isn't he? Sorry, it's so jarring to like not have the music playing. Sorry. Tigers, what's up? Alex, what's up?
Let's go, Captain.
I forgot if I did the rage thing. Oh, I did. Ow! What? All right, again. Why must he be tanky? I know. You wouldn't think he'd be tanky. Sounds like a little bitch to me.
Let's go.
Oh! Bruh.
We're ready.
I saw that coming earlier. All right, that's it. No girls allowed. This is a boy only zone. No girls allowed. Oh, fuck me, dude. I was like, oh, we're gonna get through the both of our new targets, but I don't think that's gonna happen, actually. Maybe I just let everybody die real quick. real quick. Imagine the fights ramp up as you get closer to the end. Yeah, because that's just gonna keep on happening. I'm gonna remove all the girls. Just briefly, because I like having my team. I'm pretty happy with them, but is it too late to swap out characters? Yeah. I mean, I don't know how much damage this is gonna do. Probably not much. Yeah. God, he's so tanky, dude. Fuck.
The enemy.
All right, we're just gonna do this and hope that he targets me at some point. Which team? Chat or your P5 party? Wait, what?
I'm okay.
There. We just do this. We're just gonna talk while I do this. Is there a way we can automate the hair using an OBS overlay? I guess you would have to stay in place for it to work. Yeah, no. Unfortunately, you can't. Not with the, Not with the, Oh my god. Yikes. Not with the stickers. There's not a thing for the stickers in Binyan. Button mash time! Button mash time! Casual 4K heal, by the way. Yeah, exactly! Fuck! Rough life, dude. Rough life. Wait, if he kills Makoto, does everything cease to... Oh my god, you gotta stop killing Ryuji, though. Ah, fuck me. Let him kill Makoto. I know. I'm just letting him do what he gotta do. She's only got 1 hit point left, so I'm kind of hoping. Oh my god, bitch! Please. Uh-oh. The lag. Oh my god. Okay, so once she dies, do I get to, like, single-handedly... Can he just please target Makoto for a second? Like, literally just do one, like, poke her. I can't believe I'm cheering for her, Okay, alright. Okay, so how's this work? Is he gonna, like... I should probably heal, actually. Oops. Okay, I got a life drain here. We got a bunch of regenning each turn battle. Let's see. He might kill me before this, but imagine he just keeps missing and it takes forever. Yeah. Oh fuck. Yeah, that might be it for me. Oof. Yikes. All right, hold on a second.
Okay.
I mean, the dude's kind of low on health and he's not gonna get healed by me, so. Maybe I can do this. I could also res Ryuji. Maybe I should do that too. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Maybe. Okay, gun. Dude, fuck me. All right. This is clumsy, but it'll be fun. Murder him! He stops to monologue.
Using it.
Owie! What is he hitting me with? Is that hold on. I have a persona that is at least resistant to physical, don't I? Yeah, it's strong to this guy's strong to physical. So maybe I'll just stop wasting my time. This feels Sisyphean. It does. Sisyphean.
What?
Alright, let me res our boy here. Restore his HP, that's what I'm looking for. I think it's after that, yeah. Wafers. Fuck, I need more of these, like, rezzing things. No, fuck it.
There.
For real? Yeah, for real? Oh, nice! Do it, bitch! Do it!
It's showtime.
I'll have the usual.
Of course.
We haven't got to see this one for a while. Dumbe!
Now that's what I'm talking about. I'm trying to eat here. Impressive, right? Holy crap, this is good.
One must imagine Sisyphus happy. For real? Oh no, please don't. Oh my god, balls. Yikes. Okay, I thought that my persona choice was gonna be good, but it was not. It was actually very bad.
Persona!
Dumbe. I hate this fucking guy.
Okay.
What do you think you are?
Oh, I like this one? Wait, the bad guy? Probably shouldn't have done that. Fuck, he's so... Oh my god, please don't. Oh my god, you suck. Is there a bulletproof vest persona? I know, that would be useful. It's okay, Tau. I'm sure he hates you too. That's probably true. How is he dodging so much? That's what I want to know. Do I have anything to like... Do I even have anything that's gonna heal me? I obviously res Makoto, but she is gonna fucking help him. So I won't do that. Do I have anybody that's strong to physical and... Because he is using physical, isn't he? I'm surprised he's hitting me so hard. Oh! Wait, I have double repel on this one. Hold up! Wait a minute. I'm gonna be disappointed if he's got like some almighty bullshit. Can I paralyze him? I was talking about the attack Ryuji and Joker did. Oh, that wasn't Joker. That was Yusuke. But yes, that was a very good one. The power of a womanizer. It's true. Agadine. Nope, sorry, I'm still trying to heal.
Using it.
Still trying to heal through this. This is a very clumsy attempt on his life, but we get what we can. We get what we can take. We take what we can get. Do we have some sure hit attacks? No, none of them are technically. Yes, okay. I am a strategist and none shall defeat me.
All right.
None of your fucking bullshit anymore, bitch. All right.
It's time. Ravage them.
All right, now I'll be fine, assuming he doesn't hit me with something. Oh, go for it, buddy.
Gonna knock you out.
What power? Yes, good crit. Yes, good crit. Get him, fucking get him, go. Maxed his dexterity, probably. That is probably true. A strategist. When is Tau going to be added to Marvel Rivals? I might play that game if I got added to it. Oh, oopsie, I just realized that. Oh, thank God, okay. Okay, boom! I need to heal Ryuji quite badly. Seems like you got this! We'll see, it's just really quite a slog. Oops. Okay, listen, Ryuji's just gonna have to settle in the corner there. Gun! Oh, cool. Debilitate, hate that.
This one.
I'm gonna heal again. So much for healing Ryuji, I know. Yeah. It's okay. He doesn't need to be healed right now. He'll be fine. He'll be fine in like 2 minutes. Ryuji, you're just supposed to live with those bullet wounds. Call them speed holes. Oh my gosh, Yogi, it's speed holes.
Ravage them.
You're a strategist. A better game than Marvel Rivals to play would be PUBG. I don't like PUBG. I only made money off of it for a little bit. And I was like, I don't actually like this game that much. It's not gonna insta-kill him no matter what I do. Come on, attack me again, Beach. I dare you. Oh, fuck, sorry. I thought I was in the skills section. You're welcome, Seti. Fuck, dude, man. This guy sucks. This guy stinks!
Go down.
Please die. Please die. Please die. Fuck! Attack me again. Yes, this is the end for you. Fuck, not quite. Oh my god, this is such a slog. Please die. Is a 45-minute timer good enough? Probably gonna have to be less than that. Probably, let's do, actually, I think I'm gonna turn off the raids right now. I forgot about that. Because I'm probably gonna have to finish up literally, when we, good job, Siri. Literally when we finish our Mementos run, assuming that we can before my food gets here, because food actually should be here in about 20 minutes, so. I want to eat the food when it's hot. Nom 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 nom. At this rate, we just wait till he dies. Yeah, that's my plan. Tis the plan. What, dude? Was that a bot? That was quick. Yeah. Siri bot is a wonderful, wonderful addition to your stream if you decide to stream. Oh my god, this blows. I cannot hit this guy for shit. Please attack me more. I just need to deflect you some more. Please, please, please. Oh, I'm so close to dying. Oh, holy shit. Got a bunch of SP. Nice. The fact this man hasn't been hit with status is ridiculous. I know, right? That's what I'm thinking too. Enjoy your meal and leave us forgotten for food. Never!
Go down.
Yes! Fucking finally. Okay, I'm happy. I'm happy you will. Just us chickens. What have I done? I deceived and manipulated all those women. God, the lag is getting worse. That's right! Countless lives were ruined because of you! Please, wake them up from their dreams. Don't let any more people become your puppets!
I'm sorry.
You're right. I have to give them back their lives. Easy, GG, whip but no rape! Farewell, white-haired Cthulian?
All right.
Another case solved. What's next? Do we keep exploring?
How many targets left in this area? One? Okay, then what's our next move?
Let's keep going. That'll be our last thing for the evening. Before I forget, I am healing the fuck out of everybody. Okay. Ha! We strategically sacrificed our own characters to defeat you. Exactly. Does the change of heart also lead to a change of bank balance? For some, I hope it does. Possibly. Pronounced Kukulin. Wait, oh, Kukulin. Wait, what is that? Kukulane? Kukulane. Oh, wait, that sounds familiar. Oh, Celtic! Probably. Kukulane. I feel like I've heard that name. Is that a persona? All right, we gotta keep going into the inner depths here. Inner depths. Better stock up on items. I'm pretty set on items for the most part. In fact, I think we're maxed out on quite a few of them. That's up. We want to go down. Go down, as Joker would say.
It's way different seeing the real thing compared to pics.
Aha. Kukulin, legendary Irish hero. Oh, that's where I've heard. That's cool. Okay, yeah. No, I am genuinely really bad at spelling things. My apologies. Fuck. Have to get through this fucking guy.
Let's go.
You have something to hit personas. Well, that's on.
Haven't I made one of these before? What, Kali? I guess I haven't. Oh, wait, no, I have. Wait, Kali is a name, so I think I know this one, right?
You're mine.
Oh, shit, it's reflective. Oh, fuck, I did not look at that before I did it. Whoopsies, dumb. Okay, note to self, she can't do that shit either. Wait, that's gonna reflect too? Fuck, everyone's dying because I can't read. Okay, I'm gonna look. All right, I looked that time. Uh-oh, we're so fucked and dead. Oh no, please. Oh, okay. At least it's not the Reaper. That's true. Could be worse. Could be the Reaper. Okay, I'm actually looking. Okay, definitely need this right now. Yay! Good job. You can look at a learned shadow without attacking. Oh yeah, no, I know. But I was hoping that I had a, because you can also just like immediately shift to a persona that it's weak to. And or that has like attacks that would make it weak. And I did click that button, but that's not working. So I assume that there's not a whole lot that I can do about that. Yeah, it doesn't have any weaknesses. Okay, that was the problem. That's the problem. Does it have any? Okay, it doesn't give a shit about. Okay, physical. half through the Britain arc, but I will be rewatching it. I fell asleep and woke up on the 4th episode. Don't do that. You have to watch it all the way through. Ooh, attack. Yay. Oh, fuck. Oh, good job. Good job. Keep it up. All right, that's fine. Disarm them. Their strength comes from having 6 arms. It's true. Nice tech. And
You sure showed me.
ba-ba-ba-ba-boo. Not good for his spine to land like that, but that's okay. I will not spoil it for people here. I'll bug you about it. Please do. I will endlessly talk about Link Cliff. Happily, happily, happily. I'm still waiting for, I think 3 and 4, or at least 3 is out. I can't wait. Also, let me... Sorry, that's annoying. Fuck, dude, where's the... It's gotta go right. I have one more target before we finish up stream. You mean lockpick? Wait, lockpick what? Oh no! No! Link click! Ah! I cast hernia! Should we farm for aluminium sheets while we're down here? I don't know. I've got like 40 lockpicks, so I'm not super fussed about it. I have so many, and I have so many more available too. I don't know. Wait, go to a lower area. What the fuck? Why is it? Oh, it's a rest spot. Just binge it when it's done? No! I'm watching every single episode as it goes. Wait, you plan to torture yourself through every episode? I am so excited to be tortured through every episode. Yes, indeed. Gonna lurk, but actually may miss the end of the stream. All good, awesome Aussie. Thank you for coming in. I hope you have a great evening. We'll see you later. Some ubbies for you. Aussie. Yes, save. Yes, definitely. You're probably able to jump down instantly because Futaba scanned the floor. Oh, that makes sense. You shot me down way too fast. What's the... Sorry, I didn't read it. I didn't read it. I also need to make sure that I spend these fucking flowers as well. Ah, fuck. Oh man!
Doesn't look like electricity.
They're weak to electric. I don't have an electric thing. Do I have anything that they're... I actually don't know about wind. Oh, nice! Not terribly tanky. They do eat lead. Wait, what do? Pretty flowers for pretty lady. New clip. Hey. Alrighty. Get them. Oh no, we hit someone. Now we have to do the insurance exchange minigame. Man, that would be... I feel like, actually, honestly, Alex could probably make that fun. I feel like they could. They're magicians like that.
I'm getting sleepy with nothing to do.
Oh my god! Hold on. Food is supposed to be here soon. Oh no. We don't know anything about the schedule. Let's do some... Well, let's try this. Thought they would let you rush through the mobs like in Mud 4, but I guess these guys are much stronger. Yeah, well, we normally get to rush through these, but yeah, these are too strong to do so. Probably more involved in Japan. They probably have 500 forms or something. Probably. I reckon that's true. Navy! Hi, lovely Navy. Welcome on in. The Ryuji instant kill perk only works on a relative power scale. Yeah. You have to outclass them a good bit before it triggers. Yeah. Yum, yum, yum.
Let's go.
Go down.
Oh, fuck! It's, oh, Monarch of Snow. I probably should have guessed that one. Sorry, I'm really not paying attention today. The instant kill perk only works if you're unaware, and Joker is about 10 levels higher. Yeah, it's the Stay Puft Marshmallow Kings. Oh, you want to be friends? Okay, nice. Don't mind if I do. I'm gonna have to recycle somebody. Who to recycle? Kali.
Your power's incredible, Joker.
Ooh, King Frost, yes.
All right.
One of my newest friends. Oh my god, please be down. No.
Wait,
Oh,
so
yay.
what?
All right, is this it? Is this the place? I forgot how much I like this game. It's such a good game, Toby. I really love it. Yeah, it's really fun. Sick game. Are we in the right area
Here
now?
are the search results.
Search results, sick. Are we in the, okay, we can just go to a lower area. Sick. That's cool. I actually did not realize that I was able to do that. That's awesome. Okay. The
This is
goal,
what I saw.
are we in, okay, no, lower. Oh, end area 14. Oh, it's a Sasuke's shadow.
He's acting like he owns the place.
He's a producer in the world of entertainment, destroying the dreams of young girls, right? Come on, lag.
What a jerk.
I can't let this guy go. I'm going, even if you try to stop me.
Okay.
No one's gonna try and stop you, so calm down. Let's go. Cool. Okay, this will actually work out. How do you feel about strat maxing? And are you close to relationship maxing with people? Some of them. Some of them. We have maxed out a few of them. But what's that voice? Ah, the Phantom Thieves! Did you come to ask me to manage you?
What?
Yeah, right. Just what are you doing to these girls?
Oh, you're getting the wrong idea. I'm just allowing them to promote themselves. They don't understand that you have to pay a price to survive in this cutthroat industry. By the way, you guys seem like you're pretty popular. Why don't I be your producer? If I manage you, you could become household names in show business. Don't be stupid. We're the ones who will be managing you. Don't get so full of yourselves, you amateur cosplayers. Fine, I'll make sure you're all blacklisted. How about you produce a bullet from this gun? Exactly. What is that? Is that a xenomorph? Here we go. The tip on it is very. If you want to make your dreams come true, but don't have the talent to make it happen, all you gotta do is listen to what I say. It is a penis monster. Oh shit, not that thing. Where am I supposed to look? That's what I want to know too,
Yucky.
Toby. Give me 1 second, you guys. I just gotta yell at Nath that the food is here. Hold.
Let's go. You're mine.
Okay, I'm back. I am back. Whoops.
That's our plan.
Oh, good. He's weak to that. Oh, I love it.
We can end this right now. They're dead for. Persona.
Someone quick get a sensor bat before Talvad gets striking down. Tata stare.
Sensor bat. I like how he kind of slumps over when he falls. Yeah, we'll do that some more. Wait, you don't want to join the entertainment industry? Fine, I'll blacklist you from the entertainment industry then. Yeah, yeah. Do I not have anyone that has nuking abilities? I guess I don't.
There.
How do we do on ice? Okay, he doesn't care. This guy is infamous in the Shin Megami Tensei related series. Oh, really? Very, very Shin Megami Tensei monster, I would say. No, he's an evil pickle. Yeah, he's an evil pickle. Yeah. Twitch, he's just an evil pickle. Please, like, you gotta understand. I heard SMT is a lot more, let's say Freudian with its imagery and monster design. Yeah, yep.
This is a part of me.
SMT and Persona do share monsters. They do. They do indeed. Noir, you gotta hit them. Fuck. How do you handle physical altercations? No? Okay. Evil Pickle Rick. Evil Pickle Rick. Are there any things that I haven't? Okay. Fire.
Let's go.
Fire.
Asterius.
Let's test this one, shall we? Oh, fuck! Bad idea! Okay. Noted. Fuck me, dude. Yikes. Okay, we'll not use fire. Okay, yikes. Let's make sure we don't fuck this up. Yeah. I prefer my evil pickles in Devil Joe flavor. Sam. How does he handle gun? Gun. Okay, so we just have...
Anything but fire skills.
Fine, electric it is. Hey there, sweetest Striker, welcome on in. Woke up at 3 a.m. and now it's 5 a.m. I couldn't fall back asleep. Oh, I'm sorry, hun. I'm happy to see you though. I hope you can get some good rest at some point soon.
You're mine.
Hey there, Wabajack, welcome on in. Monster PP on a wheelchair, yeah. Basically. All right, that's it. Got him. The headbutt attack. Yucky. Fuck, I thought that was it. God damn it. Okay, fine.
Shall we?
Is that it? Oh my god, we missed again. Fuck me, dude. You need to censor it in the VOD? I don't think so. This is not a game that has any concerns from Twitch's end. Yes! Do it, Makoto. Please don't miss. Nice crit!
I'm ashamed.
Okay, I'll actually do his voice seriously now. Are you telling me the way I've been doing things, it's been wrong this whole time? It's totally wrong. Okay. You've done whatever you wanted and caused a lot of damage. What do you plan to do about it now? I'll apologize to the girls who I managed. I'll do something to show them my sincerity. Sincerity? How?
I apologize.
I'll have to think on that, but I'll try to make up for all I've done wrong, no matter what.
Yeah.
If I ever hear another bad rumor about you, you better be ready for us, okay? Nice! And we're done. Perfect. Okay. I was hoping that it would give me the option to go up. Okay, we got that stamp already. Do I need to... Doesn't look like this is gonna open. Guess people don't accept us enough for this door to open.
There's nothing we can do right now. This is as far as we can go.
So should we turn back? We should. I would really like it if you would just let me push the button for that. Ah, good. Mementos over here. Perfect. Perfect. All right. You know you screwed up when the shadow that represents you is full of Mata of all things? Mata? Okay. Entrance. Hopefully that's the last we see of him, ideally. Yeah, I have doubts. I think they just introduced another monster. Oh, Mata is the name of that monster. Oh, got it. Okay. Hey, thank you for educating me. Okay. I'm hungry. It's time for dinner. All right, my darlings. Well, thank you so much for joining me for a full 6-hour Persona stream. Make sure you come on back, same bat time, same bat channel next week, because we will be finishing up base Persona 5, and then we will probably be starting into the royal section of the game, I do believe. The next time you will see me, though, if you so desire, will actually be on Tuesday, Aussie time, when we would normally do our demo days. It looks like you guys would really, really love to do some voicer choicer. And we will have a special guest. Hey, 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 we will have a special guest. I'm very excited to welcome sweetest Save File 17 to the stream for probably a little bit over halfway next week. Not next week, day after tomorrow, really. It's gonna be a blast. He's a very good voice actor, even though he hasn't been in anything that I know of. I think that he should be, because he has a very good, he's excellent improv and stuff like that. And as you guys may or may not have noticed on his streams, he does a kick-ass Joey and Yugi, back and forth. Very entertaining. Very entertaining. Let me see here. All right, I'm gonna let you guys vote on where we go. We have the following options. You only have 1 minute, by the way, but you got just chatting, you got repo, you got, oh my God, where are we? Okay, that's not really English, but that's okay. You'll know what I mean. You guys are psychic, right? We also have someone playing choicer voicer. Or yes, that's what we're doing. Yep. So please do vote, you guys. You got one minute. Massive thank you to all of our outstanding raiders. You definitely should check all these wonderful people out. We got the amazing Umbra Kit 31, the Sweetie Pie Starby VT, the fabulous Safe File 17, who again is going to be guesting on the stream on Tuesday for some voicer choicer, and I hope you'll come on in and listen to us cackle into the microphone. And beautiful Bobo, the cutest and most sweet golden fish. Also, last thing is, remember to vote. You got 20 seconds left, you guys. We got Just Chatting in the lead, followed closely by Choicer Voicer. We got big thank yous to our amazing top tier patrons. Thank you so very much. Red Tempestus, fabulous Hyuki Yurino, amazing Umberkit 31, Cutie Pie Catashax, lovely Lavender Rose 26, and Radical Ryoko Stera. Thank you so very much, you guys. And thank you so much for all of the support today as well. Oh, Just Chatting and Choicer Voicer are tied. Fine, I'll make the executive decision. We'll go see my fellow D&D player. He raids in here with relative frequency, and he's a sweetie pie. And so we're gonna go see him. Cacto is an outstanding guitarist. He's talking and also practicing his guitar. He actually is like a literal competitive guitarist, like fingerstyle guitarist. Really amazing, really amazing. All right, my darlings. Well, if you're going to bed, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you're off to do something else, I hope it is the best ever. Cutie pies, you all have little pieces of my heart and my soul, so please take good care of them, because you know, I would take the best care of you. So take good care of the little pieces of me that travel with you, okay? I will see you guys on Tuesday for some Choicer Voicer, and I cannot wait. Remember also to go ahead and vote in the poll for what movie you want to watch for movie night, and also the time period that you would like to watch it in. All right. Thank you once more to our amazing raiders. Thank you to every single one of you, my darlings. I love you all so much. I'll miss you all so terribly. And I'll see you all so soon. Mwah.